Beyond the Mage. Hello again, dear adventurers of the multiverse. Thanks for joining us once more on this epic journey. Remember, this story is pure science fiction from our wild imagination. So don't go trying to summon dragons in your backyard. The rights of this amazing novel belong entirely to its original author. We are only the narrators. Do you want more adventures? Show some love to our YouTube channel with a subscription and a like. And if you want exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting for you with open arms. Chapter 326 Taming Beasts. Beast Pets, Guad asked in surprise. Yes, Melia explained, this is also a perk of the Sea Sentinels. Our mission is to exterminate water beasts, but think about it. Is it easy to find water beasts in the vast waters? After all, the water is the natural home ground of these water beasts. Unless they actively attack us, it's really difficult to find their tracks if they intentionally hide. Indeed, Guad thought for a moment and immediately agreed. At this time, we have to rely on external forces, namely beast pets. Capybaras, which are our beast pets, are a unique water beast that we Sea Sentinels have bred and domesticated through generations of hard work and dedication. Looking at the entire Golden Flower dynasty, there are only a few who can do this. Speaking of this, Melia's words were filled with a sense of pride. In the eyes of ordinary people, taming beasts is not difficult. A powerful mage can easily become a master beast tamer with magic. So some people may find it hard to understand why, in Melia's words, taming beasts has become so extraordinary. But Guad understood the underlying reason. Because the animal taming here was a completely different concept from ordinary animal taming. Most people's understanding of animal taming was simply taming one or two individuals to satisfy temporary needs. But for the Golden Flower dynasty, animal taming encompassed characteristics such as stable production, docile temperament, easy reproduction, and powerful abilities. Furthermore, it required a significant investment of resources in all aspects, including introduction, breeding, mating, training, and maintenance. Just like in Guad's previous life, there were countless animals in the world, most of which were theoretically edible, but ultimately only a handful became a stable source of meat for people. The concepts were the same. Incredible, Guad nodded vigorously. Meanwhile, as they spoke, Melia had already led Guad to the White Tower of the Abyss. The White Tower of the Abyss was its specific name. And its essence, obviously, was a mage tower. We apprentice mage soldiers are only allowed to pass through the first floor of the Abyss White Tower. Although it's only the first floor, it's still quite large. At the entrance of the Abyss White Tower, an exquisite magic array was set up, like an invisible guardian, silently blocking outsiders. Melia skillfully took out her identification tag and pressed it forward. The next instant, a faint light flickered on the tag, and then the invisible barrier immediately dissipated. Guad quickly followed suit, taking out his newly received identification tag and dispelling the magic array. Upon entering the Abyss White Tower, one was greeted by a spacious hall. The hall's floor was paved with smooth white marble, each piece polished to an extremely fine finish, reflecting light like a mirror. The walls were adorned with exquisite oil paintings depicting magical scenes, both beautiful and atmospheric. On either side of the entrance stood two iron golems crafted from refined iron. The golems' smooth surfaces gleamed with a cold metallic sheen under the hall's lights. Faint glimmers of magical light could be seen flowing at their joints. The iron golems were humanoid in form, and the proportions of their bodies were designed to be more harmonious than most humans, making them look more like exquisite works of art. Their heads were covered by iron helmets, revealing only two dark eyes, devoid of emotion, coldly scrutinizing everyone who came and went. In the center of the hall stood a huge fountain. The water was clear and transparent, constantly changing its shape, sometimes resembling blooming flowers, sometimes like mages in robes. Behind the fountain was a display stand with a row of tables, and a row of crystal panels hanging on the wall, displaying scattered information. You'll accept quests here, Melia said, pointing to the row of crystal panels. However, this wasn't the purpose of their visit, so Melia only gave a brief introduction. After passing two iron golems, she turned left, leading Guad into a long, narrow corridor. The walls on both sides of the corridor were inlaid with magical crystals that emitted a soft glow. Melia pushed open a door and went inside. The room's furnishings had a worn feel to them, bookshelves were filled with heavy books, and a faint scent of ancient texts lingered in the air. This is our Sea Sentinel supply depot. Whether you want to register your military merits or exchange them for valuable items, this is where you come, Melia's voice echoed softly in the room. After speaking with God, Melia turned to an old man sitting in the room and bowed slightly, her attitude respectful and sincere. Mage Neil, this is the newcomer, God. I brought him to receive the spell recipe and potion for Touch of the Ocean. The old man, dressed in a very retro, classic black robe, raised his head slightly upon hearing Melia's words, glancing at God with his cloudy brown eyes. It's Melia. Another little fellow. He looks quite energetic, not bad. He slowly rose, and seemingly touched something, causing the wall behind him to slowly open, revealing a hidden door. Please wait a moment. With that, Mage Neil walked straight into the door. The room fell silent for a moment. After a while, the hidden door slowly opened again, and Mage Neil emerged, this time carrying a roll of parchment and a bottle of dark blue potion. Alright, here's your spell recipe and potion, Mage Neil said. Thank you. God stepped forward, wanting to take the items from Mage Neil. Unexpectedly, the other party withdrew their hand and patted the table, where a blank supplier requisition form lay. Sign first. In the Sea Sentinels, you need to sign for any supplies you receive. Otherwise, during the year-end audit, the accounts won't match, and Mage Neil will be in trouble, Melia quickly reminded him. I see. Gaudy suddenly understood and quickly picked up a quill pen, writing down the relevant information on the supply requisition form according to the corresponding format, including the time of receipt, the specific supplies, and the recipient. After everything was completed, Mage Neil handed over the spell formulas and potions. Next, led by Melia, Gaudy toured the workshop, library, archives, and even the storage room on the first floor, finally stopping in front of a brightly lit room with an open door. Just a heads up, although the staff here are just our clerical staff, not Sea Sentinel mages, you should still try to get along with them, Melia said sternly. Why? Gaudy raised an eyebrow. Could it be that the people inside are backed by? He pointed upwards. No, that's not it, Melia smiled. This is the finance office of our Sea Sentinels. Your salary is paid and received by the finance office. Of course, that's secondary. The important thing is, Melia paused, whetting God's appetite, that your expenses for missions are also reimbursed by them. Expense reimbursement. Hearing this term, God was stunned, not quite understanding. Of course, Melia explained matter-of-factly, our missions come from various regions of Byrne County. The travel expenses incurred during the journey from Dorn City to these missions are definitely reimbursed by the Sea Sentinels. We can't possibly pay for our own missions, that's what she said, but I really didn't expect to hear the word reimbursement in another world. God thought to himself. At the same time, he understood the meaning behind Melia's reminder. Never offend those who manage money, anywhere, in any era. That's a universal truth. Melia entered first, and before she even stepped across the threshold, a cheerful voice rang out, Good day. Miss Roseanne, you look radiant today. Is there a ball tonight? Miss Roseanne was a young girl with brown hair and freckles, wearing a light green dress adorned with pretty lace at the hem, which accentuated her lovely face. She's from a good family, Goddess surmised. And indeed, although it was just an administrative position, working for the Sea Sentinels was still considered a government job. To outsiders, it was an extremely stable and respectable job. Without considerable wealth, it was truly difficult to get in. Hearing Melia's voice, Miss Roseanne sat up abruptly, then blushed. Mage Melia, what brings you here? Mage God, this is a new recruit who passed the selection process this quarter, Melia said, pointing to God beside her. I brought him here to learn about the reimbursement process and the important points to note. Roseanne looked up at God, her light brown eyes sparkling with curiosity. She knew a little about the new recruit and had heard some rumors. Whether it was his performance in the second round of interviews or his background, God was quite the gossip. Okay, God happened to look over as well, their eyes meeting. Like a startled rabbit, he quickly responded and looked away, frantically rummaging through the table. She quickly pulled out a document and began explaining it to Gouda. All reimbursements require corresponding vouchers. Please pay attention to the reimbursement standards for missions outside the base. First, for airship tickets, only economy class tickets are reimbursed. Luxury class tickets are not reimbursed at all. Then, for accommodation, as you are now an apprentice mage, your standard is 3 silver dragons per day, plus an additional 1 silver dragon for transportation and 1 silver dragon for meals. She explained everything to Gouda in detail for about 10 minutes, only stopping when all the key points were clearly explained. Mage Gouda, if you don't remember anything, you can always come back to consult me, finally, she said to Gouda with a smile. Okay, thank you, Miss Roseanne, Gouda politely replied. After leaving the finance office, they had basically finished exploring the first floor of the Abyss White Tower. Let's go to the Azure Wave Pavilion, Melia said, finally leading Gouda away from the Abyss White Tower to collect his pet. Azure Wave Court, the base where the sea sentinels raise their aquatic beasts, is situated on an inland river, a considerable distance from the White Tower of the Abyss. Upon exiting, a private carriage was already waiting at the door. The carriage was crafted from dark wood, gleaming with an antique sheen. The wheels were tall and sturdy, intricately carved. Two robust steeds stood before the carriage, their coats glossy and smooth, leisurely swishing their tails. This is the property of our sea sentinels. The driver's salary is also paid by the sea sentinels. We can use it for free, but we need to apply a day in advance, Melia explained. Even public transportation is available. The carriage traversed wide streets and the bustling city center, leaving Dorn City, and then slowly arrived at an inland river on the outskirts along a winding road. A gentle river breeze blew, the sky was bright white, and the shimmering waves sparkled and danced like a vast expanse of crumpled silver foil. Along the riverbank, many single-masted sailing ships were neatly moored. On the water, about a dozen canoes, resembling single-person racing boats, could be seen paddling. Each canoe had a person skillfully maneuvering the paddle with agile movements. 3 or 4 wooden buckets were placed on each canoe, filled with small shrimp such as prawns and mizzids. The person in each canoe held a large ladle, steadily dipping it into the bucket, then scooping it up, filling the ladle with lively, wriggling shrimp. Immediately afterward, they swung their arms, scattering the shrimp onto the water's surface. With this action, 7 or 8 pointed heads suddenly emerged from the seemingly calm water, capybaras. Upon seeing the food, the capybaras instantly became excited, huddling together, scrambling for the food, and emitting squeaking noises. For a moment, the water's surface splashed. The person in the canoe was likely the so-called zookeeper. Mage Melia. There were also sea sentinels on the shore, a dark-skinned middle-aged man dressed in a simple but sturdy cloth shirt. He immediately approached Melia upon seeing her. I've brought a new recruit to collect the capybaras. Thank you for your help, Melia said directly. All right, the middle-aged man replied loudly, then took a small whistle from around his neck and blew it softly. The whistle immediately emitted a strange, whistling sound. The sound was sharp but not piercing, carrying a unique rhythm that pierced the water's surface and carried far. Hearing this sound, the capybaras scrambling for food on the water reacted instantly. One capybara suddenly poked its head out, seemingly trying to pinpoint the source of the sound. After determining its direction, it swam swiftly towards the shore like an arrow, leaving a long, silken trail in the water. Clearly, this whistle was a special token, precisely corresponding to a specific capybara, like a unique summoning command. The capybara, summoned by the water, seemed quite excited. Upon reaching the shore, its body bobbed up and down in the water, leaping high and then plunging heavily, splashing up glistening droplets. The capybara wasn't large, only a little over a meter long, its skin smooth and elastic, a light gray that shimmered softly in the sunlight. A low-set fin on its back, like a gently swaying willow leaf, moved nimbly in the water. Its belly was a lighter shade, almost white. It's a very energetic capybara. You're lucky, Melia congratulated it from the side. This is a token. Just blow the whistle, and it will obey your commands. Of course, this is only necessary in the beginning when you're not yet familiar with it, the middle-aged man said, handing the whistle to Gouda, his tone carrying a slight hint of caution. After you spend more time with it and build a deep bond, it will obey your commands even without the token. Capybaras are very intelligent aquatic creatures, no need. Gouda waved his hand, not taking the whistle, and instead strolled to the shore. He slowly bent down, his palm reaching towards the capybara's head above the water. The capybara's head was blunt and rounded, without a prominent snout. Its small eyes, bright and mischievous, were watching Gouda's outstretched hand, seemingly deep in thought. Capybaras are docile, but very wary of strangers, the middle-aged man instinctively tried to warn him. But his words trailed off abruptly. Both Melia and Gouda's pupils constricted slightly. The capybara, which is usually very wary, actually poked its head up and gently rubbed its head against Gouda's palm, a very affectionate gesture. Chapter 327 Battle Mage Training. Beast Bond Plus. The Azure Wood Longevity Sutra enhances a mage's performance in taming, healing, nature, perception, and plant-related spells. Beast Bond is a taming skill, so it also benefits from the Azure Wood Longevity Sutra. This enhancement essentially stems from the fact that the magical power gained from practicing the Azure Wood Longevity Sutra leans towards nature and vitality, thus providing an extra boost to this type of spell. It's like a cow, some parts are best for roasting, some for stewing, and some for frying. However, as a first-level spell, Beast Bond's effect is limited to beasts with lower intelligence. Capybaras are neither beasts nor among those with lower intelligence. But after investing points in Wind Spirit Moon Shadow, any creature friendly to or charmed by a high druid, regardless of intelligence, can successfully establish a mental link. The capybara's human-like understanding and high intelligence have made it aware of the high druid's intentions. Thus, while it exhibits the instinctive wariness of meeting a stranger, it maintains a friendly attitude. This allowed Gata to successfully establish a mental link with the capybara through Beast Link Plus. Gata gently stroked the capybara's round head while communicating with it via the mental link. At first, he could sense a slight panic mixed with the capybara's friendly demeanor. But with his continuous reassurance, this panic gradually faded, transforming into subtle intimacy. Capybaras are, by nature, domesticated, intelligent, and extremely gentle creatures. Seeing the capybara gradually developing affection for him, Gata felt greatly gratified. "What abilities do you have?" Gata inquired through the mental link. The capybara quickly replied. Detection and speed were the capybara's two most outstanding abilities. According to the capybara, it possessed an extremely keen ability to locate objects, emitting special sound waves and receiving reflected signals to accurately determine the location, shape, and even distance of a target. With this ability, it could easily and efficiently detect hidden aquatic beasts in extremely complex underwater environments. As for speed, capybaras have streamlined bodies, are extremely fast swimmers, and are highly agile, allowing them to move quickly through water and adapt to various aquatic environments, including inland rivers and seas. Isn't this just like an underwater police dog? Gata finally understood why capybaras were standard equipment for sea sentinel mages. Furthermore, capybaras possess an extremely unique supernatural ability, shrinking. While the animal shrinking spell is a second circle transformation spell, this capybara is only equivalent to a first circle pet, possessing a supernatural ability typically only achievable with a second circle spell. After shrinking, the capybara's size significantly decreases, becoming half its original size, but every detail remains intact during the shrinking process. After shrinking, due to the reduction in muscle volume, its strength and defensive capabilities weaken, but as compensation, its speed increases. This ability was originally mainly to facilitate the capybara's movement through various complex underwater terrains, including narrow caves and waterways. However, for the first generation of sea sentinel beast tamers who chose the capybara, what they valued was another benefit of the shrinking ability: portability. Sea sentinel mages travel far and wide on missions, and pets that are too large are simply impractical, as they cannot be carried along. Capybaras, being relatively small creatures, are even smaller after being shrunk, less than half a meter in length. Such size and weight pose virtually no burden to the mage. "Look at your round head and round face, I'll call you Dumpling from now on," Gata said directly to the capybara. The capybara immediately stood up from the water, its body slightly arched, forming a crescent shape, its fins resembling two small hands clasped together. At the same time, Gata felt a gratitude and joy emanating from Dumpling. This child from within the system is not only smart but also polite. Melia and the middle-aged man watched this scene with slight astonishment. Melia's mouth opened slightly, as if she wanted to say something. The middle-aged man, still holding the whistle in his hand, remained in the same position, his gaze fixed on Gata and the capybara. "Gata, can you tame animals?" Melia finally asked, unable to resist. This was the first time she had ever seen someone so quickly gain the affection and trust of a capybara. Gata smiled, a little bit. With the Greenwood Longevity Sutra and the Snowfield Guardian's beast taming magic, he already had the potential to develop further into a beast tamer. This was merely a small test. "I didn't expect you to know this," Melia exclaimed in surprise. Beast taming was a relatively precious form of knowledge, mastered only by a select few. "Master, we still need to complete the registration procedures here and collect the corresponding capybara bag," the middle-aged man said respectfully, Having seen Gouda establish contact with Tuanzi. As mentioned before, collecting any supplies from the sea sentinels required registration, including for capybaras. The process was strictly formal. On the shore stood a 3-story stone building, its exterior walls constructed of large blocks of grayish-white granite, somewhat rough but highly corrosion-resistant and able to withstand wind and rain. The riverside was known for its strong winds and heavy rains. This is the office building of the Azure Wave Pavilion. Following the middle-aged man inside, he provided his identification as requested, and then completed the formal acquisition procedures, including signing relevant documents and receiving Tuanzi's file. Gouda glanced through it. Tuanzi was already over 6, almost 7 years old, a male capybara with 2 younger sisters. 6 years old is still considered a child for humans, and even more so for capybaras, whose lifespan is generally around 80 to 120 years. This demonstrates the high level of domestication and training the sea sentinels have achieved. A capybara at just over 6 years old already possesses the first ring rank, indicating a very high level of maturity. Furthermore, the file details Tuanzi's preferences, personality, training level, and precautions and knowledge regarding the care and management of capybaras. According to this information, as long as the capybara consumes enough high-quality food containing magic and blood energy during its growth period, reaching the second ring shouldn't be a problem. However, advancing further depends on fate. Capybaras are carnivorous animals with extremely strong digestive abilities, accepting almost anything they eat, and even meat containing trace amounts of toxins won't have much of an impact. Once a capybara breaks through to the second ring, its lifespan reaches around 300 years. Excluding the last 20 or 30 years when its physical strength declines significantly, and the first 5 or 6 years of growth, the capybara's service period is as long as 260 years. Keep in mind that a second ring mage's lifespan is generally only 225 years, meaning that acquiring a capybara is practically a guarantee of its lifespan. This is what a high-quality pet looks like. After acquiring Tuanzi, you must report on Tuanzi's work and health status every 5 years, the dark-skinned middle-aged man instructed again. Although the capybara becomes Gouda's pet after acquisition, nominally, Tuanzi still belongs to the sea sentinels, with ownership residing with him. Of course, this is only nominal. Basically, once acquired, there's no reason to return it. Unless you neglect the capybara's care, the sea sentinels will consider taking it back. I understand, Gouda nodded. Then, the middle-aged man handed over a parchment stamped with a sea sentinel's magical seal. This is a registration certificate, issued by the sea sentinels, to prove the legal status of the capybaras. To bring a capybara onto the airship, you must present this certificate. It's valid throughout the entire dynasty. Gouda solemnly put the parchment away. You need to get the capybara pouch from the storage room. Follow me. The so-called capybara pouch was shaped like a small, long, narrow shuttle, with a special carrying strap. Seeing Gouda's slight confusion as he looked at the pouch, Melia proactively explained, most mages who acquire capybaras still leave them at the Azure Wave Pavilion for foster care. After all, capybaras live in water, unless they are noble mages. She spread her hands, continuing, they have lakes at home, these rich bastards. Let alone having a lake at home, Gouda didn't even have a home in Dorn City, so he obviously had to do what most sea sentinel mages did, leave his capybara at the Azure Wave Pavilion. Once the capybara reaches the second ring, you can release it into the sea to roam freely. Our sea sentinel mages patrol the nearshore area daily, and with its second ring strength, it should be fine, he said. However, before the capybara reaches the second ring, the sea sentinels don't allow us to raise it freely. We'll have to choose foster care. If you foster it, you'll need to pay the Azure Wave Court 15 silver dragons per month for food. 15 silver dragons is 1.5 gold. My monthly salary is only 2 gold. It seems like it'll all go to the capybara. Gouda thought to himself. Melia continued, of course, the food under this standard is just ordinary fish and shrimp, enough to sustain the capybara's normal growth. If you want it to grow to the second ring, you'll need to feed it more flesh and blood from feline creatures. The capybara pouch is used to hold the capybara. When we're on a mission, if the mission location is far away, we need to take an airship. We can shrink the capybara and put it in the pouch to take it on the airship, so that's the scientific name for capybara pouch. It's essentially a cat carrier. Gouda nodded, indicating he understood. After receiving the capybara pouch and completing the registration, Gada paid 18 golden bird coins to be boating as a year's boarding fee for Tuanzi. With these matters concluded, the reporting process was almost finished. The two once again boarded the Sea Sentinels bus. "Let me take you to see your assigned housing. Your upcoming training will also take place there," Melia added, her words reaching Gada's ears amidst the slight swaying of the carriage. "Okay. Training. After new recruits arrive, they all need to receive battle mage training in the Sea Sentinels exclusive academy. Only after passing the assessment are they allowed to begin missions. We generally call this initial training. Missions involving fighting sea monsters are extremely dangerous, especially for newcomers like you who lack experience and are more prone to accidents," Melia said seriously. "Statistically, the injury rate for newcomers on their first mission is as high as 30%, and that's with initial training. Without it, the casualty rate could be as high as 30%. After all, aquatic combat is still too unfamiliar to us. Powerful battle mages are forged through countless real battles. I know you performed very well in the retest and should be skilled in combat, but don't underestimate initial training." "I understand, let alone underestimate it." Upon hearing that he could receive systematic battle mage training, Gada couldn't wait to start today. After this day of reporting, Gada had gained a deep understanding of the Sea Sentinels' formality and foundation. And as such an ancient official mage organization, the battle mage training they provide must be full of valuable content. The dormitory provided by the Sea Sentinels was located in the Vandrelin district. The most famous Vandrelin Magic Academy in the entire Byron County was also located here. Thanks to the agglomeration effect of the Vandrelin Magic Academy, the Vandrelin district gradually developed into Dorn's Magic District, concentrating numerous folk magic organizations, magic clubs, magic societies, spellcasting schools, and shops exclusively for magicians. The buildings lining the streets display diverse architectural styles, each exuding a unique atmosphere. As the carriage passed through the streets of Vandrelin, a bustling scene came into view. Normally, about 80% of the pedestrians on the streets of Vandrelin were magicians. In the Duchy of West, magicians were still a rare species, but here they were everywhere. Gouda even saw many people handing out flyers at street corners. They were all magic apprentices from magic societies and spellcasting schools. These magic societies and spellcasting schools mainly provided magic instruction or combat training, similar in nature to the boxing clubs and dojos Gouda was familiar with. Many people who can't get into magic academies but have some savings will spend money to study in magic clubs or spell halls. Students in magic academies also enroll in magic clubs and spell halls, hoping to learn more knowledge and skills there. This is commonly known as rolling. These organizations have developed over many years and are quite sophisticated. Some good magic clubs and spell halls are even equivalent to small magic academies. Sea Sentinels don't allow their members to open spell halls or magic clubs, but joining is allowed. Seeing that Gouda seemed very interested in spell halls and magic clubs, Melia reminded him again. Mainly because they're afraid we'll recruit students under the Sea Sentinels name. After all, in Byron County, the Sea Sentinels are definitely number one in training battle mages. She raised her chin slightly. But don't worry. There are no restrictions on opening other shops. That building is our spell hall, and it's also where you'll have your initial training. At this moment, at Melia's signal, the carriage stopped in front of an old-fashioned building with mottled walls. The main building is constructed of thick gray bricks and stones, decorated with exquisite reliefs featuring nautical elements such as sails and anchors. The grand and imposing gate, made of sturdy oak and studded with massive bronze rivets, flanks two stone statues of sea sentinel mages wielding harpoons and staffs. Atop the building stands a small clock tower, its four sides inlaid with round clocks whose hands tick slowly and clearly. The building is named Collingwood's Magic Hall. Collingwood is one of the founding mages of the Sea Sentinels, Melia explains to God. Across the street from Collingwood's Magic Hall lies the dormitory provided to God by the Sea Sentinels. It's a row of striking red brick buildings with steep roofs, the tiles neatly symmetrical like fish scales. The windows are arranged in orderly rows, all on a uniform two-story structure, with 4 suites per building. Gayode's dormitory is the left suite on the second floor of the building with the address 6. Chapter 328 Guiding Mage. The row of red brick houses, bathed in sunlight, possessed an extremely elegant and profound beauty, exuding a sense of historical weight. And perhaps that was indeed the case. After all, the Sea Sentinels had a long history. Melia escorted God to Building 6 and then took her leave. After watching Melia leave, God climbed the steps of Building 6 to the second floor, took out the slightly antique key he had received at the White Tower of the Abyss, inserted it into the lock, and with a crisp click, the door opened. Before him was a spacious and bright living room, directly opposite an arched floor-to-ceiling window. The curtains weren't drawn, so sunlight poured in unreservedly, weaving dappled patterns of light and shadow on the floor. God temporarily set aside what he was carrying, stepped through the window, and looked out. Beyond the window was a river. Having been in Dorne for half a month, God had learned a great deal about the city and knew this was the famous Yarden River. Across the river lay the campus of the Vandrelin Magic Academy, a vast expanse. Of course, from here, all one could see were the Academy's high walls and a riverside walkway. After observing for a while, God began to examine the interior. It was a 3-bedroom, 1 living room apartment of about 90 square meters, including a living room, a bedroom, a meditation room, and a bathroom. There was no dining room, kitchen, or laundry room. The reason was simple. God had seen a dormitory notice on the living room table. The Sea Sentinels employed a dedicated laundry worker who would collect laundry daily at set times. He only needed to place his dirty clothes in the laundry basket by the door, and the laundry worker would collect them, wash them, and return them after drying. As for the lack of a dining room and kitchen, there was a dedicated canteen next to the dormitory area. Importantly, all these services were free. Who said this position was poor? This position was fantastic. Even the position God held in his previous life didn't offer such benefits. Besides the benefits information, the accommodation guidelines also included some precautions, such as no drinking parties in the rooms and no hiring prostitutes. There were quite a few restrictions, somewhat like military management, but not as strict. God looked at them for a while, got a general understanding, and then prepared to return to his temporary lodging, the Oakville Inn, to move his luggage. That place cost 4 silver a day, and was far inferior to this place in both environment and size. However, before leaving, he glanced at the spell recipe he had received at the White Tower of the Abyss. He had been curious for a while, but since there were others present, he had to pretend, so he had held back until now. Touch of the Ocean Alteration. First ring, you cause the target's fingers and toes to grow a webbing, granting the recipient extremely fast swimming speed and ability. The recipient can also use running motions while swimming in a straight line. This alteration also affects the target's boots and gloves to adapt to the new form. It does not affect the operation of magical items. This spell does not grant the target any ability to breathe underwater. No wonder it's said that, Touch of the Ocean, is a fundamental spell every Sea Sentinel mage must master. Without this spell, relying solely on a mage's swimming ability, chasing sea monsters in the water is simply unrealistic. Without any hesitation, God opened the bottle of the Touch of the Ocean potion and drank the blue liquid in one gulp. After checking out of the Oakville Inn and carrying his luggage back to his dormitory, God found another roll of mail in the mailbox by his door. It was about the initial training that would begin tomorrow. It included a simple introduction to the process and the corresponding instructor Mage, along with a blank sheet with numbers 1, 2, and 3 listed. The Sea Sentinels Battle Mage training course is different from the courses in traditional spell academies. The courses in spell academies are more like open classes, while the initial training provided by the Sea Sentinels is a one-on-one instructional course. The Sea Sentinels will assign a dedicated instructor Mage to be specifically responsible for God's initial training. All Golda had to do was fill in the names of the corresponding mentor mages according to his preferences, using the instructions in the letter, and then put the form back in the mailbox. Someone would then collect the form and notify the 3 mentor mages in turn, based on the names Golda had filled in. If the other party was also willing to be his mentor, then the match was successful. If none of the 3 mentor mages Golda had chosen were willing to mentor him, then a mage would be designated by the higher-ups on the Sea Sentinel side. In Golda's understanding, this was equivalent to first choice, second choice, third choice in adjustment. After carefully reviewing the instructions and thinking for a moment, Golda picked up his pen and filled in the corresponding names on the form: Heller, Raven, and Mason. All 3 mentor mages were at the 3rd ring level and were all experienced Sea Sentinel mages, each with their own strengths. According to the instructions, Mage Heller was most skilled in evocation elemental spells, had in-depth research on elemental spells, and was proficient in the control, enhancement, and synergy of elemental spells. He could create ingenious effects through the combination of different elemental spells. Raven the Mage is skilled in defensive spells, possessing a unique understanding of them, making him extremely popular with his colleagues in team missions. Mason the Mage, on the other hand, is an expert in crowd control, adept at using various spells to alter the battlefield situation, restrict enemy movement, amplify allies, and utilize the environment. After making his choice, Gauda prepared to head to the mess hall for lunch. Having spent most of the day reporting for duty, he was already starving. The Sea Sentinel's mess hall was located on the edge of the dormitory area. The interior was extremely spacious, with high ceilings and rows of long wooden tables and benches. Due to long-term use, the surfaces of these tables and chairs had become very smooth from friction. The dining area was at the far end, with a large window behind which the busy figures of the mess hall staff could be seen. To the left of the dining area was a passageway, opposite which was the dining area for officer mages. As a newcomer, Gauda naturally could only dine in the regular mage dining area. Reaching the window, Gauda received a meal. It wasn't particularly lavish, but the combination was reasonable, containing everything you'd expect: boiled potatoes as a main dish, grilled chicken, stewed cabbage, carrots and onions, bone broth with root vegetables, and dried fruit, which served as both fruit and dessert. There was also an extra drink, a choice between ale and black tea. Although it was mealtime, the dining area wasn't crowded, only about 10 people, with many empty tables. Gauda randomly chose a seat and began to eat. Just then, the alchemy machine resembling a loudspeaker hanging in the corner of the canteen suddenly started up, and a gentle, calm female voice came through. On the 5th of Frostgold this year, after receiving a request for help from the Tyrian Merchant Guild, Lieutenant Colonel Riley, a mid-4th ring member, arrived in time to annihilate the swarm of giant moray eels attacking the merchant's ships. Among them was a mid-4th ring giant moray eel king and nearly 10 early 4th ring giant moray eels. He was awarded a second-class merit. Sergeant Terry, an early 12th ring member, encountered a late 12th ring sea monster during a mission due to an incorrect report. Although he bravely fought back and failed to annihilate the monster, he successfully repelled it and was awarded a second-class merit. The selection of Sea Sentinels for this quarter has concluded, with only one person passing the second round of testing. Gauda listened for a while and realized that the broadcasts were all recent news from the Sea Sentinels. They mainly focused on military achievements. He himself had even been on the broadcast once, though his name wasn't directly mentioned. Gauda noticed that the other people in the canteen seemed completely calm, as if they hadn't heard anything, apparently used to it. From the broadcast, he discovered some more details. The criteria for evaluating military merits were comprehensive, depending on both the strength of the sea monsters exterminated and the mage's own abilities. For example, Mage Terry, at the early second ring, could earn a second-class merit simply by driving away a late second-ring sea monster, while Lieutenant Colonel Riley, who exterminated 10 fourth-ring Leeline creatures in one battle, only received a second-class merit. At the White Tower of the Abyss, a brief meeting was underway. A dozen or so Sea Sentinel mages, who also served as mentor mages, sat around a table made from a single piece of black oak. One of the slender mages shook his head, stating bluntly, "I don't want to be his mentor mage." His voice echoed in the silent meeting room, causing a slight commotion. For a moment, the atmosphere in the room became somewhat subtle. The mage sitting at the head of the table didn't react much, his expression remaining calm. He simply asked, "Why?" The other mage tossed a volunteer form filled out by Gauda and the information about Gauda provided by the Sea Sentinels onto the table. The Florian family's heritage embodies the wisdom and hard work of our ancestors, and the Florian family boasts a glorious tradition and a long history. He can betray his country and join our Plantagenet dynasty, which contradicts the glorious doctrines upheld by the Florian family. I am unwilling to serve as a mentor to a mage from another country with different beliefs. It would tarnish the family's honor. The other mentor mages secretly admired his directness. The mage in the main seat said nothing, but turned his gaze to the other side. "Raven, what about you? Is this your reason as well, Captain Merrick?" "I've seen his retest battle. His fighting style is clearly different from mine. And having been a wandering mage for so long, his fighting system, while not necessarily finalized, certainly has its own style. It can only be slightly adjusted, not drastically changed, so I won't mislead him." Raven's reason was much more palatable. "Mage Mason, what are your reasons?" "His mental strength is extremely powerful, perfectly suited for crowd control spells, and should be a good match for you. It's precisely because of his powerful mental strength and exceptional talent that I'm unwilling to be his mentor. My abilities are limited, and I lack the confidence to fully unleash his potential." I don't want to hinder such a promising talent because of my own incompetence." Mage Mason's reasons were even more high-sounding. The other mentors, though their thoughts varied, remained silent. In truth, they knew that all the talk of philosophies, combat systems, and unleashing potential was just pretext. The so-called mentors weren't even given the title of instructor because it was truly just simple guidance, responsible only for establishing basic combat knowledge for newcomers. How the newcomer would ultimately become depended on them. The reason for their unified attitude was simple: Gata was not a native of the Golden Flower dynasty. Although the Sea Sentinel's background check had confirmed his identity and origins, no one could guarantee anything. Perhaps he was just hiding it well? Even if Gata's background is genuinely legitimate, he's not a member of the Golden Flower dynasty. There's a possibility he might harbor ulterior motives and be bribed by the Holy Empire. Such things have happened before. They witnessed the example of Master Yaden 30 years ago, an event that still has some impact on the Sea Sentinels. They don't want to get involved in this. If Gauda achieves great success, what benefits will they gain? Virtually none. But if something happens to Gauda, it could negatively impact them and jeopardize their futures. In their eyes, Gauda is a hot potato. These guiding mages are all shrewd and don't want to take that risk. Alright, since none of you are willing, Captain Merrick paused for a moment, then looked at the expressionless old man in the far corner. Nazi the mage, you should do it. You were also Yaden's mentor before, so you have experience. Is that alright? I understand, the old man, Naxi the mage, replied expressionlessly, his voice low and hoarse. He then slowly rose and left the room. His back was slightly hunched. Since Naxi the mage has agreed, let's arrange it that way. Everyone, disperse. Captain Merrick wasn't annoyed by the man's rudeness. The assembled mages breathed a slight sigh of relief, rose, bowed slightly to Captain Merrick, and left in twos and threes. As they left, they whispered amongst themselves. Master Naxi is really unlucky. Not only did he run into Master Yaden, but now Master Yaden is going to take over this newcomer. Sigh, don't say that. Master Naxi is already pitiful enough. He finally had a daughter late in life, only to have her killed by the student he trusted most. Frost Gold Month, the 23rd. Collingwood Academy. Gata got up very early, arriving at the academy 15 minutes before the appointed time. This was his habit. In his previous life, he was never late for class. It was both a sense of time and a respect for teachers and knowledge. The staff at the academy entrance greeted Gata the moment they saw him. Master, please show your identification. Gata took out his identification tag. The staff member took it and took out a box-like alchemy machine with a slot that matched the identification tag perfectly. He inserted Gata's identification tag, and then the entire box glowed slightly, flashing green light. The staff member took out the identification tag and returned it to Gata, while pushing open the door of the art museum and saying respectfully, Master Gata, welcome. Chapter 329 Techniques and Breathing Methods. Tap, tap, tap. Gata's steady footsteps echoed within the Mage Academy, spreading rapidly through the silence. The interior of the Collingwood Mage Academy was extremely spacious, resembling an indoor training hall. The floor gleamed, reflecting the dappled light streaming in from the long, narrow windows high above. In the notoriously expensive Vandoren district, the existence of such a vast academy was not only due to the Sea Sentinel's deep-rooted resources, but also to historical reasons. Before Vandoren became the Mage district it is today, when land prices were relatively cheap, the Sea Sentinels had already established a Collingwood Mage Academy there. Since it was still early, there was no one else in the Collingwood Mage Academy. Gata glanced around, confirming that his mentor Mage hadn't arrived yet. He wasn't in a hurry, after all, he had arrived early. He could wait a while. He didn't have to wait long. About 5 minutes later, footsteps echoed again within the academy. Gata looked in the direction of the voice and saw an old man wearing a dark black robe, with white hair and beard, and looking somewhat tired. You are Gata? The old man seemed to be walking slowly, but in reality, he moved very fast. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Gata, and he looked him over with sharp eyes before speaking. Before Gata could answer, the old man further introduced himself. None of the 3 mages you chose wanted to be your mentors, so Captain Merrick assigned me to take on this task. Nash Frank, you can call me Mage Nash, or Warrant Officer Nash, either is fine. Gata's heart skipped a beat. He was somewhat surprised that all 3 of his choices had been rejected, but on the surface, he naturally wouldn't show his emotions. Instead, he bowed slightly to show his respect. "Greetings, Mage Nash." Mage Nash's expression remained calm and composed as he said, "From today onwards, I will be your mentor in combat mage training." After a slight pause, he continued, "Before I begin my guidance, let me ask you a question. In your opinion, what factors determine the outcome of a mage battle?" This was a good question. Gauda thought about it carefully, organized his thoughts, and then answered, "Strength, magic, spells, specialization, and weapon." "Oh? Explain." His answer surprised Mage Nash somewhat and successfully piqued his interest. Gauda, unfazed, readily explained according to his understanding. Power refers to strength, not physical strength, but a broader concept of personal power, specifically the mage's level. This is the foundation. Like a second-level mage, even with poor stats in other areas, the sheer advantage of their higher mage level makes it virtually impossible for them to lose to a first-level mage. Magic refers to magical power, the mage's mana bar. The more magical power a mage possesses, the more spells they can cast in battle, giving them more options and allowing them to sustain a longer fight. Just like a soldier with ample ammunition, their win rate on the battlefield is naturally higher. Spells refers to the spells a mage masters. The more spells a mage knows, the more powerful they are, allowing for greater flexibility in combat, adapting to changing situations, gaining an advantage, and changing strategies. Specialization refers to expertise. The unique and significant boost a mage gains from their expertise is unparalleled by any other stat. Cultivation techniques can be the same, spells can be the same, and mage levels can be the same, but specializations are irreplaceable, just like everyone's unique genes. Therefore, when two mages are identical in all other aspects, it is often their specializations that determine the final outcome. Weapons refers to all extraordinary equipment, including runic constructs. This goes without saying, its importance is self-evident. After listening to Gauda's explanation, the mage Naxi was slightly surprised, then said, "You've summarized it well, but it's not just that. There's another very important point that can determine the outcome of a battle, and its weight is no less than the 5 points you mentioned." He slowly said, "This sixth point, according to your definition, I'll call it skill." "What is skill?" the mage Naxi asked. Before Gauda could answer, he continued, "In mage combat, victory isn't solely determined by who has more mana, more spells, or stronger spells. It also hinges on timing and the skillful use of spells during battle. From a practical standpoint, spells are cast through spell models, a process invisible to the naked eye. You can't tell from the surface whether the opponent is manipulating a spell model. Furthermore, spell casting often happens in the blink of an eye, making combat a true test of a mage's experience and judgment. If you can accurately determine whether the opponent is casting a spell and what spell they're casting, you can interrupt them in time, anticipate their moves, and dodge them. Of course, this is only a small part of skill. Skill encompasses a wide range of aspects. It also includes how to quickly adjust tactics in complex combat environments, how to deal with various enemies, how to combine your spells, and even how to utilize the surrounding environment to enhance spell effects. And the purpose of initial training is to improve your skill for this first lesson. I'll teach you the most basic and crucial point for a battle mage." With that, the Naxi mage finally stopped, looked at Gauda, and remained silent. Gauda hesitated for a moment before tentatively speaking. "Naxi mage." Before the word mage could even leave his throat, the Naxi mage's right arm shot up instantly, his right hand clenched into a fist. With a muffled boom, accompanied by a sharp gust of wind, it hurtled straight towards Gauda's face. Caught off guard, Gauda's pupils constricted sharply. He blinked instinctively, and simultaneously made a backward dodge motion. But the Naxi mage's fist stopped abruptly. Then, he shook his hand and lowered his palm. Seeing a fist coming, instinctively closing your eyes is a natural human reaction. It's not strange. The Naxi mage's voice was calm and deep. "This is just a fist, nothing compared to magic. With the power and speed of magic, it can plunge you into utter ruin in the blink of an eye. To become a qualified battle mage, the first requirement is to be able to face any attack without blinking, to be able to look directly at any spell cast by the opponent. Secondly, it's about having the courage to face any enemy, in any environment. Of course, that's easier said than done. Completely achieving that level is practically impossible. We're just trying our best to move in that direction. The first lesson in battle mage training is building courage. It's about overcoming your instinctive fears and obstacles, subduing distracting thoughts, so you can unleash your full combat power, or even exceed it, in battle. Have you mastered Featherfall? The mage suddenly changed the subject. Not yet, Gauda replied honestly, slightly taken aback, not understanding why the other party was asking this. That's good, Naxi the monk nodded, then said, come with me. He turned and led Gauda up a narrow flight of stairs. The walls on either side of the stairs were slightly mottled, the dim light casting long, swaying shadows. At the end of the stairs lay a long, dark corridor. At the bottom, Naxi the monk pushed open an iron door, and with a creak, sunlight rushed in like a tidal wave, dazzling the eyes. It was a small rooftop. Naxi the monk walked to the edge of the rooftop. For some reason, there were no railings. Do it like this, Naxi the monk said calmly. He raised his right leg, assuming a one-legged stance, his body as upright as a pine tree, firmly planted on one leg. Gauda reached the edge of the rooftop and looked down. It was about 7 stories high, with a bustling street below. He wasn't afraid of heights. Compared to the 40 or 50 stories of skyscrapers he used to live in his previous life, this height was nothing. The problem was, there were no safety railings. However, Gauda gritted his teeth and, imitating the monk Naxi, began to stand on one leg. He swayed a little at first, but after a few wobbles, he finally found his balance and managed to stand steadily. He just didn't know how long he could hold his ground. Is it not too difficult? Naxi said in a calm tone after Gauda had steadied himself. Now, close your eyes. Gauda silently closed his eyes. The instant he closed them, his previously steady body began to shake violently. The next moment, Gauda opened his eyes again, put his foot down, and breathed a slight sigh of relief. Want to try again? Gauda gritted his teeth and nodded slightly. Then, he closed his eyes again, but this time it was even worse than before. His body began to sway even before he lifted his foot. Gauda opened his eyes helplessly. How does it feel? Nazi asked. Panic, Gauda replied honestly. Is standing on one leg difficult? No, but why is it that such a simple thing becomes difficult in a different environment? Nazi pointed to his head and explained, it's because you know you're in an extreme and dangerous environment, and that's the brain's instinctive reaction. His gaze deepened. If you're struggling with something as simple as standing on one leg, imagine if you were in a dangerous environment, could you still make the right choices and think things through as usual, and cast spells quickly? I'm afraid it would be very difficult. Before this, Gauda might have thought it was nothing, he had experience in battle. But now, thinking about it carefully, the main reason was that the battles he had fought before weren't truly dangerous, and he was confident, which allowed him to remain calm. Just now, before mastering the Featherfall spell, if he fell from the rooftop, he had no way to avoid injury, and in that situation, he inevitably started to panic. This is instinct. What we need to do is overcome this instinct through training, so that no matter how the enemy or the external environment changes, it won't affect our performance. Of course, you must understand that what we're pursuing is overcoming instinct, not extinguishing it. The difference between the two is significant. Because instinct is very important to us, the disadvantages of extinguishing it far outweigh the benefits. The Naxi master crossed his arms and spoke in a deep voice. He looked at the handsome young man before him and slowly said, today, what you need to do is try to stand on one leg at the edge of the rooftop for more than a minute with your eyes closed. Okay, Gauda nodded seriously. Then let's begin. Gauda took a deep breath, calming himself down. He lifted his foot again, standing on one leg at the edge of the rooftop. Gauda tried to dispel the distracting thoughts and terror in his mind, attempting to close his eyes. But the feeling of panic lingered, and his body swayed uncontrollably. Every second felt incredibly long. After gritting his teeth and holding on for 10 seconds, his body began to sway violently involuntarily. Sensing danger, Gauda instinctively opened his eyes. Again, he gritted his teeth and tried again. 39, 44, 15, Gauda counted silently in his mind with his eyes closed. Suddenly, a gust of wind howled up from below, making his clothes flutter and instantly shattering the balance he had managed to maintain, causing him to open his eyes again. However, Gauda was very excited, just a little bit more. If it weren't for this gust of wind, I would have succeeded. Alright, that's enough for now. From now on, come half an hour early every day for the training sessions. Start with this. Don't stop until you can walk on flat ground. The instructor, Naxi, who had been quietly observing for a long time, slowly spoke up. Okay, Gata breathed a slight sigh of relief and left from the edge of the rooftop. This first lesson, besides training your courage, will also teach you a method of harnessing power. A method of harnessing power. Gata had never heard of this term before and couldn't help but be curious. It's normal not to have heard of it. This is an advanced technique passed down only among battle mages, generally not taught to outsiders. Only powerful forces with deep roots like the Sea Sentinels would have a systematic method of manipulating energy to teach. The method of manipulating energy is its essence, often called the breathing technique. To cast a spell, you first need to channel the mana here. Nazi pointed to his abdomen, the starting point of mana gathering, then to his head, into the spell sea, activate the spell model, and then release the spell from the spell sea. Throughout this process, the mana follows a predetermined path and suffers losses. First, you must understand that the predetermined path that the mana follows is actually the main magical energy channels within your body. In fact, it's the meridians. It's just that in this world, it's called magical energy channels. Gata thought silently to himself. Everyone's main magical energy pathways are different, but what they have in common is that they are all winding and circuitous, not a straight line. This detour not only prolongs casting time but also increases mana consumption. In reality, magical energy pathways are everywhere in our bodies, but most are too small and fragile to serve as pathways for mana. The function of breathing techniques is to open up these tiny magical energy pathways within your body through the rhythm of your breathing, then draw mana into them, continuously strengthening them, thus making them new pathways for your mana circulation. Explained the Naxi Mage. This is equivalent to building a shortcut when the original path was too long. Gata transformed complex concepts into easy-to-understand explanations. At this moment, the Naxi Mage took out a small medicine bottle from his robes and handed it to Gata with a mage's hand. "What's this?" Gata took the medicine bottle. The liquid inside was a deep green, glowing green, somewhat like some kind of poison. The meridian opening tincture. Mastering the breathing technique requires the use of the meridian opening tincture. First, use the meridian opening tincture to stimulate your body so that you can feel those tiny, imperceptible magical meridians. Then, use the breathing technique to open them up, continuously strengthen and expand them, and gradually transform them into new, usable main magical meridians. However, the meridian opening tincture is very stimulating to the body, and its effects are potent with a lot of toxicity. Therefore, you can only take a maximum of 20 bottles a month. Any more than that will harm your body. Chapter 330 Boundless. Drink the meridian opening tincture first. Once it takes effect, I'll teach you the basics of breathing techniques, said the Naxi Master. Gata nodded slightly, then opened the bottle. A strange and pungent smell instantly filled the air, making him feel slightly dizzy. He took a deep breath and drank the tincture. Our Sea Sentinel's breathing technique is called Boundless. It's a method of breathing that imitates the waves of the ocean, the Naxi Master explained to Gata slowly and deliberately, while waiting for the meridian opening tincture to take effect. The ocean is boundless, covering all things in the world and encompassing all phenomena. Therefore, through the boundless breathing technique, you can open any of the finest magical energy channels in your body. The boundless breathing technique is one of the oldest breathing techniques. Perfected by generations of Sea Sentinel mages, it may not be the most perfect breathing technique today, but it is certainly one of the best in the world. I will demonstrate it for you now. Place your hands on my abdomen and pay attention to my breathing rhythm. Following Naxi's instructions, Gata placed his palms on Naxi's abdomen through his clothes. While adjusting your breathing, you must mobilize the magical power within your body to resonate with the rhythm of your breath. This way, you can feel and open the magical energy channels within your body through the resonance between your internal and external systems, Naxi added. Then, he calmed his mind and focused his breath. His body began to vibrate slightly, like ripples spreading across a calm lake. His breathing rose and fell with the vibrations, sometimes fast, sometimes slow, sometimes relaxed, with a unique rhythm and cadence. Gata carefully sensed the rhythm of the breathing and discovered that although it appeared intermittent, it was actually a unified process, a long, continuous breath formed by countless tiny breaths linked together, perfectly integrated. About 10 minutes later, the Naxi Master stopped. "Did you remember it?" he asked. Gata thought for a moment, then shook his head. It felt too mystical. There were no tricks, no incantations, and no specific method. To fully remember it after just one demonstration was too difficult. That's normal. It usually takes about 10 repetitions to remember. I'm just giving you an initial impression, the Naxi master had anticipated. 10 minutes have passed, and the medicine should be taking effect soon. Try it as you felt earlier. I'll point out any mistakes, okay? Gauda replied, pondered for a moment, and then, following the Naxi master's demonstration, focused his breath and began to guide it. The Naxi master immediately entered a steady and long breathing state, but when it was Gauda's turn, he stumbled a bit. However, he had undergone similar training at the Seer's Academy, so he quickly got into the zone. The real difficulty lay in coordinating his internal mana with the rhythm of his breathing. This was akin to simultaneously navigating two small boats heading in opposite directions on a turbulent river, extremely challenging. Initially, Gauda didn't feel anything unusual, but after a short while, he felt as if numerous needles were constantly pricking him inside his body. He immediately realized the effects of the meridian opening tincture were kicking in. Visibly, his face turned bright red from the stinging pain, and the veins and blood vessels in his arms bulged out like winding snakes. The pain wasn't unbearable, but it was continuous, persistent, and gradually intensifying, greatly interfering with his concentration, making it impossible for him to coordinate his breathing and mana. This is one of the difficulties in mastering breathing techniques. Under the interference of the drug's pain, even the slightest control became exceptionally difficult. Yet this pain is precisely the direct source of stimulation. Only with it can one perceive the subtle magical energy channels within the body. The Naxi mage quietly observed Gauda. He noticed Gauda's face turning red, and his breathing becoming somewhat uncontrollable. However, he wasn't surprised. This was a necessary step in the boundless breathing technique, a process everyone went through. The stimulation from the opening potion was extremely painful. If one couldn't endure the pain, they would be forced to abandon mastering the breathing technique and start over. This process repeated itself until the pain became somewhat numb, and the breathing technique became proficient, before gradually achieving full control of the breathing technique. It was for this reason that it often took 2 months for a mage to initially master the boundless breathing technique and successfully establish their first main magical energy channel. But soon, the Naxi mage's calm expression changed slightly, revealing a hint of surprise. Because, just a dozen seconds later, Gauda's breathing, which had been somewhat disordered due to pain, stabilized again. This kid is quite resilient. Indeed, I heard he came from a homeless background. Such a background must have caused him a lot of hardship, which makes his character more resilient and able to endure pain more than the average person, Naxi the monk thought to himself. Gauda was currently focused on guiding his breathing. The pain from the opening pulse elixir hadn't affected him much. Pain tolerance increased by 100%. With the blessing of adaptive breathing, his pain tolerance had increased to an unimaginable level. However, controlling his magical power to participate in the rhythm of his breathing was very difficult. Trying to manage both often resulted in mistakes on both fronts. After about 2 minutes, Gauda opened his eyes. Could bear the pain anymore, huh? That's normal. Most people can't even last half as long as you on their first try. You're lucky. I forgot the breathing rhythm for the rest of the time, Gauda said honestly. He had already said he hadn't remembered it. Naxi the monk opened his mouth, his voice slightly dry, and said, I see. Then I'll demonstrate it for you again. The reason he didn't have Gauda fully memorize the breathing rhythm before starting practice was because, based on experience, almost everyone, under the influence of the drug, would give up before even reaching the part they hadn't memorized. Then they'd have to start from the beginning. After repeating this several times, the drug's effects would be almost completely worn off. Therefore, in practice, the first lesson didn't need to be too detailed, a general understanding was enough. Who would have thought Gauda's endurance would be so outstanding? Put your hand on my abdomen, Naxi the monk said again. Gauda nodded. Then, Naxi the monk held his breath, preparing to continue the demonstration. Meanwhile, Gauda thought of the difficulty he had encountered earlier, mainly the lack of coordination between his mana manipulation and breathing rhythm. And mana manipulation, in essence, is the flow of energy. A thought suddenly struck him. The next instant, golden lines, like carp, began to swim deep within Gauda's left eye. 10 minutes later, the Naxi master stopped. How much did you remember this time? I remembered it all, Gauda nodded, eager to begin the next attempt. You remembered it all? Yes. Then hurry up and practice while the effects of the medicine are still on. Okay, Gauda agreed without hesitation. He once again entered that strange breathing state. But this time, Gauda wasn't relying solely on memory and impressions, he had a secret technique. In his mind, a lifelike 3D model of a figure had been created, with clear energy flow routes within its body, synchronized with the slight rise and fall of its chest. Third tier Mandora's Eye, Insight, Model Building. With a model as a reference, the pain from the stimulation of the meridian opening tincture had no effect on Gauda. Therefore, although this attempt was still somewhat tiring and uncomfortable, Gauda still managed to stumble along, and he could clearly feel that he was on the right path. As he adjusted his magical energy flow and breathing rhythm according to the model's energy flow, he gradually adapted to this peculiar breathing method. Soon, Gauda's body began to vibrate slightly, like ripples in water. With this vibration, his breathing became incredibly natural, no longer requiring conscious control, but rather carried naturally by the body's tremors. His magical energy also entered a stable phase, surging and crashing against the rock wall like rolling waves in the ocean. The Naxi mage stared at Gauda. His eyes widened, and astonishment gradually appeared on his face. The pain from the opening meridian elixir was unbearable, and controlling the rhythm of the boundless breathing technique required many demonstrations to fully memorize. He vividly remembered how, when he first tried the boundless breathing technique, the pain was so intense that he could barely breathe, let alone control his breathing and coordinate his magical energy. Yet Gauda had persevered. His body was now even vibrating. This symbolizes that the boundless breathing technique is on the right track, representing that the body's internal and external energies have begun to resonate. In other words, after only the second time, this kid is already close to mastering the boundless breathing technique. At this moment, Gauda's entire mind and body were focused on the boundless breathing technique, temporarily shielding himself from all external sensations. With a combination of the medicine and the breathing technique, he clearly felt something inside his body being opened, becoming increasingly clear and perceptible. Gauda knew that it must be the subtle magical energy channels that the Naxi master had mentioned. So close, so very close, to fully opening it. Gauda thought to himself. With his efforts, he was getting closer and closer to success. However, everything suddenly stopped at this moment. That feeling vanished. Gauda opened his eyes somewhat blankly, then suddenly realized, Master Naxi, the effects of the medicine have worn off. Master Naxi gave Gauda a subtle and complex look, then said, since the effects have worn off, let's stop here for today and continue tomorrow. But Gauda didn't want to wait until tomorrow and said earnestly, Master Naxi, I want to try again. I feel like I'm almost there, and I'm sure I can succeed again. Master Naxi frowned slightly and explained in a gentle tone, I just told you that the meridian opening tincture is potent and has a lot of toxicity. You can only drink a maximum of 20 bottles a month, and at most 1 bottle a day. I'm not lying to you. You should have felt it just now. The meridian opening tincture directly stimulates the body. This kind of stimulation is enough to prove its potency. This is no joke. I know you're about to master the boundless breathing technique, so you're eager, but there's still plenty of time. 1 more day won't make a difference. Gauda was not convinced by Master Naxi. Your immunity to toxins has increased by 7.1%, and your body's ability to digest, metabolize, and eliminate various toxins has increased by 8.2%. After using 1 bottle of the meridian opening tincture, his adaptive rate began to rise again. With a dual boost in immunity and metabolism, he could drink the meridian opening tincture at an even higher frequency. Therefore, Gauda looked at the other party seriously and explained, Naxi the mage, my body has a slightly strong tolerance. This amount of drug poison will not cause me any burden. Before the other party could say anything, he continued, years ago, I was adopted by a potion master as an apprentice and often had to test medicines for him. From then on, I discovered that my tolerance to drug poisons is particularly strong. Ordinary drug poisons will not cause any damage or burden to my body at all. I would not joke with my own body. He laid the groundwork for his drug tolerance. Is that so? As soon as Gauda said this, Naxi the mage suddenly remembered the basic information about Gauda that he had scanned at the meeting. It did indeed state that Gauda was born a homeless beggar and was adopted by a potion master before embarking on the path of a mage, and it also mentioned testing medicines. Indeed, it's no wonder he survived those almost certain death drug trials and reached this point. His constitution was indeed special. Naxi the mage thought for a moment and nodded slightly. Since you insist, I respect your choice. He was merely Gauda's mentor, not his teacher. Giving him a reminder was more than enough. If the other insisted, there was no need for him to stop him further. Besides, after what happened with Mage Aiden 30 years ago, he wouldn't be as enthusiastic as before. So, Naxi the mage took out another bottle of the Meridian opening tincture. Gata took it and drank it down without hesitation. After waiting 10 minutes for the effects to take hold, he immediately began his third attempt. Stimulated by the Meridian opening tincture and the boundless breathing technique, this time, without any surprises, Gata naturally sensed the dense, omnipresent, spiderweb-like network of tiny magical energy channels within his body. He had mastered the breathing technique. Gata stopped, opened his eyes again, and his eyes shone brightly. "What's wrong?" Naxi asked instinctively. "I can feel those tiny magical energy channels." Naxi took a step forward in surprise and placed his hand on Geode's abdomen. "Show me how you circulate it." Geode didn't hesitate and immediately began circulating the boundless breathing technique again. After a moment, Naxi stopped Geode's movements and gave him a deep look. The above was true. This guy's talent was truly top-notch. He thought to himself, "You've already grasped the boundless breathing technique to a basic level. Now that you can feel those tiny magical energy channels, the next step is to choose a few routes based on your own needs and habits, and through the combination of magic power and the effects of the medicine, to build new, direct main magical energy channels." Naxi slowly exhaled, revealing the next stage of the boundless breathing technique. "I'm not prepared today. I'll bring some materials from predecessors during tomorrow's training, and I'll explain it to you in detail then." He never expected that someone could grasp the boundless breathing technique to a basic level in just one day. "Okay, thank you for your help, Venerable Naxi," Gata said respectfully. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 331 Liamon's Magical Network. "Master Naxi, could you please bring some more key opening tincture tomorrow? 2 bottles haven't reached my limit yet." Gata remembered something else and quickly said, "I'll pay for it." Master Naxi glanced at Gata and then said, "That's easy. Your drug tolerance is extraordinary, so ordinary experience doesn't apply to you. Therefore, I can't determine the most suitable dosage for you. You need to control the amount yourself. As for the money, although key opening tincture is a secret of the Sea Sentinels, it's not a particularly valuable potion. So, for newcomers like you, the Sea Sentinels always provide key opening tincture for free, as part of their welfare, of course, to prevent anyone from abusing it or having ulterior motives to resell it. There's a limit to the free supply. If you exceed that limit, you'll have to pay for it yourself, and you'll also have to submit an application explaining the specific purpose." As they spoke, the two left the rooftop and went back to the magic hall. At this time, the magic hall, which had been empty, was now much more lively. A dozen or so Sea Sentinel mages, dressed in various attire, were in the magic hall, using the hall's alchemical equipment to conduct various exercises whose purpose Gata couldn't yet discern. For example, several Sea Sentinel mages were training by activating an alchemical machine resembling a magic crystal cannon, which emitted a ball of light that rapidly changed direction and moved continuously in 3-dimensional space. The Sea Sentinel mages simply stood still, staring at the ball of light. Seemingly noticing Gata's curiosity, the mage Naxi casually explained, "This is used to train visual reaction, a type of target tracking. It helps improve the visual capture ability of ranged attack spells. You'll be training this later." Since it was a later training exercise, the mage Naxi didn't explain in too much detail, only mentioning it briefly. These Sea Sentinel mages were all focused on their training, so no one paid attention to Gata and the mage Naxi, who had come down from the rooftop. "No need to see me off, no need to see me off." Despite Naxi's polite refusals, Geode escorted him to the carriage before returning to his dormitory across the street. Although he had only attended his first lesson in this initial training, he had already gained a glimpse of the whole picture. As the oldest official mage organization of the Golden Flower Dynasty, the Sea Sentinel system and knowledge of combat mages were among the best, even on the entire continent. This was precisely what Geode needed most. His potential was immense, but to fully realize it, a solid foundation was crucial. Just like a gifted athlete, after receiving professional training, their performance could improve dramatically in a short time. That was all. In the following days, Geode continued to study spells and practice rune construction. The White Tower of the Abyss. After leaving the Collingwood Magic Hall, Naxi didn't go home but came here instead. He walked to Captain Merrick's office and knocked on the door. "Master Naxi, you've arrived." Captain Merrick personally opened the door, a smile on his face, and welcomed Master Naxi in. He then took a tin of tea from a nearby display case and personally brewed a cup for Master Naxi. "Thank you for your help with the gods matter," he said apologetically. Master Naxi picked up the tea Captain Merrick had brewed and took a sip. "It's my duty." "So, what do you think of this god?" Captain Merrick asked. His subordinates describe him as having top-tier talent. He truly possesses abilities that ordinary people don't have. Master Naxi gave an extremely positive assessment. "And how does he compare to Aiden?" Captain Merrick hesitated for a moment before uttering the somewhat taboo name. "How much worse is he?" Upon hearing the name, the Mage Nash gave Captain Merrick a deep look, his face expressionless. He didn't directly answer Merrick's question, but instead said calmly, "After my guidance today, he has already grasped the basics of the boundless breathing technique. Tomorrow he can begin attempting to build a new main magic energy channel." As he said this, the Mage Nash felt a slight sense of admiration. He truly hadn't expected that God could grasp the basics of the boundless breathing technique in just one day. No, more accurately, within 3 days. This young man was undoubtedly extremely talented. Already grasped the basics of the boundless breathing technique in 1 day. Captain Merrick's pupils constricted slightly upon hearing Nash's words. How long did it take the fastest person in our Sea Sentinel records to grasp the boundless breathing technique? He couldn't help but ask. 4 days, I suppose, but that was many years ago. The Sea Sentinel Mage who set that record is no longer around. As for Yaden, he took 8 days. Nash had already considered Captain Merrick's question and immediately gave his answer. He has already set a new record in mastering the boundless breathing technique. This kid, Merrick's eyes lit up, exclaiming, he truly has great potential. The speed at which one masters the breathing technique doesn't determine anything, especially since he's only at a preliminary level and hasn't even begun building his main magic network yet. Nash remained remarkably calm. That's true, and it makes sense. Merrick agreed with Nash's sobering assessment. Breathing techniques, while not unimportant for a mage, are indeed just a small part of the whole, and talent in only one area doesn't signify much. But a true genius should be exceptionally talented in all aspects. God has at least proven that he has talent in this area. While acknowledging this, Merrick also had his own opinions. "I've come today mainly to discuss with you what kind of magic network is most suitable for his situation," said the Mage Naxi, not wanting to delve deeper into the topic, and directly stated his purpose. Let God decide for himself. Although based on his performance in the re-examination, he should be considered a fairly standard-ranged mage. Who knows if he has his own preferences? I can recommend the Ogania Magic Network to him. The double helix magic network structure in the hands, created by the mage Ogania, provides the most significant boost to the casting speed of spells released from both hands, making it suitable for most ranged attack spells. Captain Merrick thought for a moment and finally said. Although they, as ring mages, certainly had more experience than God, only they truly understood themselves, knew what suited them best, and what they liked most. Therefore, in such selection processes, the Sea Sentinels generally followed the procedure of having the supervising mage provide references, with a mage making the final choice. The supervising mage was only responsible for guidance, not as a true mentor. Naxi the sorcerer remained silent for a moment before standing up. I understand. Inside the dormitory, Gada opened his eyes with some excitement. He had just acquired Touch of the Ocean yesterday, and just now, he had successfully constructed the spell model in one go. He focused his mind on the Wind Spirit Moon Shadow. Add points, Touch of the Ocean plus, Transmutation, first ring, you cause webbed fingers and toes to grow. This spell does not grant the target any ability to breathe underwater. Bonus, the recipient's energy efficiency while swimming is improved, allowing them to swim longer distances with less stamina. This enhancement direction is in the same series as Light Feather Step Plus, both seemingly unremarkable but highly practical enhancement directions. Double good news. After mastering Touch of the Ocean Plus, Gada's first ring spell library has expanded to 18. Adding the 5 spell recipes he still has that haven't had their spell models constructed, his first ring spell library will soon reach 23. Such a deep spellbook already qualifies him as a seasoned first ring mage. The only drawback is that among so many first ring spells, there's only one offensive spell, Frozen Blade. However, Gouda wasn't worried. After all, he had joined the Sea Sentinels. As a battle mage, why would he worry about not having a place to learn offensive spells? With a slight sense of joy, Gouda went to the meditation room to begin his daily training. Early the next morning, after washing up and having breakfast in the canteen, Gouda went to the Collingwood Spell Hall. It was still early, and he was the first to arrive as usual. The mage Naxi hadn't arrived yet. As instructed by Naxi the day before, Gouda went to the small rooftop of the spell hall to practice his courage. After yesterday's attempts, Gouda had gradually mastered the courage training. Although he couldn't yet walk on flat ground, at least he wasn't as flustered as he had been at the beginning. About an hour later, the mage Naxi appeared at the rooftop entrance. Upon discovering the arrival of the Naxi mage, Gouda immediately stopped his practice and respectfully bowed slightly to him. Your main task today is to choose a suitable magic network. Follow me, the Naxi mage said, still expressionless. Yes, Naxi mage. The Naxi mage's coldness did not diminish Gouda's respect for him. Whether in his past life or this one, Gouda always held those who imparted knowledge in high regard, as long as they were of good character or harbored no ill will towards him, regardless of their personality. Following the Naxi mage, Gouda went downstairs, exited the main gate, and boarded a Sea Sentinels bus, heading towards the Sea Abyss White Tower. After disembarking, the Naxi mage led him directly into the Sea Abyss White Tower, using his identification badge to guide Gouda to the second floor of the Mage Tower, which he did not yet have permission to enter, leading him to a thick door. Again, the identification badge was used for verification, and the thick door opened with a click. Rows of old bookshelves came into view, piled high with bundles of rolled parchment, emanating a distinctive smell of ink. This is one of the Sea Sentinels' libraries, mainly housing various methods for building magical energy networks and the experiences of our predecessors, said the mage Naxi. Before that, let me explain what a magical energy network is. I already told you about the basics yesterday. Through the boundless breathing technique, we can rebuild a new main magical energy network. In this process, our ancestors discovered that, depending on individual circumstances, different magical energy networks can be built to maximize their strengths. Gouda pondered for a moment, roughly understanding what the mage Naxi meant. The simplest analogy is that both involve running, and both involve leg muscle exertion. Long-distance runners primarily train slow-twitch muscles with smaller fiber diameters, suitable for endurance activities, while sprinters train fast-twitch muscles with larger fiber diameters and greater explosive power. Take the Big B magic network, for example. Because it directly connects to the magic networks in the limbs and torso, it has strong conductivity for transformation spells or spells that directly affect the body and require continuous mana consumption. Another example is the Algonium magic network, with its double helix structure. It provides a particularly significant boost to the casting speed of ranged spells, which I think would be quite suitable for you, so I recommend you consider it first. I'm giving these examples to illustrate a point. There's no standard good or bad in magic networks. The best one is always the one that suits you best. The magic network you choose should align with your actual situation and future plans. Don't choose a magic network that's unsuitable for you just because you're greedy for its abilities. I understand. Thank you for the reminder, Master Naxi. God thought for a moment and then asked, may I ask what kinds of magic networks are available? The various magic networks treasured by the Sea Sentinels are basically all here. You can browse through them yourself, Master Naxi said, pointing to the bookshelf. Gouda nodded, walked to the bookshelf, and casually picked up a roll of parchment. Gareth's Magic Network. Magic networks are divided into major and minor categories. The Big B Magic Network and Algonium Magic Network mentioned earlier are major categories. This one is a minor one, because it only has two straight main magic networks, connecting the soles of the feet to the mana accumulation point in the abdomen, and then leading to the spell Starry Sky. It only provides a casting speed bonus for spells applied to the feet, such as Great Stride, which is too limiting. Most people choose a major category of magic network based on their preference, and then select a few minor magic networks as needed. Gouda put the Gareth's Magic Network back and took down a new roll of parchment. Isle Magic Network, Vilender Magic Network. During Naxi's introduction, Gouda reviewed all the magic networks, totaling about 50, mainly categorized by type, all named directly after the maid who created them. Putting the last parchment back, Gouda asked, Nazi, is that all? What? Naxi asked, slightly surprised. Not any satisfactory, Gauda nodded frankly. These aren't comprehensive enough. Is there a magic network that encompasses various spells? He was different from others. Others needed to spend a great deal of time learning spells, so with limited energy and time, they could only selectively learn spells according to their needs, usually in a systematic way, matching a magic network with a specific characteristic. But he never refused any. His spell repertoire was too diverse. These magic networks always had gaps in their coverage. Not comprehensive enough. Master Naxi paused. Is this your future plan? Gauda nodded again. Master Naxi hesitated slightly, but finally advised, a person's energy is limited. Trying to be comprehensive often leads to mediocrity in everything. Gauda thought for a moment and said tactfully, I feel that my energy is sufficient for now. Then it's up to you. Master Naxi paused, not insisting further. After all, he was only Gauda's mentor. He thought for a while and then said, there is indeed a magic network that meets your requirements. It's just that no one has chosen it for a long time, and it has been deemed an unusable magic network by the high-rank mages of the Sea Sentinels, so it was specially stored away. Gauda's eyes flickered slightly. Can I take a look? Master Naxi sighed. Wait here. After saying that, he left the library and returned a moment later with a scroll that was significantly newer than the parchment scrolls on the shelves, and handed it to Gauda. Gauda quickly took it and opened the scroll. Liamon's magic network. It was indeed the magic network that met his requirements. This Liamon magic network was extremely comprehensive, requiring the construction of 365 main magic networks throughout the body. Furthermore, each main magic network employed several structures most suitable for its specific location, allowing the builder to choose different magic networks depending on their spellcasting needs. In other words, theoretically, constructing this magic network was equivalent to constructing all the other magic networks in the library. However, this comprehensive approach resulted in an unimaginable amount of work involved in its construction. For most mages, spending a great deal of time constructing such a network, only to find that most of the magic networks were unusable, would be nothing more than a showcase project. No wonder it was put away. But clearly, he wasn't among the majority of mages. This was the most suitable magic network for him. Gauda shifted his gaze from the parchment in his hand, looking earnestly at the mage Naxi, and said, I'll choose this one. Chapter 332 3 New Spells and Visual Reaction Training. Although I really don't think this is a good choice, since it's your decision, then let's go with your idea. Naxi the mage looked at Gauda earnestly. If you have other ideas during this process, don't be stubborn. Knowing when to back down isn't shameful. Although Mage Liamon is powerful, he is also special. His path isn't suitable for others. I understand, Gauda replied. Thank you, Mage Naxi. Is this Mage Liamon very famous? Then, he suddenly realized the hidden meaning in Naxi the mage's words and asked in surprise. In his understanding, mages who could create magical networks and name them after themselves should all be important figures. But judging from Naxi the mage's tone, it seemed that this Liamon was the most special. You don't know Mage Liamon? Compared to Gauda's surprise, Naxi the mage was even more surprised. Gauda nodded. Naxi the mage paused for a moment. After all, you weren't born into this dynasty and are unfamiliar with its mage culture. He took a deep breath and then slowly said, Mage Liamon was the most powerful mage in the history of the Golden Flower dynasty, and even in the entire history of the Nolan continent. He was once incredibly close to the legendary 9th ring mage level, and to this day, the only person to have touched that level. However, in that era, at the height of his power, Mage Liamon left the Golden Flower dynasty for a mysterious mission and never returned. After briefly mentioning Mage Liamon, Naxi the mage skipped the topic and said to Gauda, Go back to the Collingwood Magic Hall and wait for me. I'll register you. Any magical network needs to be registered and reported so that the higher-ups can review it, Gauda responded, naturally having no objections. Captain Merrick's office. The mage Naxi walked straight in and handed over a completed form. He's already chosen his magic network? Captain Merrick took the form nonchalantly and then asked, What did he choose? Is it the Aganya Magic Network? No. Oh? Then what is it? See for yourself. Captain Merrick lowered his head upon hearing this, then quickly looked up again, asking in a surprised tone, He chose this himself. He chose it himself. I also reminded him of the flaws of the Liamon Magic Network, but he insisted on choosing this one, the mage Naxi said in a deep voice. Why would he choose this? It's not because of the Mage Liamon's reputation. is it. In the past, many mages blindly rushed for the Leomon magic network, just because of the mage Leomon's name, wasting a lot of time and energy. That's why the higher-ups at the time had the Leomon magic network put away. No, the mage Naxi shook his head slightly, confirming he hadn't even heard of the mage Leomon before choosing the Leomon magic network, so God certainly didn't choose it because of the name, huh? If he didn't know the mage Leomon, why did he choose the Leomon magic network? His requirement was a comprehensive magic network that could handle all types of spells. And in terms of comprehensiveness, what magic network can compare to the Leomon magic network? After all, the mage Leomon is the only universally recognized all-around mage in the mage world. Alright, here's the list. I'm going back to the Collingwood Magic Hall. God is waiting for me. Naxi the mage turned and left the office. Collingwood Magic Hall. God was reviewing the construction process of the Leomon magic network. It wasn't actually complicated, but the sheer volume of work was immense. Given that he could only consume a maximum of 20 bottles of opening meridian tincture per month, constructing the Leomon magic network, built from 365 magic meridians, would take years. Realizing this, God felt much more relaxed. Because he was a natural drug addict, he could consume far more than 20 bottles of opening meridian tincture per month, and this number would increase daily as his body adapted. While God was pondering this, Naxi the mage returned, carrying a heavy cloth bag. This contains 100 bottles of opening meridian tincture. It's supposed to be your mage's supply, but I mentioned your high tolerance to them, and they generously doubled your supply. That should be enough for you. However, the side effects of the meridian opening tincture always exist. Don't overdose on the potion just because you're healthy. It's possible that you're fine now but the effects haven't manifested yet, but problems will arise later. Before handing over the 100 bottles of meridian opening tincture to Gouda, the mage Naxi still gave him a few words of advice. Gouda naturally agreed verbally, but he knew that with adaptive force, even doubling the amount of meridian opening tincture would eventually be insufficient for him. As for the problem of his body not being able to handle it, that was non-existent. Take the meridian opening tincture first, and then wait for the effects to take hold. Gouda nodded, took out a bottle of meridian opening tincture, uncorked it, smelled its pungent yet unique aroma, and then drank it down in one gulp. Building a magical network is actually not complicated. Essentially, it's about sensing the dense network of tiny magical networks in your body, selecting your target from among them, and then opening them up through breathing techniques. Then, channel your magic power into these magical veins to stimulate their growth and hardening until they transform. Try it yourself based on the principles first. With your abilities, there shouldn't be any major problems. The Naxi master gave Gouda several more instructions, and seeing that it was almost time, he instructed Gouda to begin the next step of practicing the boundless breathing technique. Without hesitation, Gouda immediately began practicing the boundless breathing technique. Soon, stimulated by the meridian opening elixir, he entered a familiar breathing rhythm, feeling the omnipresent, intricate magical energy channels within his body, like a mysterious network hidden deep within. He had just memorized the main magical energy channels required to construct the Leomon magical energy network. Now, according to the requirements, he quickly found a suitable target channel among these intricate magical energy channels and began attempting to construct it. With his breathing rhythm, this chosen magical energy channel, like a blood vessel, rhythmically opened and closed. Gouda concentrated intently, carefully controlling his magical power to coordinate with his breathing rhythm. The instant the magical energy channel opened, he precisely redirected his liquid magical power, allowing it to flow into this intricate magical energy channel. As soon as the liquid mana entered, Gouda clearly felt a sharp, stinging pain emanating from his magical energy channel. This magical energy channel was far too small, and the liquid mana was far too overwhelming for it. When he opened it using the breathing technique, he could barely squeeze the liquid mana in, but now, with a contraction, it created intense pressure, causing a sharp, stinging pain. Gouda could sense that as the magical energy channel was compressed and rubbed against the mana, it was beginning to suffer some damage. But at this moment, the effects of the channel opening elixir kicked in again, and a scorching heat instantly enveloped the damaged parts of the magical energy channel, beginning to repair them. Repair, damage, and so on, each repair and damage making that part of the magical energy channel more resilient. It was somewhat like the process of muscle tearing and rebuilding, becoming stronger and stronger. Gata was completely focused on the boundless breathing technique, carefully building this first main magical energy channel. Fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Gata's high pain tolerance doesn't mean he's immune to pain. He still experiences physical reactions to pain. Each time the effects of the meridian opening tincture were off, he opens another bottle and continues drinking. Naxi, the mage, watches silently. He understands the pain and stimulation the tincture causes, and he knows the torment of the meridian opening process. So, seeing Gata drink several bottles of the tincture without flinching, he secretly admires him. When Gata is about to open the fifth bottle, Naxi finally stops him, saying, "That's enough. Let's end today's breathing technique." Gata pauses, obediently putting down the tincture and looking at Naxi. From now on, you can practice the boundless breathing technique on your own in your spare time. If you encounter any problems, you can come to me. It won't be part of your regular training. From now on, I'll mainly be responsible for guiding your combat mage training, Naxi explains. Okay, God's eyes gleam with anticipation. The first stage is visual reaction training, a long-term commitment for every battle mage, Naxi the mage explained, leading God to an alchemical machine. This is the astral projector, a specialized alchemical machine for visual reaction training. You noticed the training method yesterday. Activate the astral projector and let it release starlight at different speeds and angles. Your task is to closely observe the trajectory of the starlight. Initially, its firing and movement speeds will be relatively slow, which you should be able to easily keep up with. However, as time passes, it will increase in speed. Once it leaves your sight, the starlight will disappear. This training focuses on developing your ability to accurately track targets, improving your visual perception of ranged attacks, especially ranged spells with trajectories. Naxi the mage paused slightly, then continued, in mage combat, the stronger your visual perception, the more advantageous you will be in the ever-changing battlefield. Moreover, there are many scenarios in mage combat, some even involving sneak attacks, where battles suddenly occur without warning. If your visual perception is strong enough, you can spot its appearance immediately, see its trajectory, and react quickly. Whether by casting protective spells or dodging, don't underestimate this visual reaction training. In many situations, it will be key to your survival in battle. I will take it seriously. Gata nodded in assurance. Then let's begin. The mage Naxi was quite satisfied with Gata's humility and politeness. He activated the astral projector. A small ball of light shot out instantly. Gata's gaze immediately locked onto the ball, following it as it circled the area before the starlight disappeared. The next moment, a new ball of light shot out from the astral projector at an even faster speed, until the 10th ball, at which point Gata lost track of it. When the number of balls reaches the 30th, we will move on to the next stage of training. The Naxi master watched for a long time, and after confirming that Gata had mastered the training, he gave Gata a target and left. In the following days, besides practicing his cultivation methods, constructing spell models, and practicing rune crafting techniques, Gata devoted all his remaining energy to the Liamen magic network and visual reaction training. The amount of opening meridian tincture he drank each day gradually increased. The construction of a main magic network initially took nearly a day and a half, but after 10 days, it had shortened to within a day. Your immunity to toxins increased by 35.2%, and your body's ability to digest, metabolize, and excrete various toxins increased by 41.4%. Under the strong toxic stimulation of the opening meridian tincture, Gata's adaptability improved dramatically in just 10 days. However, at this stage, the improvement gradually hit a bottleneck, and progress slowed down. He had already constructed 7 of the 365 magic networks. In addition, he mastered 3 new first ring spells: Greasy Spell Plus, Conjuration, First Ring, designate a point within casting range, 40 meters, and a smooth grease will cover a 10-foot square area centered on that point. For the duration of the spell, 1 minute, this area becomes difficult terrain, making it slippery. Bonus, the grease in the area will stain objects entering the area and last for 1 hour. Stride Plus, Alterations, First Ring, touch a creature or cast on yourself to increase the target's movement speed by 10 feet, 3 meters, per second for the duration of the spell, 1 hour. Bonus, for the duration of the spell, the path the target traverses will leave a faint magical trail visible only to the caster. Jump Plus, Alterations, First Ring, touch a creature or cast on yourself to triple the creature's jump distance for the duration of the spell, 1 minute. Bonus: for the duration of the spell, the creature's jump height will also increase by 1.5 times. Meanwhile, in the visual reaction training, he finally passed the threshold of the 30th orb. However, the visual reaction training was not yet over. Building upon the target tracking practice, the Naxi Master added 3 star-shaped instruments to Geode's body, placing them on either side and behind him. While performing visual tracking training from the front, Geode also had to use his peripheral vision to check if the other 3 instruments were emitting starlight. This was called peripheral vision perception training, and was also part of visual reaction training. Its aim was to broaden the Master's peripheral vision range, enabling him to better perceive dangers and threats from all directions. Chapter 333 Recruiting. After finishing his visual training for the day, Geode, as usual, ate his free lunch in the canteen and returned to his dormitory, Building 6. But unlike usual, as he prepared to go upstairs, Geode suddenly noticed 2 people standing at the corner of the stairs, seemingly waiting for someone. The moment they saw him, their eyes lit up slightly. It seemed they had been waiting for him on purpose. Geode's gaze quickly swept over their attire. Their meticulously tailored, tight-fitting tops were made of high-quality fabric, with clever stitching at the shoulders and elbows for ease of movement without compromising aesthetics. The trousers were tight-fitting wool trousers, matching the color of the tops, with a row of delicate buttons down the outside, from the waist to the ankles. Paired with leather high boots, they looked incredibly sharp. Such attire was undoubtedly reserved for nobility. Geode, while Geode was sizing them up, they were also sizing him up. One of the men, who appeared to have a gentle face, spoke first. "And you two are?" Geode raised an eyebrow slightly and asked in return. "We are also Sea Sentinel mages living in this building, but we usually go home and don't stay here, so we haven't met even though you've been here for so long," the man said with a smile. "My name is Zuowen Burns, and my current rank is Corporal. Ol Newman, also a corporal." The two introduced themselves one after the other. Ol Newman looked significantly older than Zuowen Burns, and although they had the same rank, he stood half a body length behind Zuowen Burns, as if he were in a superior position. Geode hesitated for a moment before giving his name. "Geode, second-class apprentice mage." After confirming Geode's identity, Zuowen Burns asked with a smile, "Mage Geode, if I may ask, do you have any financial or resource difficulties or needs?" Seeing that Geode's expression seemed a little off, Zuowen calmly explained, "It's like this, we know you come from a poor background. To be able to get all the way from a small place like Shan to join the Sea Sentinels is entirely due to your outstanding talent, which is truly remarkable. In a resource-scarce place like Shan, I heard you were a homeless child. To achieve what you have today, even with your exceptional talent, you must have suffered a lot and paid a heavy price. Thank you for your concern, but I'm actually quite alright," Geode replied calmly. Zuowen didn't seem to care about Geode's reaction and continued, "No matter how high your talent, you need sufficient resources to realize it. You're all alone in Dorn City, without any support, so you must be struggling in this area. Take the most basic cultivation, for example. If you could consistently use potions to aid your cultivation, your mage level would definitely increase much faster. This potion expenditure is nothing to us, but it's a considerable expense for you, isn't it? Not to mention going out on missions. Exterminating sea monsters is extremely dangerous, but if you have extraordinary equipment, potions, and corresponding intelligence support, you can definitely achieve twice the result with half the effort." There have always been many mages of commoner origin among the Sea Sentinels. Because of a lack of resources, they have good talent but cannot fully utilize it. There have even been cases where, due to insufficient resources, even with great effort, they still can't keep up with a mission progress, resulting in failing assessments for 3 consecutive years and being expelled from the Sea Sentinels. Getting into the Sea Sentinels is so difficult, being expelled like this must be incredibly painful. Can you accept it willingly? We find this situation quite regrettable. Therefore, we, the sons of noble families with relatively good financial standing, hope to offer some assistance to talented commoner mages like you, preventing you from wasting your talents. So we've jointly established a sponsorship association." Zuowen smiled. "The sponsorship association means we're willing to provide you with sponsorship, so you won't have to worry about resources anymore. I'm here on behalf of my family, the Burns family, to extend this sponsorship invitation to you." The Burns family is one of the top noble families in Dorn City, possessing deep resources and wealth, and abundant channels for magical resources, he said slowly. "As long as you sign a sponsorship contract with our Burns family, You'll have a stable supply of resources, allowing you to cultivate in peace, and we won't restrict you or force you to do anything. We simply need you to stand on our side and do things for us when we need them." Having heard this, Gauda immediately understood their meaning. This is essentially angel investment. Nobles provide resources to promising individuals they deem worthy, expecting a return once the individual achieves success. At first glance, this sponsorship agreement seems quite good, a timely act of kindness, a perfect opportunity to change one's fate. However, the reality is quite different. In most cases, the sponsored party often ends up becoming a tool of the nobles, controlled by them. To put it bluntly, they easily become the nobles' lackeys. He who eats another's bread sings his song, a universal truth. Once sponsored, it's like being shackled by invisible chains. Actions and decisions are limited by the noble power behind them. Even if Gauda wasn't as lacking in resources as Zuo Wen believed, he wouldn't agree to such a thing. Being controlled by others is unwise. He nodded slightly and replied, "Thank you for your concern, but I don't need sponsorship at the moment." Zuo Wen Burns wasn't surprised by Gauda's reaction. Those who pass the rigorous selection and re-examination to enter the Sea Sentinels, even commoner mages, how could they not be arrogant? But so what? No matter how arrogant they are, in the end they will all choose to sign a sponsorship contract with their noble families. Bowing to reality, this is the inevitable trend. He didn't try to persuade Gauda any further, but instead took out a roll of parchment from his sleeve and handed it to Gauda. This is the military merit points of mages below the warrant officer rank in the Sea Sentinels this year, including warrant officer mages. Although new members don't need to participate in the assessment and ranking before completing their initial training, you can take a look first, so you'll have a better understanding. Right. Hearing this, Gauda didn't refuse, took the parchment, untied the drawstring, and began to look through it. The information on it was somewhat like a table, divided into three main sections: name, rank, and accumulated military merits, arranged in descending order of merit. Gauda's gaze swept down, finally landing on the last few names. Only then did he notice that there was a cross deliberately crossed out after those names. Gauda was well aware of the problem and looked up at Zuo Wen Burns. "What does this mean?" Zuo Wen Burns had a calm smile on his face and said in a subtle tone, "These are all commoner mages who haven't accepted our sponsorship. Does that mean that if they don't accept your sponsorship, they will be targeted and suppressed by you?" Gauda put down the parchment and asked the two of them. Zuo Wen Burns gave an exaggerated expression and waved his hands repeatedly. "How could that be? We nobles believe in classical doctrines and value honor above life. How could we do such a despicable thing?" However, he smiled slightly, but there was a hint of coldness in his smile. "Mutual support is also part of classical doctrines. Once you accept our sponsorship, you're one of us. In that case, we won't sit idly by and watch our people fall into the unqualified category in the assessment. The Sea Sentinels' missions are simply completed. We won't investigate how they were completed, and there's no such thing as you having to complete them alone. As long as you accept a mission and submit it, the Sea Sentinels will accept it. If you sign a sponsorship contract with us, we will help you complete some missions when your military achievements lag behind. We can't guarantee you'll be at the top, but at least we'll ensure you don't fall into the unqualified category." Zuo Wen Burns spoke euphemistically, but the meaning was obvious, and Gauda understood instantly. To put it bluntly, it was a small, mutually beneficial organization led by nobles. While claiming not to suppress commoner mages who refuse sponsorship, helping those who sign sponsorship contracts is tantamount to suppressing those who refuse to submit. Seeing that Gauda remained silent, he adopted a conciliatory tone and said very sincerely, "Gauda, to be honest, we're not willing to sponsor every commoner mage who joins the Sea Sentinels." He shrugged, saying helplessly, "The Sea Sentinels' rules are what they are. Every year, someone has to be deemed unqualified. Your talent has already received initial recognition within the Sea Sentinels, which is why I personally came to extend an invitation to you. Ordinary people don't receive this kind of treatment." The implication was even more direct. Someone always had to be cannon fodder. It certainly wouldn't be the noble mages like themselves, nor would it be the commoner mages who signed sponsorship contracts with them. Who would be the cannon fodder was self-evident. At this point, Zuo Wen Burns stopped trying to persuade Gauda, and calmly said, "Of course, if you are confident that you can surpass those mages who receive our help on your own, and rank at the top in the assessment, you can choose to refuse our sponsorship. I understand your concerns and reluctance to accept our sponsorship, But the sponsorship we provide goes beyond just resources and mission assistance. We can also help you with your future rank promotions, etc. These benefits are difficult to explain in detail. You'll understand once you sign the sponsorship agreement with us. Gata gave Zuo Burns a deep look, then slowly said, "I'll think about it." This was essentially a polite refusal. The other party naturally understood Gata's meaning, but he wasn't angered. Instead, he nodded in agreement, saying, "This is a big deal. And it definitely needs careful consideration. If you have an idea, go find me at the Burns family, of course." He slightly raised his chin, a hint of superiority in his voice, and said meaningfully, "I can only give you 3 days. If you come to me within 3 days, it's considered an invitation from me. After that, it will be your request for sponsorship, then the treatment will be completely different. You should understand." After saying this last sentence, Zuo Burns left with Newman beside him. "I used to be just as arrogant as you, unwilling to accept sponsorship from nobles. But for 2 consecutive years, I fell into the bottom half of the assessment range and almost got expelled by the Sea Sentinels. Luckily, I woke up in time and went to them to accept sponsorship. You can't fight City Hall. Look at me now, isn't that great?" As Newman brushed past him, the advice sent by the other through communication echoed in God's mind. Looking at the other's proper attire, which only nobles possessed, God remained silent, lost in thought. "Or, when do you think he'll come looking for me?" After leaving the dormitory building, Zuo Burns suddenly asked, his tone slightly teasing, as if this were some kind of amusing game. Newman paused, lowered his head, thought for a moment, and then respectfully said, "I think we should wait until next year's assessment results are out before he can face reality." "Ha ha ha, it seems you have the most backbone after all. You and your 2 whole years back then." Zuo Burns laughed heartily. "That's precisely why I chose you from among so many Sea Sentinel mages sponsored by the family. The more backbone a person has, the more satisfying it is to command them." Newman awkwardly chuckled, "Young Master Zuo, you flatter me. It's just that I'm too proud, wasting 2 precious years of my life and getting 2 unsatisfactory performance reviews, which has also delayed my current rank promotion. Haha." Zuo Burns patted Newman on the shoulder, a seemingly intimate gesture, but carrying a condescending air of superiority. "It's good that you understand this. Don't worry, as long as you work hard for the Burns family, rank promotion won't be a big deal." After saying this, Zuo Burns got into the waiting luxury carriage and left. Watching the carriage disappear from sight, Newman finally looked away, lowered his head, and involuntarily clenched his fist, his knuckles turning white from the force, before slowly relaxing it. Who would willingly become a nobleman's lackey, controlled by them? To learn a skill only to sell it to a powerful family. But he had no choice. He knew countless people desperately wanted to be a nobleman's lackey, yet he at least had options. The Golden Flower dynasty had developed to a point where class stratification was unimaginable to outsiders. Even the Sea Sentinels, whose promotion channels seemed the fairest and most transparent, the best path for ordinary people to rise, were essentially controlled by the nobility. Yes, promotion within the Sea Sentinels had its overt rules. If you performed exceptionally well, no one could stop you from rising. But the problem was, the powerful could manipulate these rules. They could use their resources and connections to pave the way for their own people, making it difficult for commoner mages, no matter how talented or hardworking, to compete. Therefore, for most people, the choice was either to sell themselves to these powerful figures or leave the Sea Sentinels in disgrace, carrying their pride and dignity. Unless your fists were strong enough to break through the impenetrable wall built by the powerful. But was that even possible? Newman shook his head, his heart filled with bitterness. But deep down, he always held a sliver of hope, a hope that someone like that would emerge. Not for any other reason than to provide a guiding light for future commoner mages, to offer them a direction. Chapter 334 Another case of extraordinary talent. Another 10 days passed in a flash. Zuo Burns hadn't appeared since his first visit. Naturally, Gata wouldn't approach him to sign a sponsorship contract. With no one to interfere, he was happy to have some peace and quiet, focusing on training and cultivation. First, he focused on building courage. Before constructing the spell model for the Featherfall technique, he finally reached the half-hour requirement initially set by the Naxi Mage. He wasn't sure if this progress was fast or slow, since there was no one to use as a reference. However, Gata believed it was fast. Having experienced a real death in his previous life and then a near-death experience after transmigrating, his mentality was much more stable and daring than most. Meanwhile, the construction of Lehman's magic network had reached 21 levels. This speed, without needing a reference, was astonishingly fast. He had consumed 60 or 70 bottles of the 5-month supply of 100 bottles of the Meridian Opening Tincture in 20 days. Your immunity to toxins has increased by 40.9%, and your body's ability to digest, metabolize, and eliminate various toxins has increased by 45.4%. This is an adaptation to the current progress. At this stage, the Opening Meridian Tincture is no longer considered a potent medicine for him. It's more like soda. Too much of it will make you feel bloated. Although the magic network is still far from being fully established, Gauda can already clearly feel the enormous benefits of casting spells through the new magic network he chose. First, the casting speed has increased by nearly 30%, and second, the mana loss during casting has decreased by almost 10%, indirectly increasing the power of the spell slightly. This slight improvement seems insignificant. But little by little, the longer the battle lasts and the higher the mage's level, the more obvious the effect becomes. 10% of 10 is 1, which is insignificant. But 10% of 1000 is 100. This feeling of clearly receiving positive feedback is simply irresistible, making Gauda want to stay immersed in it forever. Additionally, he mastered the last 2 first-level spells he acquired from the north during this period. Similarly, with a relatively generous amount of mana, Gauda didn't hesitate to allocate all points to them. Featherfall plus, alterations, first level, designates up to 5 falling creatures within a casting range, 40 meters. The falling speed of the affected creatures is reduced to 10 feet per second for the duration of the spell, 1 minute. If the creature lands before the spell ends, it will not suffer any fall damage and can safely land on its feet. The spell's effect on the creature ends upon landing. Bonus, you can use mental guidance to control the target's posture and direction during descent, achieving a degree of autonomous flight or turning detect plants and animals plus, prophecy, first level. You can detect specific types of animals or plants within a cone-shaped area radiating from your facing direction. You must select a type of animal or plant when casting the spell, but you can change that type at any time. The amount of information you gain depends on how long you study a specific area or focus on a particular species of flora and fauna. You must concentrate while casting a spell. Interrupting the spell resets the timer. The maximum casting time is 10 minutes, and the spell's effective range is 600 feet, 200 meters. Over time, you will first determine if the species of flora and fauna exists in the area, then the quantity of that species, the condition of the healthiest organisms, and finally the condition and location of each individual. If an organism is outside your line of sight, you will only know its direction, not its exact location. The categories of organism conditions are as follows: normal, uninjured or with minor cuts and bruises, and not diseased. Fair, minor injury. Poor, seriously injured, diseased, or weakened by trauma. Debilitated, dead, suffering from an extremely serious disease, or disabled. If an organism falls into multiple categories, for example, minor injury but diseased, the spell will indicate a worse condition. You can then move on to scouting new areas. This spell can penetrate obstacles, but it can be blocked by a foot-thick rock, an inch-thick piece of ordinary metal, a sheet of lead, or a 3-foot-thick layer of wood or soil. Additionally, the spell's effective area has changed from a cone-shaped dispersion to a wider circular area, and it can penetrate much larger obstacles, twice as large. While Gauda focused on improving himself, he was unaware that he had unknowingly gained some fame within the Sea Sentinels. Firstly, he was the only mage in recent years to be recognized as having top-tier magical talent and recruited. Because of this, many people were already paying attention to Gauda when he joined the Sea Sentinels. Secondly, Gauda mastered the limitless breathing technique in 1 day, and then the next day chose the long-sealed and considered useless Lehman magic network. This contrast between his initial success and subsequent failure sparked much discussion. Finally, Gauda politely declined an offer from the Burns family. The aristocratic circle wasn't small, but it wasn't actually that big either. News spread quickly. Since joining the Sea Sentinels, Gauda had been living a monotonous life between the Collingwood Magic Hall, his dormitory, and the canteen, without much contact with other Sea Sentinel mages, so he hadn't realized this. Gauda, just as he entered the Collingwood Magic Hall, Gauda heard someone call his name. Turning around, he saw Melia. This was the first time he'd encountered her in the hall in so long. "Are you here for training today too?" Gouda nodded in response. "Yes," Melia explained. "Normally, I come to the hall to train every day, but after guiding you to report for duty a while ago, I took on a mission to clear out the water beasts in Osir City. I just got back yesterday." "I see." Melia had only joined the Sea Sentinels a little over a year earlier than him and was still in her Nova stage, her potential not yet fully realized. Unlike the veterans who only needed to train periodically to maintain their basic level, she naturally needed to train consistently. "Good luck, I'm going to train now," Melia greeted him warmly before going off to begin her own training. Gouda, as usual, activated a starlight device and began visual reaction training, quickly becoming engrossed until the voice of the mage Naxi reached him. "You've already reached the passing mark in visual reaction training. We won't be taking this course again, but it's fundamental, so you need to keep practicing," the mage Naxi called out to Gouda, who was still eager to continue after finishing his visual training. "I will," Gouda bowed respectfully to the mage Naxi and assured him. Outside, training like that offered by the Collingwood Magic Academy might cost several silver dragon coins per session, so he naturally cherished this opportunity for free. After visual training, the next stage is movement training. Movement training, Gouda was slightly taken aback, somewhat surprised. The necessity of visual training was easy to see, but movement training was a bit harder to understand. A mage, needing to practice movement? Isn't this something only crude and uncouth warriors do? When did high and mighty mages start practicing this? This somewhat contradicts the image of mages that Gouda had formed from movies and novels. Spells can give us superhuman speed and agility, but without specialized movement training, our utilization rate of this speed and agility is actually very low. It's like a well-trained soldier fighting a villager who is stronger and has better physical abilities. Unless there's a significant difference in physical strength, the former will inevitably win. That's the importance of technique. The mage Naxi gave a simple example, making Gouda immediately understand the role of movement training. Visual reaction training allows you to detect enemy spell attacks at the fastest speed, while movement training teaches you to dodge enemy attacks. Taking hits head-on with defensive spells is one option, but relatively speaking, dodging is clearly a more cost-effective and safer approach. "I understand," Gouda nodded. To Gouda's surprise, the first lesson in agility training wasn't about stances or footwork, but rather distance and angle judgment training, similar to visual reaction training. In a specially designed open area, Gouda stood in the center, while soft balls were launched at him from various angles and distances around him by specialized alchemical machines. Gouda's task was to quickly judge the distance and angle of each ball as it approached and describe it verbally immediately. Initially, the soft balls were thrown slowly, giving the trainee ample time to make judgments. As the trainee's abilities improved, the throwing speed of the softballs increased to enhance the accuracy and speed of distance and angle judgment, thus enabling better application in actual combat. Don't think this training is simple. In fact, for those who haven't undergone similar training, even getting started is difficult, let alone accurate judgment. Even at the beginning, you newcomers often stumble over how to describe distance and direction. Naxi noticed that Gayode seemed somewhat dismissive after hearing his explanation, assuming he was underestimating the difficulty of the training, so he couldn't help but remind him. At least, in his years of experience guiding many new mages, he had seen the same thing. Therefore, he naturally assumed that Gayode would encounter some difficulties in this training, just like everyone else. "I know," Gayode nodded, hesitated for a moment, but decided to tell the truth. "But I'm particularly good at judging distance and angle, so, can we skip this distance and angle judgment training? Have you had similar training before?" Naxi's first reaction upon hearing Gayode's words was this. "No, not at all," Gayode shook his head. "Then you?" Naxi the mage looked at Gayode suspiciously, thought for a moment, and then said, "It's not impossible for you to skip this training, but I need to see your foundation. I'm your mentor mage, and I need to be responsible for you. Besides, if you fail the training assessment in the end, it will also have a negative impact on me." "Okay, then let's give it a try and see." Seeing Naxi the mage's doubt, Gayode said helplessly. "Sure, if you really have no problem, we'll skip it." At Naxi the mage's invitation, Gayode went to the middle of the field. By this time, it was already late, and there were already a few Sea Sentinel mages conducting their daily training in the magic hall. And next to the field where Gayode was the training ground that Melia had chosen. She was training on her own when she noticed Gayode entering. and subconsciously slowed down her pace and glanced over. Although she had only been back for less than a day, she had already heard enough rumors and anecdotes about Gaode. So, she subconsciously wanted to see how he would perform in his training. You just need to tell me the specific angle and distance. For example, I'm standing 20 degrees to your right front, about 30 feet away, the Naxi mage said expressionlessly, giving Gaode an example. Hearing this, Melian knew that Gaode was about to begin distance and angle judgment training. And it was his first time. Thinking this, she simply stopped her current training and watched with interest. She wanted to see just how much better Gaode, whom the examiner had deemed to have top-tier mage talent, was compared to herself. No problem, Gaode replied. Then let's begin. The next moment, a hole suddenly appeared in the floor, and a softball filled with fur shot towards Gaode. The speed wasn't particularly fast, and dodging it wasn't difficult. But this training wasn't about dodging. The Naxi mage looked at Gaode. 43 degrees to your right front, about 60.5 feet away, Gaode calmly gave the answer. Naxi the mage paused, glanced at the information displayed on the machine, and found no errors. At this moment, the second and third small balls were being launched one after another. Approximately 35 feet and a third of a foot to the right rear, to the left rear, Gaode calmly provided his answers. The ball's launch speed increased, but Gaode remained composed. Melia's gaze was fixed on him. Was this genius all around capable? Impossible. Naxi the mage maintained the composure of an elder, but a hint of surprise inevitably surfaced in his eyes. Is this also a talent, not just precise, but precise to the fraction of a foot? This level was too exaggerated. Only Gaode himself knew the truth. The Mandela's eyes, insight, ability allowed him to build concrete models of living beings. Judging mere physical distances and angles was a piece of cake. Therefore, this training was indeed unnecessary for him. After all, experience and muscle memory gained through training can't compare to the precision of insight. You are indeed good at this. There's no need for further training in this area. You can proceed directly to the next step, dynamic evasion training. After watching for a while, Master Naxi was finally convinced and chose to stop. Chapter 335 Basic Footwork. Formal agility training would take place in another arena. The square training ground was paved with smooth, polished black stone slabs, and numerous metal pillars that could rise and fall freely from the ground were set up. They were of varying heights and arranged in a staggered pattern. Around the perimeter of the arena, streams of water shot out from alchemy machines at different speeds and angles. Could it be that we're going to train agility on these pillars? Gaode wondered, looking at the metal pillars that resembled plum blossom stakes from martial arts films. Trying to run before you can even walk? That's training only for those with sufficiently proficient agility. If you were to go up there now, you wouldn't even be able to stand properly, let alone dodge attacks, said the Naxi mage. Gaode smiled somewhat awkwardly. Today, you'll learn a few basic footwork techniques. If you learn them quickly, you can also try out rope ladder dodging practice. Basic footwork? Yes. With that, the Naxi mage demonstrated them to Gaode on the spot. He stood with his feet parallel, shoulder width apart, then suddenly took a small step to the left with his left foot, followed by a slide of his right foot to the left. Throughout the slide, he maintained excellent balance and distance between his feet, while his knees were slightly bent to allow for adjustments to his posture and direction. This is a slide step. A slide step allows for rapid horizontal movement with good stability, suitable for dodging straight-line attacks, for example, common attacks like Ice Blade, Witchcraft Arrow, or even straight claw attacks from Leeline creatures. This is a cross step. The Nash mage crossed his left foot in front of his right, landing to the right front of his right foot, while simultaneously turning his body to the right. Then, he moved his right foot a step to the right, returning to a position parallel to or slightly wider than his left foot. The cross step allows for a quick change of body position, enabling significant lateral movement. It's often used to dodge attacks from the side, or to circle around to the attacker's side while dodging an attack for a counterattack. This is the retreat step, one of the most frequently used basic footwork techniques. The Naxi mage stood with both feet together, taking a step back with his right foot, landing first on the ball of his foot, then firmly on his entire foot, while simultaneously shifting his weight backward, his left foot following with a small step back. Throughout the entire process, he maintained a proper distance between his feet and his balance. The retreat step should be quick and fluid, with the upper body kept upright, avoiding excessive backward or forward leaning. Do you understand the purpose of the retreat step? This time, the Naxi mage didn't explain directly but asked. To maintain distance, this question wasn't difficult, it was immediately understood, and Gauda gave the answer. Yes, distance is a mage's lifeline, weapon, and even advantage. Ranged attacks are a unique advantage. This is especially true when fighting line creatures. Learning to maintain the right distance gives you enough time and space to cast various spells and make strategic decisions. To maintain distance, you have to pull in the opposite direction of the enemy's attack. Every mage understands this principle, but most mages who haven't received formal combat mage training can't retreat while facing the enemy like I do. They often just turn around and retreat. Exposing your back to the enemy in battle is very dangerous, so you must master the footwork of quickly retreating while facing the enemy. This allows you to observe the attacker's movements in real time and make subsequent defenses or counterattacks, Mage Naxi elaborated. Hearing this, Gauda felt a little embarrassed. Before joining the Sea Sentinels, he had always done this. To create distance, he would turn and run, occasionally glancing back while running, and then launch a spell attack once the distance was sufficient. And so it went. The whole process was crude and riddled with flaws. Not to mention the possibility of overlooking enemy movements. Just turning around to re-aim at the enemy would waste considerable time. The reason it hadn't encountered any major problems yet was due to a bit of luck and the reliance on the spell's automatic target acquisition, but clearly, this was only a stopgap measure. As strength increased, the enemy's face would become stronger, and the likelihood of this crude fighting style encountering problems would actually increase. Next, the Naxi mage demonstrated side steps used to dodge frontal or lateral attacks while maintaining a relatively facing posture, jumps used to dodge ground spells like earth spikes, quick steps to adjust body position in small, complex terrains or spaces, and spinning steps used for all-around evasion and repositioning, using minimal movement to rotate the body and avoid attacks. After demonstrating all of them, there were more than 10 basic footwork techniques alone. A systematic combat mage needs to learn and master just this much, the Naxi mage added, seemingly worried that Gauda might find it tedious. That's only right, Gauda nodded. He didn't find it tedious. In his previous life, learning mathematics required a full 12 years of foundational training. It started with recognizing Arabic numerals and mathematical symbols, all the way to mastering basic mathematical tools like arithmetic, functions, and geometry. Try it yourself first. I'll watch from the side and point out any mistakes, the Naxi master said. Gauda naturally had no objections. He silently cast a Divine Guidance Plus spell on himself, entered a youthful state of flow, and began practicing the footwork demonstrated by the Naxi master. At first, there were bound to be some mistakes, which the Naxi master pointed out and corrected in time. The key to the side step is the balanced transition of the body's center of gravity. You need to put your weight entirely on your right foot first and feel the concentration of power. Although the shuffling step requires fast movement, it's not about stepping randomly without any method. The degree of knee flexion must also remain stable to ensure flexibility during movement. The core of the spinning step is the stability of the axis. With the Naxi master's guidance, Gauda gradually got the hang of it, and his movements became more and more standard. While Gauda wasn't as gifted as someone with exceptional talent in judging distance and angles, his learning ability was still among the best. After mastering each footwork technique, Master Naxi would have Gauda begin practicing the next one. In just one morning, Gauda had learned about 5 of the 10 or so footwork techniques. Go have some lunch. Be back in an hour. Your learning progress is very fast. Try to master all the basic footwork techniques today, Master Naxi said, stopping Gauda's morning practice after hearing the hourly chimes from the clock tower atop the Collingwood magic call. Gauda respectfully bowed to Master Naxi in gratitude before leaving. Watching Gauda's departing figure, Master Naxi's eyes flickered slightly, and he couldn't help but sigh, lost in thought. A student so polite and respectful, yet so talented, would naturally be very pleasing to a teacher. It's human nature. So, although he didn't say it aloud, Master Naxi held a very good impression of Gauda in his heart. If this had happened 30 years ago, before the incident with Master Yaden, he would have been overjoyed to encounter such a student, given his personality. But now, Gauda, immersed in practice, was already drenched in sweat. He first went back to his dormitory to shower and change his clothes, then went to the cafeteria for his usual free lunch. When he returned, he found that Master Naxi was already there, waiting for him. Master Naxi, I'm sorry I'm late. Master Naxi waved his hand. I'm early. Let's continue. In the afternoon, just as Master Naxi had expected, Gata successfully mastered the remaining basic footwork. Learning the basic footwork and using it proficiently are two different things. You need to be familiar with these footwork like muscle memory to be considered barely qualified. Seeing that Gata had also mastered the last and most frequently used step, the retreat step, Master Naxi said this. I understand. He was still relying on his brain to react when using these footwork. This level of skill would be riddled with flaws in actual combat. Only when your footwork becomes instinctive can it be considered usable in real battle. The next stage is rope ladder dodging practice. Of course, so far, all the practice has been done without any spells, because once you add spells like Great Stride or Jump, your speed will be too fast. At your current level, you'll just be clumsy and disorganized, and it won't serve any training purpose. Movement practice must be gradual. Finally, the Mage Naxi led Geode through the rope ladder dodging practice. He placed a rope ladder flat on the ground and then activated the alchemy machine to launch water streams at Geode. Geode needed to move his body quickly within the rope ladder's grid, using basic footwork such as small steps, side steps, and cross steps to dodge the water attacks. This requires the trainee to use the most appropriate footwork according to different attacks, while using the rope ladder to limit the range of movement, ensuring the best reaction with minimal movement. Unsurprisingly, the first practice session was chaotic and disorganized. Players either failed to dodge, made excessive movements, or didn't pay attention to their footing. In short, Gata was soaked to the bone in no time. When you can last for more than 10 minutes without getting wet, you can start practicing with spells, said the Mage Naxi, smiling at the somewhat disheveled and drenched Gata. From now on, you can train on your own. Yes, Mage Naxi, Gata agreed. I heard you refused Zuo Wenburn's sponsorship offer. Mage Naxi, who had already turned to leave, suddenly remembered something and turned back to ask. Yes. Gata didn't deny it. Mage Naxi remained silent for a moment, considering something. After a while, he slowly spoke. They have a lot of influence among the Sea Sentinels, so, if you're determined not to associate with them, be prepared to be targeted. Will they try to harm me? Gata countered. No, not at all. The Naxi mage glanced at Gata and said earnestly, you can rest assured. The rules of the Sea Sentinels are there. The price to pay for harming a comrade is something even they cannot afford, but within the Sea Sentinels' rules, they have many ways to deal with you. Many talented and proud commoner mages, like you, initially refused, but in the end, they were forced to bow to them, especially in the assessment and ranking process. Newcomers like you, in the first year or two, already find it difficult to complete missions and earn military merits due to lack of experience. They only need to exert some effort to keep your ranking in the unqualified range, so, if you need it, I can try to extend your initial training period as much as possible. More preparation time is always good. The Naxi mage looked at Gata and said earnestly. Isn't the Naxi mage of noble birth? Gata didn't answer but asked curiously. I'd say I'm a minor noble, not comparable to them. The Mage Naxi understood Geode's meaning and said without much emotion, besides, not all nobles are like them. It's not just me. There are also some noble mages of distinguished birth among the Sea Sentinels who also disdain associating with them. It's just that people like them are ultimately the most numerous, hence their greatest influence. I see. Geode nodded, then thanked the Mage Naxi. Thank you for your kindness, Mage Naxi, but the training will proceed at the normal pace. I'm still quite confident about the assessment and evaluation. Confidence was one thing, but more importantly, only after completing his initial training could he freely travel between the Northern Territory and the Golden Flower Dynasty. During the initial training, he had to attend classes every day, and Geode wasn't allowed to leave for extended periods. Alright, since Geode had said so, the Mage Naxi wouldn't insist further. However, there's something I need to trouble Master Naxi with. Seeing Master Naxi's goodwill, he went along with it. I'm almost out of the Meridian Opening Tincture. Could you apply for another batch? Almost out of the Meridian Opening Tincture? Yes, didn't I give you 100 bottles? Master Naxi still couldn't believe it and asked again to confirm. Gata smiled shyly. You don't feel any discomfort. You've seen my condition. Gata smiled. Master Naxi was silent for a moment, then asked cautiously, so how many magic meridians have you built? Currently, 21. After a soft hiss of inhaling cool air, Master Naxi continued, I understand. I will report your situation to the higher-ups. Special cases should be treated specially. Gauda didn't know exactly how Master Naxi negotiated with the higher-ups. In any case, the next day, someone brought 2 boxes to his door. Each box contained 300 bottles of meridian opening tincture neatly stacked inside. That made 600 bottles in total, enough for Gauda to drink for a long time. For the next period, Gauda focused on his movement training. 20 days passed in the blink of an eye. With the condensation of the 26th drop of liquid mana, Gauda's Liamen magic network construction progressed to 53 magic networks, a remarkably rapid pace. At this rate, he could complete the notoriously complex Liamen magic network in just over half a year. Just a day ago, his performance in the rope ladder dodging practice finally met the requirements of the Naxi Mage, and from today onwards, he could switch to enhancing spells and engage in truly practical combat training. Chapter 336 Preparations for Purchasing a Shop. The footwork training enhanced by the spell is essentially an amplified version of the previous training. Aside from increased speed and the need for time to adapt, there's nothing new. But while it sounds easy, adapting requires considerable effort. Just like if someone's strength suddenly doubles, they often can't perform normal daily tasks, leading to embarrassing situations like accidentally breaking a cup. Footwork training is similar. Since it's for practical combat, Gauda didn't hold back, simulating real combat scenarios by enhancing long stride, wolf speed, and jump. Speed and agility increased several times over, and initially, using the footwork felt like not being able to walk at all. However, after 2 days of practice, Gauda gradually mastered the techniques. After another 2 days of practice, this phase of training was completed, and they began stance training. Stance training was significantly more difficult, several times more complex, designed to improve the mage's combat capabilities in complex environments. After overcoming the initial adjustment period and falling repeatedly, Gauda gradually mastered the technique. His footwork on the metal stakes became increasingly agile and skillful, and he could hold the position for longer periods. When movement on the metal stakes became instinctive, he could fight with ease in any situation. 15 more days passed. At this point, the general course for battle mages is actually over, the mage Naxi informed Gauda. It's over already. Gauda's first reaction upon hearing the news was one of astonishment. The training grounds in the Collingwood Magic Hall were numerous, each with different training content. He clearly had so much training left to complete, so how could it be over already? Moreover, the battle mage training he had received during this period had indeed benefited him greatly, so he felt somewhat unsatisfied upon hearing that it was ending. There are many training methods for battle mages, but there are essentially 3 common ones: psychological resilience training and breathing techniques, visual reaction training, and movement training. These 3 are fundamental skills that any battle mage, regardless of their specialization, must master. The rest is customized training based on each mage's own preferred and developed combat style. For example, mages who master weapon summoning spells will receive specialized weapon usage and melee combat training. Mages who primarily use ranged spells will receive additional accuracy and mobile casting training. Those skilled in transformation spells may even undergo some hand-to-hand combat training. Each mage will have their own ideas, and the Sea Sentinels will not interfere, so you can choose and arrange these trainings yourselves. Furthermore, you need to gradually find the most suitable balance between your preferred combat style and the style that suits you best through continuous combat, and then conduct specialized training according to your own needs. For example, if you are trained in melee combat now, but later, after completing many missions, you decide to pursue a pure ranged mage combat path, then the time and effort spent on melee combat training now will be wasted. That's how it is. Gauda nodded silently upon hearing this. He had subconsciously brought up the education system from his previous life: choose a major first, study it, and then find a job after graduation. The drawbacks were obvious. Many people's final employment was completely unrelated to the major they had studied for years. This approach might work for employment, but it was unsuitable for mage training. The Sea Sentinels method was undoubtedly more reasonable. You're very hard-working, but don't rush. You've only been with the Sea Sentinels for less than 2 months. You should prepare for your initial training assessment first, the Mage Naxi reminded him. Mage Naxi, is the initial training assessment difficult? Gauda asked. It's simpler than the selection interview. The Mage Naxi seemed to be in a good mood today, a smile on his face. The format is similar to the interview. After I submit your application for the assessment, they will select one of the first-class apprentice mages from the Sea Sentinels to have a practical combat experience with you. An examiner will score you based on your performance in the combat. You just need to perform well. The combat strength of our first-class apprentice mages from the Sea Sentinels is far inferior to Paul's, he said. God nodded in deep agreement. Paul was the most powerful first-level creature he had ever seen, at least for now. In the sea, he had no chance of winning against Paul. After leaving the Collingwood Magic Hall, God thought for a moment, then went to a nearby shop and spent 4 gold coin to buy 2 boxes of 0T or rainbow trout mackerel containing a small amount of magic. Afterward, he hailed a carriage and headed towards the Azure Wave Garden outside Dorn City. God's adopted capybara dumpling was being cared for by him at the Azure Wave Garden. Although the keepers at Bibboding were very professional, he still made time to visit Tuanzi every few days. Firstly, to cultivate a bond with Tuanzi, and secondly, to bring it some nutritional supplements to help it grow and evolve. Rainbow trout and mackerel were recommended to him by the Bibboding keepers. They could be bought in bulk in the city at a reasonable price, and were beneficial for capybaras. In the crevices of the pond rocks along the shore, clusters of aquatic plants grew. These plants were a vibrant green, with long, slender leaves that drooped naturally, their tips slightly curled, intertwining. Sunlight refracted through the water's surface, creating shimmering gold, and tiny bubbles rose slowly from the stems in the dappled light dancing among the leaves. This was a special feed grown by the Bibboding keepers, called Timothy grass. Timothy grass is rich in fiber, helping capybaras maintain good digestion and preventing intestinal diseases. It is an important component of a capybara's diet. At that moment, amidst the water plants, tiny eddies swirled and swayed the blades of grass, causing ripples to spread across the surface. A round, pointed head emerged from the water. The head approached a Timothy plant, gently biting a tuft of leaves with its teeth. As the head tilted slightly upward, the plant stem was pulled out of the water, creating a string of pearly water droplets. It puffed out its cheeks and chewed slowly, its head trembling slightly with a chewing motion, occasionally making a crunching sound. Suddenly, its small, beady eyes darted around, as if it had discovered something, and its wet nose turned towards the shore. On the bank, Gada appeared carrying 2 boxes of rainbow trout and mackerel, their silvery blue tails peeking through the gaps in the boxes. His voice, full of praise, rang out, "Not bad, very obedient. You just need to eat more vegetables to grow faster." The round, pointed head was Tuanzi. Hearing Gauda's praise, Tuanzi was overjoyed and darted to the shore like an arrow. Half of its body was above the water, its front paws gripping the moss-covered rocks, its hind legs splashing joyfully in the water. Then it arched its body, its 2 fins waving up and down like tiny hands, brimming with excitement. Gauda smiled and crouched down, gently stroking the little creature's head with his palm, simultaneously using Beast Bond Plus to communicate with it. A strong sense of pride and a desire for reward emanated from it. The zookeepers at Bibo Garden had told Gauda that the little creature was a picky eater and didn't like vegetables. Upon hearing this, Gauda immediately knew this wouldn't do. He immediately communicated with the little creature, requiring it to eat a sufficient amount of Timothy grass every day. However, Gauda always advocated encouragement and guidance in its education, so during the communication, he didn't force the little creature to eat grass, but instead used a reward system. As long as the little creature ate the required amount of grass each day, he would bring it nutritional supplements. The 2 sides immediately reached an agreement. Gauda used his magic hand to open the box and picked up 2 rainbow trout to feed Tuanzi. Tuanzi excitedly grabbed the gills, pressed its tail down with its front fin, and precisely removed the fine bones with its incisors like a scalpel, making gurgling sounds as it ate. At the same time, it looked at the 2 boxes of rainbow trout with some confusion. Usually there was only 1 box, why was there double today? I brought you an extra box today because in a few days, after I pass my training assessment, you'll be going on a mission with me, Gauda explained. Upon hearing this, Tuanzi immediately arched its back again, patting its chest with its fins, indicating that it was absolutely fine. At its age, it was at its most active and energetic, and had long since found the Azure Wave Pavilion too small and boring, treating missions as outings. Gauda smiled and fed both boxes of rainbow trout to Tuanzi. Despite its small size, Tuanzi had an astonishing appetite. After eating 2 boxes of rainbow trout, it showed no signs of being full. Upon returning to Dorn from Azureboro, God had one more thing to do. He needed to purchase a shop in Dorn. Firstly, to acquire the tree species he needed. This was crucial, as it affected his training progress and the growth of Yuggothera. Secondly, he planned to use the shop as his territory and warehouse to store the supplies he planned to bring from the north. If he could successfully operate the shop, that would be even better, eliminating the need to painfully sell extraordinary materials at half price to merchants. Having been immersed in training recently, and with no return to the north in the near future, God hadn't been in a rush. Now that training was over, purchasing a shop naturally needed to be prioritized. However, buying a good shop in Dorn was no easy task. The difficulty wasn't the exorbitant price, but rather the extremely complicated process. The first stage was finding a suitable shop. This world wasn't like God's previous life, filled with abundant information. Here, truly high-quality shops rarely advertised publicly. Therefore, as an outsider, God was stuck at the very first step. After some thought, God decided to seek help from Melia, his only acquaintance among the Sea Sentinels. "You're planning to buy a shop in Dorn." Melia's first reaction upon hearing God's purpose was disbelief. It was like a poor relative from the countryside suddenly asking for advice on buying a house. Anyone would react the same way. However, Melia possessed high emotional intelligence. After instinctively blurting out a question, she immediately realized it was impolite and skipped it, offering her own answer. "Obtaining information about these shops is difficult if you're not a local or noble, but it's not entirely impossible. Besides on-site reconnaissance, there are two more practical methods. First, you can pay a membership fee to join the Dorn Merchants Guild in Dorn City. Through the guild's intelligence network, you can quickly obtain internal pricing information for shops about to be resold. Second, information is also hidden in the hands of brokers who specialize in this. You should be able to find these brokers by looking in the taverns. The former method is more official. You can obtain information on available properties, which, while not bad, won't be the best. The latter method is more private, making it easier to be scammed, and the cost is relatively higher. The advantage is the probability of obtaining information on truly high-quality shops. It depends on which one you choose." Melia objectively introduced the two methods without offering subjective recommendations to influence God's judgment. "Well, although I've never bought a shop before, I still want to remind you that there are many potential risks involved. You'd better be careful in your judgment, otherwise you might fall into a trap." "How so?" God frowned upon hearing this and asked curiously. "Property disputes and fraud are the most common pitfalls, and there are also some hidden ones. For example, there was a shop transaction scandal in Whitechapel before. The buyer bought a shop in Whitechapel without checking the drainage system, only to find after taking over that the entire street's sewers led directly to the shop's cellar. Ultimately, due to the outbreak of the plague, the buyer lost everything." Similar examples are not numerous, but they are not uncommon. "Thank you for the reminder, I understand," God said seriously. In the end, of the two methods recommended by Melia, God chose the former. The latter method is more suitable for locals familiar with a local culture. As an outsider, it would be easy for him to be cheated if he rashly negotiated with those cunning brokers. Using official channels, his identity as a Sea Sentinel Mage could still be somewhat useful. Considering all this, God went directly to the Dorn General Merchandisers Association, in the city center. After stating his identity as a Sea Sentinel Mage and paying the 5 gold sparrow coin membership fee, he joined without any trouble and obtained a detailed list of shop prices. God first filtered the shops based on price. His expectation was between 300 and 800 gold sparrow coins. Shops in this range were mostly located in middle-class neighborhoods, ordinary brick and stone shops, usually equipped with brass doorbells, carved shelves, and even a basement that could be used as a warehouse. If Gouda wanted to develop a magic material shop business, he should actually choose shops located in the Noble District or Mage District, but it wasn't that he didn't want to. The shops there were simply too expensive. Shops in these areas started at 1,500 gold sparrow coins, with no upper limit. This was simply not something Gouda should consider. Dorn is simply too vast. Even with such a narrow price range, he still had 11 shops recently offered for sale to choose from. After this initial screening, there was still much for God to do before making a final decision. As Melia had warned, there were many potential risks involved in shop transactions, so he needed to scout out the locations beforehand. This task would be extremely time-consuming and energy-intensive, and God wasn't willing to waste his time on it. He chose to solve the problem with money. After listing the 11 shops, he went to the Whitechapel district and hired 11 errand boys. These errand boys were children from impoverished families who looked for temporary work on the streets to supplement their income, such as running errands, cleaning, and carrying things. The cost of hiring them was extremely low, only 50 copper or 1 silver dragon coin per job. God hired them for a week at a flat rate of 7 silver. Their task was simple. For the next week, each of them had to keep a close eye on the shop assigned to them by geode maps, mainly doing 3 things: recording the number of times the shop was used for smoking, checking the shop's sewers at night, and measuring customer flow. Chapter 337. The assessment begins. Kensington, the heart of Dorne. This is the most expensive area in all of Dorne, the residence of nobles and the wealthy. Along the tree-lined avenues stand mansions, constructed of traditional red brick and white stone. Every 10 steps, a magic crystal lamp illuminates the street. As night falls, the lamps light up, creating a shimmering, star-studded spectacle. A carriage pulls up in front of a townhouse. A young man in opulent attire alights, and 3 owls perched on the wrought iron gate, as if startled, suddenly take flight. The heavy oak door opens. The young man enters, and the carriage speeds away. In Kensington, it's forbidden for coachmen to linger at the main entrance of the mansion for more than 3 minutes. The butler is already bowing in the shadows of the entrance hall. The young man doesn't glance at the butler. The delicate, wave-patterned carpet swallows his footsteps. He walked through the 7-meter-high hall, the giant whale oil chandelier hanging from the dome illuminating his cold profile. He ascended the stairs to his room on the 2nd floor, gazing at the bustling street scene through the stained glass windows facing the street. His eyes were looking, but his mind wasn't really paying attention. His fingertips unconsciously caressed his cufflinks. These extraordinary cufflinks, forged from the cold iron of the Swordsea's depths, were engraved with the miniature magic arrays, a task his father had specially commissioned from one of Dorne's most powerful rune architects on the day he advanced to the 2nd circle Mage. Suddenly, a figure appeared at the door. "Young Master Zuaun," the figure greeted respectfully. "You've arrived." Zuaun Burns turned, looking up at the mage in the Sea Sentinel uniform standing in the doorway, and calmly asked, "How did your mission go?" "With the Burns family sending a mage to assist me, the mission went smoothly. I should receive a 2nd-class merit this time," Ulwityi said, his head slightly bowed. Although he shared the same rank as the other man in the Sea Sentinels, he dared not raise his head to look him in the eye, even holding his breath in his presence. Zuaun Burns was a dazzling figure in Dorne, attracting attention from birth. The Burns family had always been small. By the time of Earl Burns, there were only 2 sons. The eldest son, after joining the Sea Sentinels, perished in a sea patrol mission when he encountered a powerful sea monster. 15 years later, Earl Burns had his son, Zuaun Burns. From birth, Zuaun Burns was destined to be the sole heir of the Burns family, destined to inherit the earldom. In addition to this status, Zuaun Burns also possessed exceptional magical talent, already a 2nd circle mage at a young age. If it weren't for Earl Burns's long-standing reluctance to allow Zuaun Burns to join the Sea Sentinels due to his eldest son's past actions, only recently relenting and causing him considerable delay, Zuaun Burns would likely be at least a warrant officer by now. "That's good," Zuaun Burns said casually, looking at the reserved owl. "With a 2nd-class merit, submit your promotion application again, and with a little help from your family, you should be able to be promoted to sergeant this time. Following me was the right choice, wasn't it?" Ul's expression shifted slightly, his hands clenching and unclenching. He considered himself excellent, but after joining the Sea Sentinels, he suddenly realized there were too many outstanding people, and he was utterly insignificant among them. 2 years ago, he almost got expelled from the Sea Sentinels after refusing a noble's offer of service and failing 2 consecutive evaluations. Later, he chose to accept the Burns family's sponsorship and serve them, and was subsequently chosen by Zuaun Burns, who had just joined the Sea Sentinels, to become his personal squire. In just 2 years, he rose from apprentice mage to corporal, and the rank of sergeant was within reach. So, what was wrong with his choice? Ul nodded, both answering Zuaun Burns' question and telling himself, "Yes, following young Master Zuaun was absolutely the best choice I've ever made, but why don't some people understand such a simple truth?" Zuaun Burns asked again, his eyes narrowing slightly. "He was the first mage I actively recruited. If I failed, wouldn't it be incredibly embarrassing?" Ul naturally knew who Zuaun Burns was referring to. He had followed him for 2 years and knew his character well. This was someone who didn't easily show any emotion, who seemed to adhere to so-called aristocratic decorum in everything he did, but was actually very petty in private. In fact, in his opinion, such people were the most terrifying. On the contrary, those who directly expressed their emotions were easier to get along with, at least you knew what they were thinking. But Zuo Burns might be all smiles on the surface, but in reality, he was already plotting how to kill you, making him impossible to guard against. Not everyone can make the right choice, or replied. Zuo Burns calmly said, "My father told me that one tree cannot make a forest, we must learn to utilize talent. A prosperous family must have enough branches to withstand the storms of life, therefore, even if he made the wrong choice, I am willing to give him another chance to correct his mistake." He lowered his head, looking at the parchment on the table, and suddenly said, "Naxi has submitted his initial training assessment application, so fast," or was surprised. "Yes, just as initially assessed, his talent is excellent," or thought for a moment and asked, "Young Master Zuo, who is his assessment opponent?" Zuo Burns raised his head, glancing at her with a hint of appreciation. Wasn't the most talented of the commoner mages sponsored by the family, but he was the most intelligent, which was why he had chosen her. Among the first-class apprentice mages of the Sea Sentinels, in terms of combat ability, Métis is the strongest, Zuo said calmly. "Just be careful, and don't go too far. Teach Métis properly, I understand," or said. Back at his dormitory in the Whitechapel district, Guad found a newly delivered letter in his mailbox. The content was simple, informing him that his application for the assessment had been approved and was scheduled for tomorrow, asking him to prepare and arrive on time. After confirming the time and place, Guad put the letter away. Knowing the format, content, and standards of the assessment, he was confident that passing it wouldn't be difficult, so he didn't feel any nervousness or worry. In fact, even after hundreds or thousands of exams, he had never experienced any negative emotions like nervousness. Exams were a field Guad was extremely familiar with. So, as usual, he practiced his runes and cultivation techniques normally, and then rested. The night passed. The next day, Guad woke up refreshed and, as usual, first had a free breakfast at the cafeteria before leisurely heading to the exam venue. It was very close. Because the exam venue is located in the Collingwood Magic Hall. Although the destructive power of magic is astonishing, the Collingwood Magic Academy, as a training ground for mages, had taken these issues into account during its construction. Not only were the materials used sturdy and durable, but the entire academy was also filled with various alchemical machines and magic arrays, effectively mitigating the aftershocks of spells. It was more than adequate as an examination hall for a first-rank mage. As he approached the entrance of the Collingwood Magic Academy, a tall female mage greeted him. "Gold," Melia greeted, "I heard about your assessment today on the cafeteria's announcement, so I came to observe." The initial training assessment was public. Besides the examiners and instructors, interested Sea Sentinel mages could also come to observe. Gold had already heard about it on the announcement last night while eating in the cafeteria. However, in his opinion, mages were generally very busy, even without missions, they had a lot to do, and not many people would be interested in a newcomer's assessment. Melia came to watch his assessment because she knew him to some extent. It was a form of social behavior. Besides that, there shouldn't be anyone else. However, he quickly realized he was wrong. A very finely crafted, luxurious carriage was approaching at a steady pace and stopped at the entrance of the Collingwood Magic Hall. Zuo Burns stepped down from the carriage. He looked at Gata and said with a smile, "I heard you were taking your exam today, so I came to see. Since you have the confidence to refuse the Burns family's sponsorship, I hope you can deliver a performance worthy of that confidence." Gata hummed in agreement. He wasn't stupid. He knew that although the other party seemed amiable, he was not as simple as he appeared. If he was right, then his exam today might be quite challenging. But even so, he wasn't particularly nervous. This stemmed from his confidence in his own abilities. After greeting him, Zuo Burns walked into the Collingwood Magic Hall on his own. "You go in first too, I'll wait for Master Naxi here," Gata said to Melia beside him. Melia glanced at Gata, hesitated, and finally just nodded, saying, "Okay." Gata waited at the entrance for a while longer, and several more private carriages arrived one after another, stopping at the entrance of the Magic Hall. People dressed in noble attire alighted from the carriages and entered the hall. At this moment, Gata heard a few birds chirping. Looking up, He saw a flock of birds circling atop the clock tower under the clear sky. Finally, the Naxi master arrived in his carriage. As soon as the Naxi master alighted, he glanced at the row of luxurious carriages parked beside the entrance and subconsciously frowned. Then he looked at the birds circling the clock tower and said, "The weather is nice today, and the birds are all out playing. They're quite noisy, don't let them bother you." Goddess smiled and said, "Don't worry, Naxi master, let them chirp. I'll do my thing. Why would a person be affected by the chirping of birds? That's good. Let's go in." The Naxi master led Gouda into the magic hall. As soon as they entered, a young female staff member approached. "Lieutenant Naxi. What can I do for you? Captain Luo invites you to the VIP room for tea. Later, I'll escort him to his assessment," Naxi said after a moment's thought. "Nazi, you can go ahead if you have something to do. It's just a training assessment, I can manage on my own. No need for you to escort me." Naxi hesitated. "Are you sure you're alright on your own? If I need you to escort me even for training assessments, what will I do for future missions? I can't expect you to escort me every time." Gouda laughed. Naxi thought for a moment and said, "Alright." He patted Gouda on the shoulder. "Do your best. I believe in your abilities, I believe in you too," Gouda said. The female staff member gestured. "Lieutenant Naxi, this way please." "Gouda, your assessment area is this way." The two were positioned to the left and right, facing opposite directions. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 338 Victory and Apology. Following the staff's instructions, Gouda entered the examination room. This was a specially designed spell training ground for mages to conduct practical exercises. Upon entering, Gouda found that a dozen or so sea sentinel mages were already standing around the training ground, observing him. Everyone's eyes turned to him upon his arrival. In the center of the training ground stood a burly man, estimated to be at least 2 meters tall and weighing 300 kilograms, also watching him. This burly man was likely Gouda's opponent in this assessment, but his appearance was far too different from that of a traditional mage. His entire physique was unusually bulky and robust, giving the impression of a square wall. Simply standing there was intimidating enough. Your opponent today is Matisse. In terms of both military merit and strength, he's already reached the standard of a corporal-level mage. It's just that because of his volatile temper and his extremely rare skill in close combat, he injured a colleague during a dispute last year. Because of this stain on his record, the Sea Sentinels haven't approved his promotion application, leaving him still at the first-class apprentice mage level. Normally, Matisse wouldn't be chosen as an opponent for the initial training assessment, because he doesn't belong to the typical first-class apprentice mage category. A voice suddenly echoed in Gouda's mind. He looked towards the crowd. Melia was looking at him with some concern. It was she who had used communication to remind Gouda of his opponent's situation. Gouda's gaze shifted to Zuo Wenburns, who was standing not far away. The other man was also looking at him with an ambiguous gaze, making no attempt to hide his mockery. During the assessment, it's normal for someone to accidentally injure another participant. No one will punish or blame you for that. If you're outmatched, don't be stubborn, admit defeat immediately, Melia reminded Gouda. The assessment didn't require defeating the opponent to pass, so even if you concede, it wouldn't mean you failed. Besides, it was just a training assessment. Failing wasn't a big deal. You could train for a while longer and apply again. At most, it would just make your resume look worse with a failed assessment record. Thanks for the reminder, Gouda said, turning his gaze away from Zuo Wenburns and thanking Melia for her reminder. His eyes were perfectly calm. He had already prepared himself mentally after seeing Zuo Wenburns at the entrance, so he wouldn't be too surprised by any unexpected situation. On one side of the spell training field, a long table was set up, where 3 veteran Sea Sentinel mages sat side by side, acting as the examiners for this assessment. God, the Sea Sentinel mage, seated in the center, spoke upon seeing Gaode enter. Yes, Gaode nodded in confirmation. If you're ready, then proceed to the arena. Naxi, led by a staff member, walked towards the VIP room inside the Collingwood Magic Hall. The 6-pointed star magic lamps hanging from the dome of the VIP room emitted a soft glow. On the dark green carpet, behind a long walnut table, A mage dressed in the uniform of a sea sentinel captain sat in a high-backed chair, picking up a bone china tea set and pouring a cup of tea. "Naxi, it's been a long time. You haven't visited me in a while either," Mage roared. Naxi bowed respectfully. "You're busy with your mission." "I didn't dare disturb you," Captain Roar chuckled. "You're still the same as before, overthinking things, always considering others too much. I'm overjoyed that you've come to visit. How could it be a disturbance? Sit." He gestured for Naxi to sit, then pushed the poured tea towards him. "Being a mentor mage isn't easy, is it?" Captain Rawl asked casually. "It's alright. Mages who can join the Sea Sentinels are naturally very talented, so it's not a big deal," Magus Naxi replied. "That's true. When I was your mentor mage, it didn't take much effort," Captain Rawl smiled, then added, "I just didn't expect that after the Yaden incident, you would still be willing to continue as a mentor mage." Upon hearing the name Yaden, Magus Naxi was silent for a moment before slowly saying, "He is indeed the most outstanding mage I have mentored. It's just a pity that one cannot trust someone who isn't a member of the dynasty. You can't condemn an entire group because of one person." Naxi didn't agree with Captain Rawl's assertion. "How many of the nobles in the Holy Empire are actually native citizens?" Captain Rawl looked up and gave Naxi a deep look, his brows furrowed, as if he wanted to refute but didn't know how. "So, do you think this one is trustworthy?" "I don't know," Nash shook his head, "but I don't think his talent is any less than Yaden's. We can't throw the baby out with the bathwater, can we?" he asked Captain Roll seriously, fully understanding what had happened today. Captain Roll thought for a moment and slowly said, "If that's the case, I'd like to meet him." "That's easy. I'll bring him to see you after the assessment." "After the assessment, he might not be able to come to see me," Captain Roll said. Nash raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, instantly understanding something. "Who was his assessment partner today?" "Métis," Captain Roll answered. "Wasn't it original Neon? He had to go on a mission at the last minute, so they sent Métis to fill in," Captain Roll explained calmly. "Captain Roll, how did you get involved with those people?" Nash glanced outside subconsciously, realizing that the assessment should have already started, and finally said helplessly. Captain Roll raised an eyebrow. "I don't like hearing that. However, given what happened with Yaden, it's normal for me to have some prejudice against him. My subordinates wanted to put him through some tougher challenges, so I agreed. Although Métis is reckless, he still knows his limits. Besides, there are examiners watching, so you don't need to worry." Nash picked up his teacup, took a sip, and nodded. "It's not that I'm worried, I just don't want to see you getting involved with those people." "Not worried?" Captain Roll looked at Nash with considerable surprise. "That's Métis, after all." Nash smiled. "Although I don't know him very well, I always feel like he'll surprise me." "If you put it that way, I'm starting to look forward to it." Captain Roll knew Nash's character. He wasn't one to speak without reason. He immediately stood up. "Come on, let's go see his assessment." At the spell training ground, God walked forward, meeting everyone's gaze. The mage named Métis, seeing Geode approach, appeared quite polite, introducing himself in a very rough and deep voice. "Geode, I am Métis, your opponent in the trial. I tend to be a bit heavy-handed. If I accidentally hurt you later, it was unintentional. I apologize in advance. Please don't hold a grudge." He narrowed his eyes slightly, speaking in a seemingly honest tone. Geode didn't reply, but slowly walked to Métis and then slowly raised his head. Because Métis was so burly, standing there like a small mountain, he looked down at Geode. This posture instinctively gave Geode a psychological advantage, as if he were already the victor. But now, he was surprised to find that the other's eyes were too calm, even cold, without a trace of emotion. He didn't understand why Geode could be so calm, but a strange anger subconsciously surged within him. Both Geode's calmness and silence, in his eyes, were a form of disrespect. According to the rules, the assessment could begin once Geode entered and the two made eye contact. Métis appeared rugged and honest, but his personality was completely at odds with his appearance. He was inherently violent and petty. Therefore, Métis launched an attack without hesitation. The muscles in his arms instantly bulged, like taut ropes, while simultaneously radiating magical light. The next instant, grayish-white rock spikes burst from his fleshy hands, and the magical light covered the flesh with a layer of granite, transforming it into fist-shaped stones. Stone Fist, a first circle transmutation spell, could turn hands into living stone, making unarmed attacks exceptionally deadly. "Fighting me," and daring to get so close, is simply courting death, Métis thought to himself, as he mercilessly smashed his fists towards Geode's head. The fists whistled through the air, like two cannonballs. If hit, the consequences would be unimaginable. For mages, the lower their level, the greater their advantage becomes when skilled in melee combat. This is because as a mage's level increases, their spells become more diverse, making melee combat increasingly less effective. Therefore, while Métis's combat prowess is widely acknowledged among the Sea Sentinels, he isn't highly valued in the first ring because his tainted record hinders his promotion, a sign that the higher-ups don't see his potential. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so strict with truly talented individuals. Métis used all his strength in this punch. Although he may seem simple-minded, he is actually quite perceptive. God's calm gaze gave him a bad feeling, so he didn't underestimate the fight and even harbored a slight intention to ambush. If this cannon punch landed, even if God reacted and cast a defensive spell, he would be on the defensive, unable to find an opportunity to counterattack. At this level, no mage can cast spells faster than Métis's punches. Under Métis's relentless onslaught, God could only serve as a punching bag. Even with all his abilities, God couldn't replicate this performance, and he would inevitably fail the test. He might even be severely injured before he could even admit defeat. This was Métis's original plan. However, what he didn't expect was that God seemed to have anticipated this sudden attack. He instantly activated Wolf Speed Plus, and with a quick sidestep, he dodged Métis's powerful punch. Indeed, he had anticipated it. Perception of Emotions Plus, Prophecy, First Ring. You adjust your senses to receive the emotions of others for a period of time, up to 10 minutes. The moment God saw Métis, he activated Perception of Emotions Plus, to confirm the nature of the test. Through Perception of Emotions Plus, God sensed Métis's overwhelming malice and violence. Therefore, he didn't respond to the other's greeting. A person full of malice is an enemy, and God felt there was no need for pretense with an enemy. At this moment, God was in a state of extreme concentration. This was a result of special training combined with the enhancement of the ninja body buff. In this state, God possessed extremely proficient mobile spellcasting abilities. He pointed his finger forward. A point of light appeared beneath Métis's clothing on his chest, then quickly spread outwards, transforming into a strangely shaped, mysteriously complex totem. A rare first ring spell, Hunter's Mark Plus. However, due to the concealment of his clothing, the others did not notice the appearance of this totem. At this moment, Métis had already transformed his fist into a hammer, striking God's neck. Facing this blow, God seemed to be caught off guard, making no attempt to dodge. Upon seeing this, Métis revealed a ferocious smile. Buzz! The next instant, Métis felt as if his fist had struck an iron shield. It was Mage armor. Métis reacted instantly, surprised by the speed and luck of his opponent's casting. The Mage armor had been activated just before his palm strike landed. It looked incredibly dangerous, but it was actually entirely under God's control. His Liamen magic network wasn't fully completed, but the magic pathways connecting his limbs to his magical galaxy were already established. Therefore, his casting speed was now even faster than before. Moreover, he wasn't using ordinary Mage armor, but Mage armor plus. Additional effect: while Mage armor is active, the force field will act like real armor, causing a physical recoil to the attacker when the target receives a direct physical attack. Métis's punch was delivered with full force, making the recoil from the Mage armor exceptionally powerful. His palms, enhanced by the stone fist technique, were as hard as granite, so they wouldn't suffer any damage. However, the intense recoil force traveled from his palms to his arms and then throughout his body, making him slightly dizzy. Even so, his movements only paused slightly before he skillfully adjusted his breathing, preparing to exert force again. Métis's combat ability, at least at the first level, was widely recognized as strong. However, in that extremely brief gap, God's next spell was already cast. A small area of ground centered on Métis's feet suddenly shimmered with a swampy, dark brown sheen, Grease Plus. Under the effect of the grease spell, the ground within that 10-foot area instantly came alive, rippling with translucent, gelatinous ripples. Métis's feet sank into the oil layer, making movement difficult. A little trick, Métis thought to himself. Grease was a very common first-level spell. If this could stump him, he wouldn't have such a reputation among the Sea Sentinels. Moreover, There are many ways to counter the grease spell. The most common is the jump spell. Because the grease spell's range is very small, only a small area of 10 feet. With the help of a jump spell, a mage can easily jump out of the grease spell's range. And Matisse did just that. He cast the jump spell on himself at an extremely fast speed, and then jumped out of the grease spell's range with an extremely agile posture. But just as he was about to make his next move, he saw God give him an extremely strange smile. What's that for? Enraged, Matisse took a step forward, wanting to launch another attack, but his foot slipped, and he stumbled, almost falling. After finally regaining his balance, the next moment, still confused, Matisse saw God snap his fingers. What does that mean? Before his mind could even process it, Matisse felt a strong burning sensation coming from his feet. Looking down, he saw that his shoes were on fire. What happened? Grease spell plus extra. The grease in the area will stain objects entering the area and last for 1 hour. Although Matisse escaped the grease's range, the grease still clung to the soles of his shoes, causing him to nearly slip and fall. The flammable grease allowed God to easily ignite Matisse's feet with a single ignite spell. Normally, this fire damage wouldn't be fatal. However, the problem was that God had preemptively cast a rare first-level spell on Matisse, Hunter's Mark Plus, which increased damage. This meant that Matisse was now taking damage from both a ignite fire and the additional damage from Hunter's Mark Plus. This made it exceptionally dangerous. But God wasn't going to stop there. With a thought, another spell was activated, Swarm Spawn Plus. Swarms of tiny insects instantly appeared on Matisse's body, like a black tide. These insects caused only minor poison damage, their main advantage being their ability to inflict negative effects, such as paralysis. But with a Hunter's Mark Plus buff, this minor but frequent poison damage instantly became formidable. In the blink of an eye, Matisse felt excruciating pain throughout his body, his consciousness blurring. At this point, God had already won. But he didn't stop. He took a step forward, his fingernails lengthening and becoming exceptionally sharp, cat claw technique. Swish. 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 Several claws swept across Matisse's face, tearing his skin to a bloody pulp. It all happened so fast that Matisse couldn't even utter a sound. It wasn't until Matisse's face was completely mangled by God that the three examiners reacted. Stop, the examiner in the middle shouted. In that instant, God, whose attack had been so ferocious just moments before, immediately stopped and lowered his hands. Matisse's burly body collapsed with a thud, clutching his bloodied face and howling in agony. My name is Gouda. I hit you rather hard and didn't control myself. I hurt you without any intention. I'm sorry, please don't hold it against me. Gouda dispelled his spell, patted his sleeves as if straightening slightly wrinkled clothes, and then calmly apologized to Matisse, who was rolling on the ground. Chapter 339 Choice. The vast spell training ground fell silent for a moment. After a while, the quiet was broken by increasingly rapid breathing. How could you be so brutal to your colleague? AC Sentinel Mage, whom Gouda didn't recognize, stepped forward and demanded sharply. The battle was intense. I couldn't stop myself. I apologized to him, Gouda replied calmly, looking at the unfamiliar Sea Sentinel Mage. The man's expression darkened upon hearing this, and he continued, an apology is enough. If it wasn't, why did he apologize to me beforehand? Gouda asked, surprised. Training assessments are supposed to simulate real combat. Injuries are common. When did it become your place to criticize? The man was about to say something more when a deep voice rang out. Captain Rahl, dressed in a Sea Sentinel captain's uniform, had appeared in the spell training ground at some point, accompanied by the mage Naxi, who nodded slightly to Gouda. Captain Rahl's words silenced the Sea Sentinel Mage, who slunk away, head bowed. Announce the results, he said, looking at the three examiners. The three examiners exchanged glances, and finally the one in the middle stood up and announced, second-class apprentice mage, God, defeated his candidate, Matisse, during the training assessment. No scoring is required, he is directly deemed to have passed. The training assessment didn't require defeating the candidate, a passing score was sufficient. However, defeating the candidate guaranteed immediate passage. This was the unspoken rule. The assessment was over, and the results announced. The observing Sea Sentinel mages had no reason to linger and left. Zuo Wenburns glanced at God calmly, but the gloom in his eyes was impossible to conceal. He was furious, not at the extent of Mateus's defeat at God's hands. After all, Mateus was merely a tool to him, not even one of his own, so he didn't care whether Mateus got hurt or not. Zuawan Burns was furious because he had failed twice with Gaod. He failed to recruit Gaod the first time, and now he had failed to inflict any damage. This was unacceptable to Zuawan Burns, who had always had a smooth life and could get whatever he wanted. Furious as he was, Zuawan Burns didn't say much. However, this didn't mean he had no designs on Gaod. Rather, he considered verbal threats the lowest and most useless tactic. Besides making the other party worry and showing his own incompetence, it was meaningless. Besides, it was just passing the assessment. The real test was the upcoming missions and annual evaluations. Then, Gaod would understand that no matter how talented a person was, they were nothing in the face of the powerful foundation of a noble family. "Congratulations," said the Mage Naxi, stepping forward. "Thank you for your careful guidance, Venerable Naxi," God said, bowing slightly to Venerable Naxi. Captain Ra watched silently, giving a barely perceptible nod. He and Venerable Naxi had entered the fray during Gaod's battle with Mateus. Captain Ra highly praised Gaod's performance, his use of magic, and his on-the-spot reactions. However, Gaod's ruthless act towards Mateus after already winning, even knowing that Mateus had ill intentions, still made Captain Ra wonder, could this be a violent mage? Could he be a second Yaden? Gaod's respect for Venerable Naxi, while not completely trusting Gaod's character, at least showed Captain Ra some positive qualities. "Take him away and take him to the Holy Healing Center." Captain Ra waved his hand and ordered. The staff present suddenly realized what was happening and rushed forward to carry the still groaning Mateus away from the spell training ground. "The training assessment is over. You can go back now. Come see me with Nash later. I was Nash's mentor when he first joined the Sea Sentinels, so I'm considered your senior," Captain Ra said. "Okay," God replied, then nodded slightly to the three examiners to express his gratitude before walking out. God, he had just stepped out of the Collingwood spell hall when he heard someone calling his name. Looking in the direction of the voice, he saw Melia. "You're amazing," Melia excitedly waved her fist, as if she herself had defeated Mateus, exclaiming in an extremely high-pitched voice, "That's Mateus. He's a tyrant among our Sea Sentinels' first-ring mages, and you defeated him so easily. Thanks for the reminder today," God smiled. After joining the Sea Sentinels, he received both inexplicable malice and much goodwill. For example, from the Mage Naxi, and from Melia. Melia was about to say something when another person approached. It was Or, Zuawan Burns's henchman. "Gold," Or said, looking at Gold with a complex expression. "What is it?" Gold asked calmly. "I understand what you're thinking. You're probably very confident, believing you can defeat the renowned Mateus on your own. If I were you, I would definitely think the same way," he sighed and continued, "but you must understand, you only defeated Mateus, not the Burns family." Ol's tone became very serious. "A mage with your talent, yet of commoner origin, and from another country at that, wanting to peacefully carry out missions and train among the Sea Sentinels, let me tell you, that's simply impossible. Many eyes will be watching you, forcing you to make choices. Talent, no matter how good, is just talent. If you don't make choices, you'll be targeted, and this isn't something you can stop with your talent alone. No one has ever been an exception, not even Yaden, whom the Mage Naxi mentored. He was the most talented mage we Sea Sentinels had recruited in the past 30 years, but in the end, he couldn't withstand the suppression from the nobles, which was the fuse that led to his betrayal of the Golden Flower. It seemed this was a taboo subject." Or stopped mid-sentence, realizing something. "Did Zuawan Burns send you to tell me this?" God asked. "No," Or was taken aback, completely unexpected that God was concerned about this after all he had said. "Are you finished?" "I'm finished," God looked at Or. "Just because there has never been an exception doesn't mean there never will be. It's simple, I'll be the exception." He turned away, no longer looking at Or, and walked forward, speaking as he went. Or silently watched God's back recede into the distance. After a while, Melia's voice suddenly came. "If he succeeds, at least it will give mages like you a visible way out. Isn't that a good thing?" All gritted his teeth, unconvinced. "How could that be? Mage Melia, you are also of noble birth. You should know that the situation of the dynasty is no longer something that can be changed by one or two people." Melia waved her hand. "I dare not accept that title. My father is just a knight. How could I dare to call myself a noble, At least to me, I am a noble. I'm not going to talk to you about this. Melia shook her head, feeling rather bored, and left on her own. In the Whitechapel district. Inside a restaurant. 11 teenagers wearing gray and brown short jackets sat around a long wooden bench at a large table. These were the errand boys hired by God to keep watch on the shops. The burlap cuffs of the errand boys were covered with coal dust and brown stains, proof that they had been staking out chimneys and searching sewers. Every other day, these errand boys would report their scouting results to God. Geode Maps would then compile the reports from the deliverymen onto parchment, creating a visual and intuitive table for easy analysis. Shop number 1, a tea shop, is described by the seller as having an excellent location and decent business, but the seller is preparing to return to their hometown and is reluctantly transferring the business. However, based on observations, this shop only burns smoke 4 times in 3 days, averaging less than twice a day. This either indicates poor business and short operating hours, or it's on the verge of bankruptcy. Shop number 3 is a bakery, burning smoke 19 times in 3 days, averaging 6 times a day. Bakeries need to bake bread continuously, so frequent burning smoke suggests a thriving business, and the deliveryman's observations indicate a significant customer flow. However, one detail is observed: the bakery's emissions are minimal, and there's no weed aroma in the chimney ash. It's highly likely that the owner, on the verge of bankruptcy, is deliberately burning smoke frequently while hiring people to pose as customers, creating the illusion of high foot traffic to sell the struggling shop at a high price typically reserved for prime locations. The number of times the smoke is burned at shop number 5 matches perfectly: once in the morning, once at noon, and once in the evening. However, after the errand boy responsible for monitoring this shop poured lime powder into the chimney, traces of lime were found spraying out in the flue of a crematorium furnace in a funeral home a block away. It's highly likely a shared flue. Calling it a prime location is probably just an illegal workshop or a tool for fraud. Gada looked at the data he had listed in the table, eliminating shops one by one. He quickly crossed out 3 suspicious shops based on the available information. Of the remaining 8 shops, he focused on 3. One was located in the North District, originally a herbal medicine shop, but it was on the verge of bankruptcy due to poor management, and the owner decided to sell the shop. The North District was the area where the magical plant shops were concentrated, as mentioned by the young guide Gauda had hired when he first arrived in Dorne. Most of Dorne's magical plant gardens were located there. This herbal medicine shop was on the verge of bankruptcy because of its poor location, near the mud marsh and mushroom flat, where it was severely squeezed out of customers. Considering this issue, this herbalist shop has been listed for a month without a sale, and the price has dropped from the initial 550 golden bird coins to the current 500 golden bird coins. The advantage of buying a shop here is that it facilitates Geode's acquisition of tree seeds. The disadvantage is the poor location. Facing competition from the 2 major magical plant shops, it won't be easy to make the shop successful. Although Geode doesn't plan to continue with herbalist shops and prefers magical material shops, the North District is a cluster of magical plant shops. Opening a magical material shop in such a place is like opening a hardware store in a food street. It inherently doesn't meet the needs of a stable customer base, and is somewhat suicidal. The second shop is located on Dizo Street in the East District, a street-facing general store. The shop is a 2-story structure. The first floor is the street-facing shop for business, and the second floor is a residential area, connected by an internal staircase. The owner is selling the shop because it was originally a traditional family-run retail store. The owner's son refused to take over the traditional business and went to work in a factory, leaving the shop without a successor. The owner is also getting old, so he is considering selling the shop. Furthermore, in recent years, several large chain general stores have sprung up in Dorne, seizing market share through daily low-price strategies. Traditional family-run retail stores struggle to compete with this competition. Since Gauda plans to transform it into a magic material store, he doesn't need to worry about competition from large chain stores, so this drawback isn't a concern. His main concern is that Troll Skull Alley, the black market, is located on Desilin Street, near this general store. This means that Desilin Street already has many mages who need to buy or sell extraordinary materials and don't want to leave a trace. These mages only care about the quality of the materials, not their origin. This perfectly matches Gauda's situation. If he were in the magic material business, most of his materials would be brought directly from the north, making their origin somewhat dubious. This general store is asking for 650 goldfinch coins. Since the business isn't yet on the verge of collapse, there's relatively little room for negotiation. Thinking this, Gata circled the area behind the general store, marking it as a key area for observation. The third shop, also located in the East District, was also a family-run general store forced to sell after being squeezed out of the market by large chain stores. However, it was on a different street, 3 streets away from Dizo's shop. Compared to the second shop, its advantage was its lower price of only 450 goldfinch coins, with even room for negotiation. The disadvantage was that the potential market for a magic material shop was far less than that of the former, which was adjacent to Troll Skull Alley. Gata calculated his savings. 271 goldfinch coins plus 7 silver dragon coins. This amount was not enough to buy any shop. To buy a shop, he would have to return to the north and bring back some extraordinary materials to sell in order to accumulate enough money. Now that he had joined the Sea Sentinels, selling extraordinary materials required some consideration and could no longer be as casual as before. After entering the system, one very important point was to ensure a clean and unblemished resume. If he suddenly acquired a quantity of extraordinary materials of dubious origin, given that he was still from the province of Zinnan, he would easily be suspected of being a spy, and Gata had no doubt about the Sea Sentinel's intelligence-gathering capabilities regarding the mages within the organization. His reason for opening the magical materials shop was precisely to legitimize his acquisition of extraordinary materials from the north. Chapter 340, Disguise, and the Exorcism of the Water Beast. After identifying the 3 key shops to focus on, Gata immediately instructed the errand runners who were monitoring the other shops to shift their attention to these 3. After settling the runners' daily wages, he left. Gata already had a preliminary plan in mind. Passing the training assessment smoothly meant he could now earn military merits by taking on missions. Gata's idea was simple. First, accept a mission located outside Dorne, using the mission as an opportunity to temporarily leave Dorne. While carrying out a mission, he could use astral teleportation to return to the north and retrieve some extraordinary materials from Phoenix to exchange for the funds needed to purchase the shops. However, even if he sold extraordinary materials in a city outside Dorne, the Sea Sentinels could easily find traces if they wanted to. Therefore, some disguise would be necessary during the transaction. According to Gata's plan, it would be best to obtain the recipe for the disguise spell and master it as soon as possible. Ordinary disguises are nowhere near as direct and effective as magic. And it's not just in trade, there are many other uses for disguise in daily life. Therefore, after leaving the restaurant, Gata headed straight for the Arcane Vault, an official facility of Dorne City. The Dorne Arcane Vault is located in the heart of Dorne City's bustling city center, specifically on Regent Street, the most vibrant part of the city. Generally, the spell recipes offered for sale by the authorities are common spell recipes, usually general-purpose and utility spells without any offensive capabilities. This is why Gata hadn't been in a hurry to buy spell recipes since arriving in Dorne City. In a world where knowledge is monopolized, knowledge that can be sold isn't very valuable. Rare spells or damaging spells are absolutely not for sale. However, disguise is merely an illusion-based utility spell, so there's still a chance to buy it in the Arcane Vault. To Gata's disappointment, although the Arcane Vault offered over 10 First Circle spell recipes, it conspicuously lacked disguise. However, since he was already there, Gata decided to acquire Quick Dig and Comfortable Sleep, which he hadn't yet mastered. Quick Dig, Alteration, Circle 1, you can dig and move dirt, dust, and sand up to a cube with sides up to 5 feet. If you are buried, you can clear a 5-foot square area around your body. Besides this common use, this spell can also dig a 5-foot deep pit under a creature's feet. Medium or smaller creatures on top of the pit will fall unless they react in time. When a large pit is dug with a spell, you can choose to violently eject the excavated gravel and debris upwards. This cloud of smoke will provide temporary cover to the excavated area and adjacent areas. The Quick Dig spell has no effect on hard rock or earth elementals. Comfortable Sleep, Necromancer, First Ring. You may cast this spell when you are about to rest. When affected by the spell, the recipient will enjoy a peaceful and comfortable sleep. During comfortable sleep, the recipient's natural healing rate is doubled. Any interruption during rest, such as being awakened, will terminate the spell's effect on the awakened recipient. Healing from comfortable sleep is considered natural healing and has no effect on magical healing. This is one of 2 utility spells. The latter should definitely be included in the essential spell collection for home and travel. Aside from the doubled natural healing rate, the fact that it allows the recipient to enter a comfortable sleep state painlessly and without side effects is already quite remarkable. As a modern person, Gata understands the importance of sleep quality very well. Even mages, despite their extraordinary powers, are still human and suffer from insomnia. A sleep spell with no side effects, what more can be said? Learn it thoroughly. As for quick digging, Gata personally probably won't use it much. For the North, and for Phoenix, this was a game-changing technique that accelerated infrastructure development and farming. They had to acquire it. One convenient thing about big cities is that these common spell recipes are usually sold with corresponding pre-mixed potions, which buyers can choose to add as needed. Since there were ready-made potions, Gauda naturally bought them all together. It's worth noting that the spell recipes alone cost 25 gold sparrow coins, and the corresponding potions alone cost 42 gold sparrow coins. But if bought together, they only cost 65 gold sparrow coins, a discount of 2 gold. 2 spell recipes plus potions cost Gauda another 130 gold. That's equivalent to a quarter of the price of a shop. Besides the difficulty of constructing spell models, the learning cost is a major limitation for mages learning spells. This is one of the reasons why it's difficult for commoner mages to rise in rank. The mage profession, besides requiring talent, is also incredibly expensive. Unless you're a noble, how can you afford to spend so much money? Unable to purchase the disguise technique, Gauda had to give up for the time being and return to his dormitory to continue his daily practice and learning of the new spell. The next morning, just as sunlight filtered through the dappled leaves onto the street, he was summoned by the mage Nash. Yesterday, Captain Roar had asked Gauda to accompany Nash to see him sometime, and the mage had chosen today. They arrived by carriage at Captain Roar's mansion, a typical Dornish building, large in scale, multi-story, with prominent towers, and red brick walls adorned with intricately patterned plasterwork and colorful glazed tiles. At the cast iron gate, Gauda and the mage Nash alighted from the carriage. Led by a butler in a black uniform and white gloves who was already waiting at the entrance, they walked along a cobblestone path to the spacious and bright drawing room, where they met Captain Roar. He was standing by the window, admiring the view of the small garden outside. Hearing footsteps, he slowly turned around. Master Roar, Master Nash stepped forward, bowing slightly, his tone respectful. Captain Roar, God followed suit. Captain Roar smiled, glanced at God, and then said, Nash is your mentor, and I was Nash's mentor in the past. Because of this connection, I had Nash bring you here to meet me. God, this is our first formal meeting. As an elder, I should prepare a gift for you, but I think you would prefer a gift tailored to your needs. So, he paused slightly, is there anything you need? Extraordinary equipment, potions, or something else? God didn't answer immediately, but instead turned to look at Master Nash. Naxi the sorcerer smiled slightly at Gauda. This is a gift from Master Luower, a token of my respect for this junior. Don't be shy. Just let me know if you need anything. Gauda thought for a moment, then hesitantly asked, would a spell recipe work? Of course, but anything too rare, even I wouldn't readily pass on to outsiders, Captain Luower stated beforehand. Gauda's spirits lifted upon hearing this, and he quickly asked, would a disguise spell recipe work? The disguise spell recipe wasn't common, but it certainly wasn't rare either, so it was highly likely it would work. And indeed it did. Captain Luower gave an order to the steward behind him, and after a while, the steward returned carrying a parchment scroll. He approached Gauda, bowed slightly, and handed him the scroll. Gauda nodded his thanks to the steward, accepted the scroll, and bowed to Captain Roll in gratitude. Thank you, Captain Roll. Captain Roll smiled and said, disguise itself isn't a rare spell, but for us sea sentinel mages who frequently need to go out on missions, it's quite useful. In many cases, it's even more practical than damage spells. However, it's also easily used by mages with ulterior motives for nefarious purposes or to create chaos. For this reason, the authorities have listed disguise as a controlled spell. You've got good foresight, kid. No wonder he didn't see disguise in the Dorn Arcane Vault. Gauda suddenly understood. After presenting the gift, Captain Roll chatted with a mage Nash, occasionally offering Gauda a few tips on things to be aware of or certain secrets while serving as a sea sentinel. The most useful point was, always be realistic about your abilities when accepting missions. According to Captain Roar, a single failed mission, on one's resume cannot be offset by 10 successful ones. He also subtly implied, some people use this to suppress their colleagues. You must be careful when accepting missions. Although Captain Rohr phrased it delicately, Gata instantly understood his meaning. Nobles might commission seemingly ordinary but actually deceptive trap missions from the Sea Sentinels. Accepting such a mission would likely result in being tricked. But don't worry, all our Sea Sentinel extermination missions undergo prior assessment and evaluation. We rarely encounter missions that are completely impossible to complete, Captain Rohr added. If such a mission does occur, even if it fails, after review and evaluation, it will be considered that the mission intelligence was incorrect, not recorded as a mission failure on your resume. Gata nodded slightly. The Sea Sentinels' meaning was simple. If their extermination missions were more difficult than the intelligence indicated, that was normal. Failing to complete them was a matter of your ability. But if it's too much, then it's none of your business. After chatting for almost half an hour, Nazi took his leave. Are you going back? After the two left Captain Rohl's residence and called for a carriage, the mage Nazi asked. God thought for a moment and unfolded the spell formula he had just obtained from Captain Rohl. Disguise, illusion, first ring. You alter yourself and all your belongings, including clothing, armor, and weapons. The effect ends when the spell terminates, 1 hour, or when you actively cancel it. To the naked eye, your height can increase or decrease by 1 foot, and your physique can be fat, thin, or well-proportioned, but you cannot change the shape of your body, so your transformed appearance must have limbs or similar physiological structures. The changes produced by the spell cannot be detected by physical inspection. For example, if you use this spell to add a hat, then real objects will pass through the hat, and anyone who touches the hat will not touch anything or will touch your head and hair. If you use this spell to make yourself thinner, and someone touches you, their hand will look like they are touching thin air. His gaze swept quickly across the spell's effects, landing on the spell potion recipe below. He then noticed that while the disguise spell was controlled and difficult to obtain, the raw materials needed for its potion were relatively common and easy to acquire. I'm going to the magic supply shop first to buy the raw materials needed for the disguise spell potion, then I'll give you a ride. Get in the car, said the mage Naxi. Having a ride available, Gata didn't stand on ceremony with the mage Naxi and readily agreed. After getting in the car, Naxi thought for a moment and then spoke to Gauda. The reason why Mage Rohl gave you a greeting gift is only a small part because he was once my mentor. The more important reason is that during your training assessment, knowing that your assessment candidate had been changed at the last minute, he still called away me, the only one who could speak up for you. This is actually a kind of apology. Of course, given his status, the word apology wouldn't be appropriate for you, so it's called a greeting gift, but the meaning is the same. I see. Gata finally understood why Captain Rohl had been so generous to him. After all, a simple first-level spell recipe costs as much as 25 gold, let alone a controlled spell like disguise. Without even visiting several shops, Gata bought all the raw materials needed for the disguise spell potion at the first magic material shop, spending another 43 goldfinch coins. After saying goodbye to the mage Naxi, he thought for a moment and decided not to go back, but instead went to the Sea Abyss White Tower. Entering the first floor hall of the Mage Tower, Gata went to the crystal board. Since he was already out, he might as well see if there were any suitable quests. Because military merits could be exchanged for many good things and were also related to the most important year-end evaluation, there was a lot of competition among the Sea Sentinel mages. Everyone was scrambling to accept and complete quests. Under normal circumstances, an extermination quest would be taken within 1 to 3 days at most. Some easy quests would even be gone instantly. This resulted in the quests listed on the crystal board appearing rather sparse, with very few available. The level of a first-ring mage limits the range of quests Gata can accept. So, he scanned the list almost to the bottom without finding a single quest he could take. Competition must exist from the moment he started accepting quests. If what he thought was true, those noble mages would definitely have arrangements at the Mage Tower, able to find and accept suitable extermination quests immediately. Commoner mages like him, who refused recruitment, would only be left with the leftovers. Gata pondered this while browsing the quest list. Finally, at the very end of the crystal panel, he saw a quest he could accept: Lagos City Water Beast Extermination, Location, Marcaco District, Lagos City. Specific situation. Residents of Marcaco District have repeatedly reported finding swarms of demonic octopuses and rotting water salamanders in the water. severely impacting their daily lives. Mages are required to carry out extermination. Note: demonic octopuses and rotting water salamanders are low-level water beasts. Even their leaders are generally no stronger than first-rank mages. Task difficulty: low. Any first-rank mage can accept this task. It's a water beast extermination task, specifically a first-rank water beast extermination and clearing task, which should be the simplest and most common task. However, Gata didn't accept the task immediately. Because the tasks on the crystal board are arranged in chronological order of publication, this meant that this task was the earliest published among all the tasks listed on the crystal board. He glanced at the publication time again. It was 7 days ago. Why has such a seemingly simple task remained unaccepted for 7 days? There's probably something hidden behind this task. With Captain Rawls' advice beforehand, Gata dared not act rashly. Chapter 341: The Essence and the Marco Polo Zone. If you don't understand, ask. This was the first thing Gata's parents told him before he started school in his previous life. And that's exactly what he did. Since the Lagos City Water Beast expulsion quest had been posted for 7 days and hadn't been taken by any other Sea Sentinel mages, Gata wasn't worried about it being snatched away anytime soon. He chose to leave the Sea Abyss White Tower first, figure out the specifics of the quest, and then consider whether to accept it. Among the Sea Sentinels, aside from connections, the only people Gata could truly call acquaintances were Melia and the Mage Naxi. He naturally felt awkward bothering the Mage Naxi with this matter. So, he only had one choice left. "Come in," Melia said, opening the door. She was slightly surprised to see Gata suddenly visit, but still very politely welcomed him in and thoughtfully brewed him a cup of fine black tea. "I'm sorry to bother you again," Gata said, feeling a little embarrassed. He had just troubled her a few days ago with the matter of purchasing a shop. "It's nothing," Melia smiled slightly, pushing the teacup towards Gata with a friendly air. "Is there something you need this time? After passing the assessment, I'm planning to take on a mission to earn military merits." Gata didn't beat around the bush and directly voiced his question. "Oh, you mean the Lagos City Water Beast expulsion mission?" Melia's tone trailed off slightly. "Your judgment is correct. This mission is indeed not as simple as it seems." She paused briefly, thought carefully, and organized her thoughts before continuing. "However, it's not what you think. It's actually a regular mission, not a trap set by nobles to ensnare people." Melia shrugged. "If it were a trap mission, and no one has taken it after so long, that trap would be a complete failure. Then what's the reason that such a regular mission has been posted for so long without anyone wanting to take it?" Hearing Melia's words, Gata became even more curious. "It's because the mission itself has a very low cost effectiveness," Melia explained, taking a sip of her tea to moisten her throat before continuing. "This mission isn't actually being posted for the first time. The demonic octopuses and rotting salamanders in the Marcaco district are like roadside weeds, extremely resilient. You just manage to drive away a batch, and they'll reappear in a few days. So, the Lagos City Water Beast extermination mission is basically posted every 3 or 4 months. The main reason people are unwilling to take on this mission is that the Marcaco district is too complicated. Nobody likes going there." Melia spread her hands, helplessly saying, "But once a mission is posted, it must be completed. If no one is willing to take it, someone from above will be designated to complete it. The most recent Lagos City Water Beast extermination missions have all been completed by mages designated from above." "Too complicated? What do you mean?" Gata pressed, as this geographical and regional knowledge was precisely where he was lacking, being an outsider. Melia sighed softly, then explained the details to Gata. "Years ago, Lagos City discovered abundant and precious spiritual marrow resources. Spiritual marrow is a viscous, silvery blue gel-like substance that displays starlight-like spots on its surface upon contact with air, naturally stored within underground crystal clusters known as psionic crystals. Each drop of spiritual marrow contains the equivalent of 3 days of meditation for a fourth circle mage. After purification and refinement, it can be used as a high-level energy source to power golems and alchemical machines. Alternatively, it can be used as a raw material to concoct spiritual fuel, a highly coveted cultivation aid for mages, rapidly increasing their mana. In short, its uses are exceptionally wide-ranging, making it an extremely precious resource. The discovery of spiritual marrow brought unprecedented development opportunities to Lagos City. It rapidly rose to prominence, attracting numerous merchants eager to profit, and creating many jobs. Consequently, Countless poor people flocked to Lagos City from all over Biro County to seek a living. In a short time, Lagos City's population surged. It even became the second largest city in Byron County, second only to Dorn City in both population and economic prosperity. However, Lagos City, originally a traditional agricultural and fishing city, was already densely populated. The influx of so many outsiders quickly made it overcrowded, and its existing infrastructure was overwhelmed. Housing shortages, deteriorating sanitation, and a lack of public resources followed one after another. Initially, Lagos City needed these cheap laborers to mine spirit marrow. Seeing the continuous production of spirit marrow and the enormous wealth, their greed was satisfied, and they tolerated the city's chaos. But spirit marrow resources are finite. With continuous mining, the resources gradually dried up, and the blue glowing spirit energy crystals became increasingly rare. Lagos City no longer needed so many laborers, and many poor people gradually lost their jobs. However, they did not leave Lagos City. Having lived there for many years, they had become accustomed to it and had nowhere else to go. However, without the spiritual essence, the overcrowding, chaos, and filth created by these outsiders gradually became unbearable for the city's nobles. So, these nobles, in conjunction with the city council, ordered these outsiders without Lagos City residency to move out of Lagos as soon as possible. These homeless poor people were powerless to resist this order. Left with no other choice, they fled to the desolate northern bay of Lagos. There, they built bamboo rafts and shacks, settling down. Subsequently, more and more people flocked to this area, building their homes on the water. Over time, the originally sparse shacks and bamboo rafts became denser, eventually forming a large floating slum community, the Makoko district. Due to the lack of official management and supervision, the Makoko district was in a state of disorder and chaos from its inception. The shacks and bamboo rafts here were built haphazardly and without any planning whatsoever. In some places, the shacks are tightly connected, with narrow passages allowing only one person to pass sideways. In others, bamboo rafts are haphazardly pieced together, uneven and without any pattern. These shacks and rafts connect to form a vast, intricate, and labyrinthine floating community, where outsiders can easily lose their way. Because the Makoko district was a self-organized community rather than an officially constructed one, there were no supporting facilities. There was no clean drinking water, no sanitary toilets, and no garbage disposal. The residents of Makoko dumped their garbage, sewage, and even excrement directly into the water. Worn-out clothes, rotting food, and foul-smelling excrement floated everywhere with the current. Therefore, the sight and smell of Makoko district were truly appalling. From a distance, the various kinds of garbage floating on the water were shocking. Up close, the pungent stench was almost suffocating. To make matters worse, Lagos City, partly for convenience and partly to drive away the poor living in the Makoko district, directly discharged its sewage into the northern bay waters where the district was located through underground pipes. The massive influx of urban sewage completely destroyed the already fragile ecosystem. With these multiple negative effects combined, the waters of the Makoko district were now murky black, often covered with a thick layer of oil. Even the most resilient aquatic beasts couldn't tolerate such conditions, and the creatures that originally inhabited these waters fled. Only the demon octopus and the putrid water salamander, two aquatic beasts that thrive in putrid environments, remained, breeding and multiplying in the filthy waters. And to drive away and exterminate these sea beasts, entering the water was inevitable. Given the state of the waters in the Makoko district, even commoner mages would frown at the sight of them, let alone venture into the water to drive away the sea beasts. This mission isn't particularly difficult, it's quite routine, but as for being easy, very few people could tolerate the environment of the Makoko district. Melia frowned throughout her description of the Makoko district, clearly having a strong impression of the place. Moreover, Melia lowered her voice slightly. To be honest, when we see sentinels go on missions in other places, we're usually given a proper welcome, if not a grand welcome, and the nobles are very polite to us, but when we go on a mission in Makoko, nobody pays us any attention. Even the nobles and powerful figures in Lagos City would prefer we don't come, letting those water beasts drive away the poor of the Makoko district. Her tone carried a hint of helplessness and a touch of barely perceptible sympathy. You know what I mean, right? Melia winked at God, everything understood without words. Good heavens, this is a thankless task. God thought to himself. However, Melia thought for a moment, then revealed to Gouda, The higher-ups have taken these points into consideration, so the military merit reward for the Lagos City Water Beast Expulsion mission is doubled compared to other similar missions, precisely to encourage us to take on this mission proactively. Of course, as it turns out, this double reward isn't very tempting, Melia pouted. I might consider it if it were 3 or 4 times higher. As a female mage, even a more heroic one like Melia has a much lower tolerance for environmental changes than male mages. I understand, thank you, Gata said, clasping his hands in thanks. Now that he understood the details of the Lagos City Water Beast Expulsion mission, he wisely chose to give it up. There was no need for him to be the one to stand out on a mission disliked by all the Sea Sentinel mages. Besides, even if he didn't mind the environment of the Marco waters, Tuanzi would. Capybaras can adapt to various waters, but polluted water is out of the question. Tuanzi has lived in the Azure Wave Court since birth. This is her first mission, and it's in a place like the Marco district. She's still young, we can't let her be traumatized. The next morning, there was a knock on Gaod's door. He opened it to find a mage in a Sea Sentinel uniform. Judging from the insignia on the mage's shoulder, he was a sergeant. Sergeant, Gaod greeted. The mage nodded slightly. I've come to see you today because I have a mission to assign you. Gaod was slightly taken aback. What mission? The mage handed him a parchment. The Lagos City Water Beast Extermination mission has been posted for over a week without anyone volunteering. According to regulations, a suitable mage with no other missions should be assigned to it. They've chosen you. Okay, I understand, Gaod said, taking the parchment. Such assigned missions cannot be refused. Set off as soon as possible, don't delay too long, the sergeant added before leaving. After watching the other person leave, Gaod returned to his room, unfolded the parchment, which contained a detailed description of the task and the deadline. It would also serve as proof for future reimbursement. He had only passed his training assessment 2 days prior, and hadn't even completed a single task. He was a complete novice. Logically, this kind of assigned task shouldn't have been given to him at all. But it had happened nonetheless. The reason behind it was obvious. Is this also your way of suppressing me? Gata murmured softly. This was the way the nobles operated. Within the rules, they would find countless ways to annoy you. I'll do it then, at least it's double the reward. Gata quickly adjusted his mindset. He'd complete the task first. He put away the parchment and rummaged through the wardrobe for his Sea Sentinel mage uniform. Although it was the lowest-ranking apprentice mage uniform, it was exquisitely made. The main outer garment was a double-breasted short woolen coat, entirely blue, made of windproof material. Lined with a waterproof whale stomach membrane, the lower garment consisted of charcoal gray breeches paired with non-slip octopus skin boots, ensuring the mage could walk freely on the wet deck. The overall attire was fitted, with several cinch areas and a belt. Since Sea Sentinel mages mostly carried out missions on water, requiring them to sail with the wind, loose clothing would flap loudly in the wind, suitable only for reciting poetry, not fighting. Changing into the uniform, the fitted style accentuated his physique. However, Gata had been in this world for over 2 years, and with improved nutrition, he had grown rapidly. No longer the thin and pale man he once was, he now looked quite upright. Afterward, Gata took out his capybara bag, which he had kept hidden for a long time, slung it over his shoulder, and headed out to Azure Wave Pavilion to retrieve the capybara dumpling. A gentle breeze blew, and the water was calm. The next moment, a ripple appeared on the still surface. Tuanzi stared at a clump of water plants emerging from the water, its eyes darting around as it looked at Gaod on the shore. Didn't you just come to see me a couple of days ago? Why are you here again today? Tuanzi wondered. We have a mission. Get ready to come out with me, Gaod explained. Oh, Tuanzi let out an excited cry, as if it could already see the new environment, food, and interesting scenery. This was its first long trip. Naturally, it was full of anticipation. You're happy now, but you'll regret it later, Gaod silently mourned for Tuanzi's current excitement. Come in. He opened the capybara pouch, which was half filled with a clear liquid, with many tiny bubbles slowly rising. A faint, fresh scent could be detected upon closer inspection. This was a specially prepared nutrient solution from the Azure Wave Pavilion, rich in oxygen and magic. Tuanzi cried out excitedly again, its voice clear and loud, full of vitality. Immediately afterward, a rich wave of magic surged from its body. Its once round body began to shrink rapidly, and its limbs shortened as well. This was the capybara's innate, extraordinary ability, animal shrinking technique. In the blink of an eye, the little dumpling had shrunk to less than half a meter in size. Gouda bent down, pointing the capybara pouch towards the shore. With a splash, the little dumpling jumped into the pouch, letting out a few calls to indicate everything was alright. Gouda then pulled the pouch up, fastened the straps, and securely carried it on his back. Lagos, let's go. Chapter 342 The Little Girl on the Airship. After receiving the dumpling, Gouda took out all the tree seeds he had collected during this time. He planned to use this mission as an opportunity to teleport back to the north via the astral plane, bring back a new batch of extraordinary materials, and sell them directly in Lagos City. He categorized the tree seeds into small cloth bags, then packed them into a large bundle, which he carried on his back. Most of the collected tree seeds were common, with a very small portion being low-level magical tree seeds. The focus was on variety. Therefore, it didn't cost Gouda too much money, only about 10 gold in total. Gouda's plan was clear. First, use different types of tree seeds to accelerate the growth of Yugathera, and then consider the quantity and quality of the materials. Afterward, he would bring North Wind. If Frozen Blade Plus was his trump card, then North Wind was his last resort, something that could truly save his life in a critical moment, and there was no reason not to bring it. With everything prepared, Gouda officially set off. With the Plantagenet dynasty's well-developed transportation network, there are multiple ways to travel from Dorne to Lagos, by land, sea, and air. Water involves boats, land by special long-distance carriages, and air by airships. The fastest, of course, is the airship, but also the most expensive. However, for Gouda, there was only one choice, the airship. It wasn't that he was particularly enthusiastic about the mission, nor was it because he was wealthy, it was because it was reimbursable. Since it was reimbursable, why not take the airship and endure the hardship of boats and long-distance carriages? The air route from Dorne to Lagos is 361 kilometers. He bought an airship ticket directly from Dorne to Lagos, costing 2 gold, 1 silver, and 60 copper coins. Of course, this was the price for a standard cabin. Deluxe cabins weren't reimbursed for sea sentries unless they held the rank of lieutenant or higher. Upon boarding the airship staff, unsurprisingly, stopped Gouda during the security check. According to regulations, it's generally not allowed to bring other creatures onto the airship, the staff member said, pointing to the capybara bag on Gouda's back. Gouda took out Tuanzi's registration certificate and handed it to the staff member. The staff member took the registration certificate, checked the Sea Sentinel's magic seal on top, and then asked Gouda to open the capybara bag to confirm that it contained capybaras before returning the registration certificate to Gouda. Then, he bowed to Gouda. Master Mage, I wish you a successful mission. Given his status as a Sea Sentinel Mage, and the fact that he was traveling with capybaras, he was definitely not going on vacation, but on a mission. Gouda smiled and thanked them, then put the capybara bag back on his back, carefully put away the airship ticket which he would later use as reimbursement proof, and then boarded the airship through the passage. For some reason, the airship's occupancy rate was unusually low. As Gouda stepped into the economy cabin, a casual glance revealed that more than half the seats were empty, making it feel unusually deserted, a stark contrast to his experience on the airship journey from Holdertown to Dorne City. Upon reflection, however, it made sense. With a depletion of spirit marrow resources, Lagos City gradually returned to its original state. During the spirit marrow craze, people were obsessed with the wealth and opportunities it offered, leading to a massive influx of labor and wealth into spirit marrow-related industries. Lagos City's two traditional industries, agriculture and fishing, were relegated to the margins, with farmland left uncultivated and fishing boats abandoned on the shore. Yet, these two industries were the pillars of Lagos City's economy. Therefore, with the end of the spirit marrow craze, Lagos City's prosperity vanished like a bubble. But unlike before, the once thriving agriculture and fishing industries struggled to regain their former vitality. In other words, Lagos City now is even more desolate than before the discovery of the spirit essence. It's practically the countryside of Biro County. Thinking this, Gouda, carrying his bundle, sat down in his somewhat cramped spot, closed his eyes, and entered a state of focused concentration. He began to continue attempting to construct the spell model for disguise. This was a spell he would foresee using soon, so Gouda didn't want to waste any time and only wanted to master it as quickly as possible to facilitate his subsequent actions. The airship Gauda was traveling on was a dedicated passenger ship, originating in Dorn City and ending in Lagos City. Along the way, it would land at airship bases in several small towns to pick up and drop off passengers. The airship itself was relatively stable, although there was still some turbulence during takeoff and landing. However, this didn't have a significant impact on Gauda. The ninja body enhancement allowed him to ignore most external interference if he wished. Until Gauda noticed something strange wriggling nearby. He opened his eyes with a start, looking down at his feet, and then his mouth dropped open involuntarily. For Gauda saw a little girl dressed in burlap clothes, crawling at his feet in a peculiar posture. The little girl looked only 5 or 6 years old, with very large, bright eyes, though her face was somewhat dusty. She was staring at Gauda with those big eyes, her clear blue pupils revealing an emotion of tension and pleading, like a pitiful stray cat. "Help me," she said, her mouth opening and closing without making a sound, but rather a soft pleading. "Little friend, when asking for help, you should add a please, that's polite." Gauda looked up and noticed airship staff looking around in the corridor, as if searching for something. No need to say as if, considering the little girl's behavior, they were clearly looking for her. Without a doubt, revealing the little girl was the wisest choice, because Gauda had no idea who she was or why she was hiding from the staff. Doing good deeds indiscriminately could easily lead to unnecessary trouble. Gauda was also prepared to do so. However, just as he was about to speak to the staff, the little girl seemed to sense something and weakly tugged at his trouser leg. Her innocent eyes were already filled with tears, making her appear incredibly fragile. Looking at this scene, Gauda's heart inexplicably softened. If it were anyone else, he wouldn't be so easily moved, but this was a child. With his modern education, Gauda found it difficult to be cruel to a child. "Help me," the little girl lowered her head slightly, 2 tears already sliding down her long, upturned eyelashes, looking incredibly pitiful, pleading in a soft, childish voice. Gauda clenched his fists, then helplessly relaxed them. He spread his legs and placed the package on his lap. The little girl was clever, she instantly understood Gauda's intention and deftly slipped between his legs. Then, Gauda closed his legs, the cloak completely concealing the little girl. Just then, the staff member came to Gauda's seat. "Sir, excuse me for disturbing you, have you seen a little girl, about this tall, wearing?" the staff member described to Gauda, gesturing as he spoke. He could clearly feel his trouser leg being gripped tightly as the staff member described the little girl's appearance. Clearly, the little girl was very nervous. "I haven't seen her," Gauda shook his head, then asked curiously, "What's wrong?" The staff member didn't seem to be in the mood for small talk with a passenger. Seeing Gauda shake his head, he squatted down, seemingly preparing to conduct a further inspection. However, Gauda had already subtly and opportunely opened his cloak slightly. Because the Sea Sentinel uniform was too conspicuous, to maintain a low profile and avoid attracting attention, Gauda had put on a common knee-length, hooded, thick woolen cloak to cover the uniform. Now, with this movement, the Sea Sentinel uniform underneath was immediately revealed. The staff member, who had been somewhat indifferent a moment ago, changed his expression slightly and immediately became enthusiastic. "Master, someone has sneaked in without a ticket." "Sneaked in without a ticket?" Gauda frowned. "A little girl." "Yes," the staff member said helplessly. "I don't know if the machine is broken or what, but she passed through the boarding gate's security check and sneaked onto the airship. Children her age only pay half price for airships, so it's not about the money. The main problem is that she wasn't with an adult, and we were worried something might happen." "I see," Gauda nodded and then said, "If I find anything, I will let you know immediately." "Thank you, Master," the staff member said politely, placing one hand on his chest. The original inspection was not continued. Within Barrow County, Sea Sentinel mages naturally carried a certain degree of credibility and prestige. After watching the staff member check the ordinary cabin and leave, Gauda placed his package on a seat and then spread his legs. The little girl took the opportunity to sit up, supporting herself on Gauda's legs with her hands, and looked up at him intently with her big eyes. Looking at the little girl's small, slightly dusty yet still exquisitely beautiful face, Gauda said expressionlessly, "Tell me, what happened?" The little girl immediately lowered her head, seemingly burdened with endless grievances, large tears about to roll down her cheeks. "Stop acting, I know you're secretly very happy right now," Gauda said helplessly. Although he felt a pang of sympathy for the little girl's pitiful state, he had been in this world for over 2 years. Perhaps his inherent kindness remained, but Gauda was no longer the pure and naive college student he once was. In a world with extraordinary powers, who could guarantee that the little girl was truly just an ordinary, harmless child? Therefore, he immediately used Sensing Emotions Plus on the little girl. Among the emotions Gauda sensed were some tension, some anticipation, and some worry, but no malice. Only under these circumstances did he choose to help. After the staff left, Gauda noticed that the little girl's emotions had changed to happiness, smugness, cunning, and anticipation. There was absolutely no trace of the pitiful demeanor she had displayed. No wonder they say women are born actors. This little girl's acting skills are already so natural. If it weren't for Sensing Emotions Plus, he would have been completely fooled. Okay, the little girl pouted helplessly, muttering, "You mages just use magic to be shameless." Feeling wronged? Receiving the little girl's feeling of grievance, Gauda nodded. Very good, this time the grievance is real. I want to go to Lagos to find my sister, but I don't have any money, so I can only find your sister? What about your family? My sister is the only one left in my family. She entrusted me to an old friend of my father's and went to Lagos to make a living, but I only want to be with my sister. Do you know where your sister is making a living in Lagos? No, the little girl blinked her big eyes. Gauda sighed and rubbed his forehead. This little girl is somewhat precocious, but at heart she's still a child. What's your name? Gauda pursed his lips and asked again. My name is Anna, and I'm 5 years old. The little girl looked up, stretched out her right hand, and opened her 5 tiny fingers, staring directly at Gauda. Anna, how did you get on the airship? There's a machine at the boarding gate to check, Gauda asked again. With this, Anna pulled something that looked like a card from her pocket. Gauda took it and saw that it had several simple basic runes drawn on it. What is this? He frowned subconsciously. It's a little gadget. If you insert it into the slot of that big machine, it will temporarily disable it. Perhaps because Gauda's help had just earned Anna's trust, she frankly revealed her method of skipping the ticket. This thing, Gauda examined the small card for a while, confirming that it did indeed have several simple runes drawn on it, and was slightly surprised. Who gave you this? I drew it myself. You drew it yourself? Gauda was astonished. Yes, the little girl named Anna opened her big eyes, puzzled by Gauda's astonishment, and tilted her head to ask, is it that hard? Drawing a line isn't hard, the hard part is knowing where to draw it. A very famous Yulin short story from his past life inexplicably popped into Gauda's mind. Uncle, thank you, Anna said again, cunning. Call me brother, Gauda lightly flicked Anna's forehead. Obviously, Anna was doing it on purpose. You don't even know where your sister makes a living in Lagos City. How are you going to find her? Oh right. How am I going to find my sister? Anna looked up, blinking her eyes. Brother, you'll help me, right? Cunning. How can I help you, brother? You're a Sea Sentinel mage? You must have a way. Anna tugged at Gauda's Sea Sentinel uniform and whispered. Gauda looked at her expressionlessly. Although there weren't many passengers in the ordinary cabin, he wasn't the only one. But Anna had chosen him, which was obviously not a coincidence. Gauda reasonably suspected that Anna had noticed his Sea Sentinel uniform, and that's why she approached him. This little girl may be young, but she's quite shrewd. Chapter 343 Similar People. The straight line distance from Dorne to Lagos is only 361 kilometers. For an airship, this isn't a long journey. So, the airship quickly arrived at its destination and landed smoothly at the airship base in Lagos. Compared to Dorne, Lagos's landscape was far more backward. Not only were the buildings and streets dilapidated, but the number of airships overhead was also significantly less than a fifth of Dorne's, and most of them were old-fashioned. Gauda casually carried his luggage in one hand and Anna in the other as he disembarked from the airship. There were checks for boarding, but not for disembarking. He followed a passageway and left the airship base. Gauda wanted to ask Anna about her family situation, but Anna couldn't give him any specific details, whether intentionally concealing something or genuinely unable to speak. He considered handing Anna over to the airship staff so they could take her home. But every time he had this thought, Anna would look at him pitifully, tears welling up in her eyes. Although there was some element of performance involved, the feelings of being wronged and sad were genuine. The key point is that only these two emotions were present, without any negative emotions like resentment or anger. This made it difficult for Gauda to be ruthless. What's your sister's name? What's she good at? At the entrance of the airship base, Gauda hesitated for a long time before finally asking. Anna was slightly taken aback, then cleverly understood the meaning behind Gauda's question, and smiled happily, her big eyes narrowing into crescent moons. "My sister's name is Elsa, and she can do everything," Anna said loudly and proudly. That's saying nothing at all, that's all Anna knows. Gauda was even more helpless, but he was always a decisive person. Once he made a decision, he wouldn't easily change his mind. Besides, the little girl's complete trust did indeed please him. "But I'm here on a mission, so I need to finish it first before I can help you find your sister. Until then, you need to stay put and not run around, okay? Of course, brother, your own affairs are important." "I'll be very good." Anna acted very well behaved. If she really was well behaved, she wouldn't have sneaked out by herself. Despite his teasing, Gauda still put on a gentle smile. Anna was very talkative, and it seemed that because she knew acting with Gauda was useless, she quickly revealed her mischievous nature. But to be fair, a child who dares to sneak onto the airship alone must have a bit of a mischievous streak, definitely a headstrong kid. Through Anna's chattering, bird-like ramblings, Gauda gradually learned some information about Anna. The little girl, like him, was not a native of the Plantagenet dynasty, but came from another country. She must have been born into a wealthy family, but for some reason, the family fell into ruin, and her parents died. She was taken by her sister to the Golden Flower dynasty to seek refuge with a close friend of her father. However, because they still owed a large debt, and creditors could come knocking at any time, Anna's sister immediately went to Lagos City to make a living after settling down. According to Anna, her sister was skilled in everything and good at everything, so she could work in any industry in Lagos City. Anna, on the other hand, was only good at drawing and playing with toys. Yes, the little girl called drawing runes drawing and alchemy machines toys. However, a family that could access a large number of alchemy machines might be more than just wealthy. Of course, that doesn't matter. No matter how wealthy Anna's family was in the past, it had now fallen on hard times. A Sea Sentinel apprentice mage receives a daily allowance of 3 silver dragons for lodging, plus 1 silver dragon for meals and 1 silver dragon for city transportation when going out on missions. Anything beyond that must be paid for by the individual. Generally, this subsidy is sufficient. After all, even in Dorne, the city with the highest cost of living, 3 silver dragon coins can buy a decent hotel. In Lagos, where the economy is in severe recession, 3 silver dragon coins can even buy a room in a hotel in the city center for one night, albeit in a single room of the lowest standard. Walking the streets of Lagos, there are far fewer pedestrians than in Dorne, and their clothing is noticeably less sophisticated. The damp sea breeze, carrying a foul odor, indicates that Lagos's hygiene is also less than satisfactory. The setting sun bisects the clock tower, a landmark building standing in the heart of Lagos, revealing homeless people huddled among the peeling pillars. Dark-skinned, barefoot children run through the streets. Gauda walks along the street towards the city square, and every hotel he sees displays metal signs saying available and today's special. The hotels in Lagos City, which had briefly prospered during the spiritual dew craze, were now in a much quieter phase. Gauda counted the rooms until he stopped at the 8th hotel with a vacant sign. The faded brass sign read, Palm Tree Hotel. A few ferns peeked out from the gaps in the porch pillars. Stepping inside, the landlady behind the counter was applying palm oil to her curly hair, and on the table lay an old, handwritten parchment. The parchment contained hand-drawn information and brief portraits of wanted criminals by the Lagos city government. Although the portraits were simple, they clearly depicted the criminals' features, and were accompanied by detailed notes of their names, origins, crimes, and bounties. The last page of the parchment contained important news, such as the dynasty's laws and policies, and major war reports. However, the most important information was the wanted criminals, intended to help the hotel owner and customers report any suspicious individuals. The hotel room price list was hung high above the counter, written in black ink on a wooden board, the prices clearly displayed. Gauda glanced at it and said, "Get me a single room facing the street for 3 nights, I need a receipt." This world didn't have anything like invoices from his previous life, but most reputable hotels provided handwritten receipts. Receipts were usually on the hotel's special stationery, bearing the hotel's logo, and included the dates of stay, room number, and a breakdown of expenses. Finally, a hotel staff member would sign and stamp the receipt. Hearing Gauda's request, the landlady made a muffled, pigeon-like cooing sound, but her purplish-red fingertips swiftly retrieved a blank receipt from the drawer and began writing rapidly. While waiting for the landlady to write the receipt, Gata casually flipped through the handwritten parchment on the table. The Principality of Avoga and the Principality of Zidian went to war. And the Principality of Zidian was destroyed. Finally, his gaze fell on a short report on the last page. The Principality of Avoga and the Principality of Zidian had long harbored resentment over territorial disputes and resource allocation. This latest conflict escalated completely. Avoga amassed its elite forces and, using clever tactics, outflanked Zidian from the rear, launching a surprise attack on its supply lines. This resulted in Zidian's army suffering from shortages and morale collapse. Later, in the crucial battle on the plains, Avoga's alchemical weapons proved incredibly powerful, completely dismantling Zidian's defenses. Ultimately, Zidian's capital fell to Avoga's army, leading to its demise, and the entire royal family was beheaded. Gauda noticed this briefing because these two principalities, like the Principality of Zin, were situated between the Plantagenet dynasty and the Holy Empire, standing amidst a landscape of numerous principalities. Avoga even shared a small border with the Principality of Zin. But that was all. Now, he was a true citizen of the Golden Flower dynasty, a sea sentinel mage. Single room facing the street, hot water available 24/7, free breakfast included, 3 silver dragons per night, 9 silver dragons for 3 days, the landlady said while writing the receipt. Gauda put down the parchment, took out a gleaming golden flower coin, and pushed it over. The landlady skillfully swept the coin into the drawer with her fingertips, gave Gauda 1 silver dragon in change, and simultaneously wrote the receipt, handing it to him. "Sir, here's your receipt. Apart from officials needing reimbursement, generally no one asks for a receipt." However, she couldn't help but glance a few more times at Anna, whom Gauda was holding in his left arm, feeling somewhat puzzled. This officer looked far too young. It was unusual for him to have a child this big, let alone bring one on official business. How strange. In the haphazardly arranged shack, dim light struggled to penetrate through the cracks and the dilapidated wooden planks, casting distorted shadows of several men. They sat huddled together, a few glasses of ale on the table before them, each with a listless expression, occasionally taking a sip. Tap tap tap. Rapid footsteps approached. The men immediately put down their glasses, looking warily towards the door. The shack door was pushed open, letting in a gust of wind carrying a putrid stench. News from above. The Lagos City water beast extermination mission has been issued by the Sea Sentinels. According to the message, the mission was issued yesterday, and the people should be here in the next couple of days. Everyone, hold off for a few days, the man who entered shouted. Close the door first, shouted the man inside, who was already covering his nose. It's been so long, and you're still being so fussy, the man who entered later muttered, quickly closing the door behind him. It's the same old story. The higher-ups want to force these lowly people to leave, but they don't dare to take drastic measures, so they just make us do these little tricks all day, releasing bugs and octopuses to disgust people, one of the men grumbled, his face full of annoyance. Take drastic measures? How dare the higher-ups? If there are large-scale casualties, the Sea Sentinels won't just send a mage to drive away the water monsters, they'll come down and investigate thoroughly. Harming civilians is a serious crime. Another man chimed in, waving his hand as he spoke, seemingly emphasizing the gravity of the situation. So they just make us stay in this place all day. Damn it, if we stay any longer, I'll be pickled. This place is so stinky. How can these lowly people even live here? Yet another man complained. If they had a choice, why would they want to stay here? Just bear with it. Once this is over, the pay won't be small. Sigh, what can we do even if we don't want to bury it? It's good that the Sea Sentinels are coming, at least we can rest for a few days, and then we have to come back and continue working. The stench is bad enough, but if you accidentally get bitten by these bugs, you'll feel terrible, one of them said, his gaze unconsciously falling on a huge bucket in the shed. In the bucket, swarms of larvae were swimming wildly. These larvae were strangely shaped, with slender bodies about the thickness of an adult's finger, and their entire bodies were a nauseating dark green, covered with a layer of sticky, putrid mucus. Their heads were extremely small, with a pair of almost invisible black eyes on them, and their tails were wide and flat, swaying in the water, causing turbid ripples to spread around them, and their bodies emitted a terrible stench similar to that of rotting corpses. Release these larvae tonight, then we'll leave. Finally, the man inside, seemingly the leader, made the final decision. Unlocking the slightly worn wooden door with a key, a musty smell wafted out. Gata carried Anna into the room, quickly put down their luggage, then set the little girl down and, instead, led Anna by the hand as they left the Palm Tree Inn. They had traveled a long way, and it was already dinner time. Anna, needless to say, was even hungrier. Children are more prone to hunger. It was time to experience some local specialties. It wasn't hard to find. Any small restaurant would do. Anna tore off a piece of fish, put it in her mouth, and chewed it with difficulty, making hissing noises, clearly not used to the food. Before them was a peculiar grilled fish, completely covered in red spices. It was a giant catfish wrapped in a type of Lagos-specific banana leaf, extremely heat-resistant, sprinkled with a special dipping sauce, and then grilled over a fire. Next to it were 5 or 6 smoked fish, head to tail, resembling squid rings. Looking at the earnest expression on Anna's little face, Gata couldn't help but laugh. "Don't force yourself if you don't like it. Just order another dish," Sister said. "Things aren't like before. We can't be as picky about food as we used to be," Anna sighed, shaking her head like a worried little adult. Gata chuckled as he stuffed a mouthful of fish into his mouth. The texture was indeed strange, but he had been taught to cherish food, so unless it was truly unpalatable, he generally wouldn't waste it. He then stuffed 2 more pieces of smoked fish, which tasted much better than the grilled catfish. "I'll take you to eat something better next time. I'm not familiar with this place, thank you, brother," Anna nodded earnestly. Although she had tasted almost everything delicious when her parents were still alive and didn't have much of a craving for food, she was still happy with Gata's casual promise and thought he was a really good person. After finishing this local specialty meal, Gata took Anna back to the hotel. It was getting late. And since he wasn't exactly a workaholic, he naturally wanted to get some rest before setting off on his mission tomorrow. However, before resting, his daily cultivation and rune practice couldn't be neglected. These were fundamental skills. Gata didn't avoid Anna. After casting a Divine Guidance Plus spell on himself, he took out his lacquered jade paper and rune pen and began to practice intently. Anna sat obediently on the bed, quietly watching Gata's every move. After a long while, Gata snapped out of his reverie, looked up, and found Anna still watching him intently, just as she had at the beginning. This seemed quite unbelievable for a small child. "Brother, are you done?" "Yes," Gata put down his rune pen. "Brother, are you a rune constructor?" Anna asked again. "I guess so, although I haven't made a single rune construct yet," Gata suddenly realized, looking at Anna in surprise. "How did you know?" "I've seen my teacher practice this." Anna pointed to the lacquered jade paper Gata had just drawn runes on. "He said he'd teach me this too, after I become a full-fledged mage." Saying this, Anna curtly scratched her head, saying in a childish voice, "I already know everything my teacher can teach me. The rest will have to wait until I become a full-fledged mage, so I can only play with those big toys." "But," the little girl tilted her head, looking at Gata with innocent confusion. "Brother, your rune system level has reached 2nd tier, and you still haven't made a single rune construct." Gata looked at Anna's big, questioning eyes, his heart filled with astonishment. He never expected a 5-year-old girl to know so much. It seemed her family background must have been much more affluent than he had previously imagined. Chapter 344 Mysterious Chorus. The next morning at 6 o'clock, Gata, who had been sleeping fully clothed, woke up on time. He got up and went to the window, lifting a corner of the curtain to look outside. Sunrise in Lagos is early. The sky was already bright, golden sunlight streaming onto the streets, casting long, slender shadows. Street vendors were already busy, pushing carts and displaying fried bananas and bean cakes, the air filled with the aroma of oil and spices. Women in long robes, carrying baskets on their heads filled with fresh bread and fruit, moved through the crowd. Several dilapidated carriages were parked along the street, their drivers trying to solicit passengers. Gata looked away, glancing back at the little girl sleeping soundly in bed. Climbing a desolate snow-capped mountain and encountering an arrogant man, a normal mission, and then inexplicably finding a little girl on an airship. Why did these strange and dramatic things always happen to him? It was truly a wondrous thing. What's even more amazing is that, despite it being their first meeting, this little girl trusted him completely, sleeping so soundly next to a stranger without any wariness. Of course, what surprised Gata even more was how much this 5-year-old girl knew. But that wasn't important to him. That's just his personality. Once he'd made up his mind and agreed to help Anna find her sister, he didn't really care about her family background. Just like when he met Du Wei on the snowy mountain, he knew Du Wei's background wasn't simple, but so what? He had once asked Du Wei, "Do you want to be emperor?" This was both a joke and a statement that even if the other person was a crown prince, it wouldn't affect his relationship with him. And now it was the same, even if Anna was a princess, it wouldn't affect Gauda's promise. Of course, this was an exaggerated assumption. Gauda shook the still sleeping Anna awake. "Brother, eat breakfast, then go back to sleep," Gauda chuckled, uttering the wicked words that parents often use. Then, he took the still dazed Anna's hand and led her to the inn's restaurant for the complimentary breakfast, bread sprinkled with fine salt, a small dish of jam, and a steaming cup of barley tea. As a traditional agricultural city, even though it had declined somewhat, its foundation remained, so the bread was made from refined wheat flour, not rye, and had an excellent texture. However, for Anna, it was still hard to swallow. Watching the still sleepy girl struggle to swallow the bread, Gwent felt a strange pang of longing for Lady Flora. After all, he had been away from the north for 2.5 months. After breakfast, Gwent took the girl back to her room, roughly ruffled Anna's hair, turning it into a messy bird's nest, and then, ignoring her resentful gaze, instructed, "Wait for your brother to come back in the room. Don't run around." The order of the Golden Flower dynasty was far superior to that of the Duchy of Sienne, at least within the city. God wasn't too worried about Anna's safety, only that her mischievous nature might resurface, and she might run off to find her sister again. Donning a cloak to slightly conceal his sea-sentry uniform, God left the palm tree inn and headed straight for the north of Lagos. Although the Markako district was called a district and seemed to be part of Lagos, it was actually quite far from the city center, outside of Lagos. Therefore, Gwent took a carriage to save time and energy. The closer he got to Markako, the more dilapidated and desolate the scenery became. The cobblestone roads were gradually replaced by cinders and mud, and the wheels splashed mud onto the carriage as they rolled over potholes. However, before setting off, the driver had already stated that there would be an extra charge for going to Markako, which God agreed to. So the driver didn't complain, but simply whipped the horses to hurry through this area that even rats would avoid. The stench in the air grew stronger until it hit them head-on. A gray lagoon came into view. This is the northern estuary of Lagos City, and the starting point of the Makako district. Several abandoned, stranded fishing boats lie askew on the edge of the lagoon. Their hulls are covered in barnacles, their canvases torn like spider webs, and half of the boats are submerged in sewage, crawling with blackened shellfish. Behind the fishing boats, a vast, haphazard cluster of shacks juts out of the water, like a deformed forest growing from the sewage. This is the Makako district, a massive slum built on the lagoon. The land route abruptly ends here. After taking Gauda's money, the driver hurriedly turned around and left as if avoiding a curse, as if lingering even a moment longer would pollute him. Gauda frowned slightly, covered his mouth and nose, and approached the shore. In the lagoon, brownish-gray sewage churned, with green bubbles occasionally bubbling up. On the water's surface floated fish carcasses with their white bellies turned up, rotting vegetable leaves, and various kinds of garbage. A stench so overwhelming it was almost unbearable, making one want to turn and flee immediately. No wonder no Sea Sentinel Mage was willing to accept this low-difficulty mission with double the military merit reward. The Marco district had no traditional roads. A network of crisscrossing waterways served as the residence streets. The residents here relied on boats for daily transportation. Gauda didn't have a boat, but in a slum like this, nothing money couldn't solve. He spotted a dark-skinned man in a small boat not far away and quickly waved to him. Hearing Gauda's call and seeing his gesture, the man slowly rowed over. He was shirtless, his skin tan dark and shiny, his face displaying a mixture of wariness and curiosity. Gauda pulled 2 silver dragon coins from his pocket, waved them in front of the man, and untied his cloak, revealing a Sea Sentinel uniform underneath. He said, "I've taken on a mission to expel the water beasts. I'm here to drive away and exterminate the demonic octopus and the rotten water salamanders. You'll be my guide for a day, and this money is yours." The man's eyes lit up instantly at the sight of the 2 silver dragon coins, but after a greedy glance, he waved his hand and said respectfully, "Master, you've come to expel the water beasts for us. How could I possibly accept your money? Just get on the ship, I'm at your service." Gauda jumped onto the ship and then directly stuffed the 2 silver dragon coins into the man's hand. "It's only right." The man was truly terrified by the 2 silver dragon coins. his voice trembling as he said, "Master, you're making me feel so ashamed. Let's go. Where have you recently discovered the water beasts? Take me there first." Gata waved his hand, skipping over the topic and getting to the point. Seeing that he couldn't refuse any longer, the man didn't say anything more and simply started rowing, leading Gata deeper into the Marco district. From the moment he boarded the boat, Gata had activated his Mandora's Eye and simultaneously cast Detection Magic Plus, carefully observing the surrounding waters, searching for any water beasts. While observing, he chatted with a man, learning about the Marco district. The man's name was Shama, born and raised in the Marco district. Because the Marco district had never had any planning since its establishment, the waterways were formed spontaneously by the residents, resulting in varying widths and winding course. At its narrowest point, only a small boat could barely pass, and at its widest, it was only a few meters wide. Here, the simple, narrow boat that Shama piloted, wider in the middle and narrower at both ends, was the primary means of transportation in the Marco district. Even so, daily traffic in the Marco district was extremely congested. Sama and Gata had only been rowing for a short while when they encountered two accidents, both caused by small boats colliding in the narrow river. The second accident resulted in a small boat capsizing, with its occupants falling directly into the foul-smelling sewage, making Gata frown. However, the people in the sewage seemed unconcerned, cursing as they flipped the boat over, then climbed back on as if nothing had happened, seemingly oblivious to the nausea. Sama remained remarkably calm amidst this scene. In the Marco district, collisions and falling into the water were commonplace. Falling into this water, wouldn't we inevitably swallow some of this sewage? The thought made Gata nauseous, his stomach churning. "Sir," Sama said calmly, "there's no one here who hasn't drunk sewage. The children of the Marco district all grew up drinking this sewage." Gata raised an eyebrow, his first thought being that drinking sewage teeming with microorganisms, parasites, and bacteria should have caused them to be riddled with illnesses, right? How come the residents here all seemed so healthy and vigorous, showing no signs of disease? Then he understood. Humans have incredible adaptability. People raised in this environment must have long since evolved a powerful immune system, almost immune to everything. In other words, if Gata jumped into the sewage and gulped down a few mouthfuls, with his powerful, adaptive ability, he could quickly acquire the same strong immunity as the locals of the Marco district. However, Gata shook his head violently, unable to bear the thought, feeling a chill run down his spine. Seemingly sensing Gata's curiosity about the Marco district, Sama enthusiastically introduced him to the local architectural features along the way. "You mean, that's your outhouse?" Gata asked, pointing to a simple shack not far away, his eyebrows unconsciously rising. "Yes," Shama nodded seriously. According to his earlier description, that shack was the only outhouse shared by 40 or 50 households, more than 100 people in the vicinity. It was also a flush-free outhouse, as it connected directly to the water below, with excrement flowing directly into the sea. In other words, the water in this area was filled with a lot of feces. In terms of structure, this place was somewhat similar to Venice, the famous water city in Gata's previous life. Both were water communities, and both relied on boats for transportation. However, the difference was that the former was a water city, while the latter was a place where the water was full of excrement. What Gata found most unbelievable was that he saw a child of about 5 or 6 years old emerge from the sewage next to this outhouse, with a bright smile on his face. "Is he playing in the water?" Gata asked Shama to confirm. Shama nodded affirmatively. Invincible Gata could not describe the shock in his heart. Everything in this place was not only beyond his understanding but also beyond his imagination. Besides the floating latrines, he also saw rudimentary public facilities such as schools, restaurants, clinics, and even taverns along the way. Of course, everything was very basic. For example, according to Sama, there were only 2 schools in the entire Makako district, with a population of 2 to 300,000, which could only accommodate 200 children. "How do you usually make a living?" Gata couldn't help but ask curiously. "Collecting garbage and fishing," Sama replied. Collecting garbage was easy to understand, since the entire city of Lagos discharged its sewage and garbage here. Among the large amount of garbage, there were always some good things that the wealthy people in the city didn't want but could recycle. They collected these good things, transported them to the mainland to sell, and used the money to exchange for bread, clothes, and other necessities. However, this work was usually done by children and women. The men's main occupation was fishing. Fishing? There are fish here too, Gouda asked, pointing to the churning brownish-gray sewage. There aren't any here, but if you go further out by boat, to the area before the shacks extend out, you can catch fish, Sama explained. Look, those are the little fish. As they spoke, they passed a shed where a woman was smoking fish. In her large wok, the small fish, head to tail, were fried until golden brown, sizzling loudly. Smoked, we'll take them ashore to sell, one can fetch a copper coin, Shama explained. Looking at the familiar squid rings, Gouda almost vomited. But the next moment, he forgot his nausea, his expression turning serious, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. In Gouda's unique vision, a magical light was moving in the murky sewage ahead. Undoubtedly, it was a water beast. A thought struck Gouda, and with a surge of magic power, he quickly reached the sea of magic, activating the spell model along his newly constructed magical pathways. However, no magical phenomena appeared on the surface. Stop, Gouda called to Shama, who was still oblivious and continuing to row. My lord, what's wrong? Shama immediately stopped rowing, asking instinctively. However, he quickly froze. The water in front of the boat churned, and a dark green, lizard-like creature emerged. A putrid water salamander, Shama pointed at the lizard, his voice trembling. If it weren't for God, dressed as a sea sentinel mage, on board, he would have been terrified. These water beasts with extraordinary power were extremely dangerous and terrifying creatures for poor people like Shama. God, however, remained calm. The putrid water salamander that had emerged didn't move at all, it merely surfaced and remained motionless, seemingly quite friendly. Mystic Chorus Plus, this was the spell God had just cast. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 345 Guaranteed Second-Class Merit. The Mystic Chorus can play a specific type of music according to Gouda's wishes, then lure any creature that hears it. The creature must engage in a mental battle with Gouda. If the battle fails, the creature will be lured into being friendly towards Gouda for the duration of the music and for 1 hour thereafter. Any attack on the creature will immediately break this friendliness. An ordinary, rotting salamander is naturally no match for Gouda's 186 mental strength in a mental battle. Therefore, at this moment, thanks to the effect of the Mystic Chorus Plus spell, it is sending a friendly signal to Gouda. Having gone to such lengths, Gouda naturally doesn't take advantage of the creature's vulnerability to attack it. He casts Mage's Hand Plus, gently stroking the rotting salamander's ugly head with his ghostly hand, as if petting a small pet. Only as if, because the rotting salamander truly stinks, and its surface slime is utterly disgusting. Therefore, Gouda could only make contact through Mage's hand, without personally touching the creature. The reason for contact wasn't due to any peculiar fetish, but because his next spell required contact. As mana surged, another spell model was activated, Beast Bond Plus. As long as the creature is friendly to you or charmed by you, regardless of its intelligence, a mental link can be successfully established. Mystic Chorus Plus, and Beast Bond Plus, synergized. Influenced by the former, the putrid salamander, incredibly friendly to Gouda, established a mental link with him without any resistance. Through the mental link, Gouda could exchange simple information. Where are your lair and other companions? Gouda conveyed this question through the link. This was his purpose. Putrid salamanders are social creatures, he could quickly and directly locate their base through this particular salamander, conducting a large-scale cleanup, thus saving considerable time and energy, instead of the current carpet search. The putrid salamander wasn't particularly intelligent, but Gouda's problem wasn't complicated either, so he immediately received its feedback. Go that way, Gouda pointed in a direction to Shama, then instructed, it leads the way, just follow. The it Gouda referred to was the putrid salamander he had lured. At that moment, it was violently thrashing its tail fin towards Gouda's small boat, as if saying, Sir, this way. After a brief moment of stunned silence, Shama realized that Gouda's methods were clever. He had already controlled this ferocious water beast through his supernatural powers. He gritted his teeth, finally mustered his courage, and rowed the boat to keep up with the putrid salamander. An oar cut through the dark green water, gurgling up a series of green bubbles, mixed with a nauseating stench. The two people on the boat showed no reaction. Sama was born and raised here, and was already used to this smell, experiencing no discomfort whatsoever. Gouda, too, gradually adapted to the smell. Along with a bit of tolerance, you are breathing gas with an extremely foul odor and trace amounts of toxins. You are beginning to adapt to this gas. Your immunity to various toxins has increased by 41.1%. Your body's ability to digest, metabolize, and excrete various toxins has increased by 45.9%. Your tolerance to odors has increased by 1.2%. Yes, in the Marco zone, doing nothing but breathing is equivalent to ingesting poison. This toxin even spurred Gouda's already gradually immune body to the opening meridian tincture to begin adapting and evolving once more. Led by this salamander scoundrel, the small boat gradually sailed towards the corner of the Marco zone. As they went deeper, the water became increasingly viscous, and phosphorescent clumps of slime began to appear on the surface. These slime clumps were also covered with small debris, like rotting seaweed and unknown fragments, gently swaying with the current. Just then, the salamander stopped swimming, its tail fin violently slapping the water's surface, creating a splash. Simple emotions and information traveled directly to Gouda's mind through the telepathic link. This was its lair, but most of the putrid salamanders had gone out to forage and wouldn't return until they were full. Moreover, a new batch of babies had joined last night, and they would be responsible for bringing food to the babies, which would probably take a long time. The first part of the information was normal, and Gouda didn't pay much attention, but the latter part, babies were easy to understand, just larvae, made Gouda frown. Why join? Normally, it should be born or hatched. His first thought was that the putrid salamander's intelligence was too low, so they could only express simple information, hence the ambiguity. However, his meticulous nature as a mathematician led Gouda to instinctively ask, "Are these your offspring?" The next moment, another message arrived from the rotting water salamander's consciousness. Gouda raised an eyebrow, his expression subtly changing. On the surface, however, he showed no outward abnormality, already using Detect Magic Plus to look at the water's surface. Through the murky water, Gouda saw countless magical lights underwater. These lights flickered with a dim, eerie green glow, like countless tiny will-o'-the-wisps swaying in the water, with a few occasionally brighter. Such weak magical lights must be the larvae of the rotting water salamanders. With these aquatic beasts, there was no concept of old, weak, women, or children. A thought struck Gouda. Regardless of whether they were larvae or not, he pointed slightly into the water, and magical light shone from his fingertip. Blade Burst Plus. You instantly create a ring of semi-transparent blades to sweep away your surroundings. After the Blade Burst Plus skill was upgraded by Wind Spirit Moon Shadow, the center point was no longer limited to the user but could be any point within a 20-foot radius. The center point chosen by Gouda was precisely at the core of the most concentrated magical aura. In an instant, a powerful wave of magical energy spread outwards from beneath the water's surface. The previously murky but relatively calm water surface suddenly began to tremble violently, as an invisible force stirred beneath the surface. A ring of semi-transparent blades appeared, shooting outwards at incredible speed. The larvae of those putrid water salamanders, who had been peacefully awaiting their food and growth beneath the cover of the sewage, were now doomed. The ring of semi-transparent blades, creating ripples, swept directly across their bodies. There was no scene of them being torn to pieces, or juices and blood splattering everywhere. This was because the damage type of Blade Burst Plus was the most noble force field damage, ignoring surface physical defense and striking at the core. A faint halo appeared on the surface of the rotting newt larvae, and then their bodies began to twist and deform slightly. Their originally soft bodies, under the influence of the force field, were squeezed by an invisible force, becoming twisted and distorted, like crumpled paper. The next moment, fine cracks began to appear on their bodies, spreading rapidly like a spider web. Inside their bodies, something was being gradually decomposed by an invisible force. Finally, with a soft pop, all the larvae lost their life, floating to the surface like dead fish. All of this seemed to take a long time, but it actually happened in an instant. So, in Shama's eyes, it was as if the young sea sentinel mage before him had simply pointed his finger forward, and the next moment, the once calm water surface churned like boiling water. Immediately afterwards, countless rotting newt corpses floated to the surface, their bodies twisted. This sudden sight made his heart tremble violently, leaving him somewhat shocked. "Don't be nervous," Gouda reassured them. The strongest of the rotting water salamanders was only at the first level, and these juveniles were even less significant. Even though Blade Burst only had a power level of 6, it was enough to instantly kill them. Of course, one spell wasn't enough to clear the area. A few rotting water salamander juveniles outside the range of Blade Burst, as well as some adult rotting water salamanders with slightly brighter magical auras, were more resilient and hadn't died after being hit by Blade Burst Plus. Gouda wasn't going to let these survivors go. He made a grasping motion with his right hand. A dazzling arc of electricity, like a nimble silver snake, instantly shot out from Gouda's hand. Lightning Pull. Lightning Pull was a single target spell, but thanks to the excellent conductivity of the sewage, it instantly became an area of effect spell. ZZZZZ. The electric arc spread rapidly through the water, like an invisible net, engulfing all the surviving putrid salamanders. Their bodies convulsed violently under the electric current, their skin turning black, and their lives ended swiftly. Even adult putrid salamanders were only at the bottom of the first-ring combat hierarchy. They posed a significant threat to ordinary people, but were nothing to proper first-ring mage. The reason this mission was so troublesome for the Sea Sentinel mages, who were unwilling to take it, was mainly because no one wanted to go into the water. But for Gouda, he could complete the mission without going into the water. First, he would use Detection Magic Plus to locate a single putrid salamander, then use the beast taming spells, Mystic Chorus Plus, and Beast Bond Plus, taken from the Snowfield Guardians to directly attack the putrid salamander's lair, and finally use Blade Burst Plus, and Lightning Pull, which were particularly effective in water, to attack. Even a second-ring mage might not be able to execute this combo better than Gouda. This is the advantage of a deep spell library. A sufficiently deep spell reserve allows Gouda to choose the appropriate spell combination to deal with most situations. Although most of the putrid salamanders in this lair are dead, Gouda did not leave. This is because most of the putrid salamanders he exterminated were juveniles. 99% of the adult putrid salamanders were currently foraging outside, not in the lair. And these adult putrid salamanders are the ones that truly pose a life-threatening danger to the poor people of the Marco Coco district. At this point, things became simpler. Gouda had Shama stop the ship here. What he had to do next was wait and see. He would kill one putrid salamander as it returned. He didn't have to worry about being outnumbered, and he had plenty of time to recover his mana. He could basically treat this putrid salamander lair as a monster spawn point with no fixed time. They waited from morning till sunset. At first, only a few rotting salamanders returned. After midday, the number of rotting salamanders returning to their nests gradually increased. By evening, they were scattered again. The entire process of waiting went without incident. These rotting salamanders were simply too weak to fight. Gouda roughly estimated that he had killed about 100 adult rotting salamanders that day, and nearly 200 juveniles. This was a very respectable number. Of course, it was unrealistic to completely wipe out these aquatic creatures. Because these rotting salamanders were extremely resilient and oviparous, their eggs could be laid anywhere in the waters of the Marco Shack area. You could kill one batch, and a new batch of rotting salamanders would appear after a while. The Sea Sentinels understood this as well, so their strategy was to first conduct a large-scale cleanup of the Marcoco area to reduce the overall density of aquatic beasts, and then periodically carry out so-called expulsion maintenance to ensure that these aquatic beasts wouldn't overpopulate. Gouda was also aware of this, and looking at the 100 or so rotting water salamander tail fins collected on the ship, he was quite satisfied with the results. The tail fins were tokens used to claim credit. To exterminate aquatic beasts, a specific part of the corresponding beast had to be taken as proof, otherwise, who could verify the authenticity of your achievements? That's all for today. I'll come back tomorrow to exterminate the demonic octopuses. Wait for me at the same place tomorrow morning. Same pay, okay? Gouda asked. No problem, Shama nodded repeatedly. Having witnessed Gouda's entire aquatic beast extermination process today, he felt only awe and respect for Gouda. He never expected that this seemingly young Gouda would be the most skilled and efficient of all the Sea Sentinel mages who came to the Mako district to exterminate the water beasts. But now, I need to trouble you to take me somewhere else, Gouda said again. Huh? Shama didn't react for a moment. Just follow it. Gouda pointed to the salamander that he had been maintaining a friendly tone with while continuing the mystic chorus. Creak. The sound of the wooden door opening and closing rang out. In the dim light of the setting sun, Gauda stepped across the threshold and entered the room, which looked no different from the other shacks, his eyes scanning the surroundings. Faced with his cautious questioning, the salamander provided an important piece of information. Those larvae were not hatched by them, but came from this shack not far from their lair. Even it itself came from there. Upon learning this information, Gauda was immediately stunned. These water monsters that had plagued the residents of Marco district for so long weren't appearing on their own, but were man-made. This instantly invigorated Gauda. An opportunity. A huge opportunity. Driving away the water monsters was just an ordinary task, and the reward was only the lowest level, a third-class merit. Double the reward was 3 third-class merits too. But if these water monsters were artificially bred and then released to harm people, the entire nature of the task changed. To use an imperfect analogy, it was like the difference between seizing a batch of drugs and arresting drug dealers. The latter's merit was far greater than the former's. If he could find the mastermind behind the water monster infestation in Marco district, given the severity of the matter, its wide-ranging impact, and his own strength, he would be guaranteed at least a second-class merit. Chapter 346 First Order Rune Construction. The room wasn't large, or rather, it was cramped and sparsely furnished. Gauda's gaze swept across the room quickly, taking in everything and identifying something suspicious. In this small room, there was a remarkably large bucket. This was illogical. A bucket's purpose was simply to hold water and for bathing. But for the residents of the Marco district, neither of these needs existed. Gauda approached the bucket and ran his finger along the rim, feeling a nauseating, sticky sensation. He examined his finger closely, confirming the grayish-black slime was indeed from rotting water salamanders. It was almost certain that the bucket had once contained a large number of rotting water salamander larvae. The problem was that such a rudimentary environment clearly couldn't have nurtured such a large number of aquatic creature larvae. Therefore, these larvae must have been bred outside the Marco district and then transported in for release. Having reached this initial conclusion, Gauda left the shed and closed the door behind him. Then, he placed his hand on the door, and a gentle wave of magic slowly emanated from his palm, gradually enveloping the simple padlock damaged by the forced entry. The broken parts inside the lock cylinder began to return to their original positions under the influence of magic, fitting together perfectly, and the broken pins became whole again. Repair spell plus. After the magical wave dissipated, the padlock had returned to its original state, as if the previous damage had never existed. Of course, all of this happened in the blink of an eye, and it was difficult for others to notice. Shama was waiting in the boat nearby. Gauda calmly boarded the boat. "Do you know who lived in that shed before?" he asked casually. In the Marco district, there were no public lighting facilities, so most people would return to their sheds before dark. Otherwise the accident rate would be greatly increased when sailing at night. But the shed was empty. Given the high probability that it was deserted, Gauda chose to break in to investigate the situation. Here, Sama tried to recall, but the Marco district was so vast, and he didn't live nearby, so he really didn't know anything about it and couldn't give an answer. "Master Mage, let me ask around for you, and I'll give you an answer when you come back tomorrow," Sama finally said cautiously. "Then I'll trouble you." God nodded slightly, and at the same time reached into his pocket and tossed over a silver dragon coin. "Thank you, Master, thank you, Master." Sama hurriedly accepted the silver dragon coin, his eyes gleaming slightly. Back on the shore. In Lagos, it was easy to find a coachman willing to take him here if he was willing to pay, but finding a carriage to go back here was a pipe dream. God wasn't sure when his mission would end, so he hadn't made a reservation with a coachman when he came in the morning. Not to mention, now he had an extra load of cargo, tail fins taken from rotting water salamanders as payment for the mission. So, going back now would be a little troublesome. Of course, it was just a little troublesome. After all, Gord was a mage. Money could solve 99% of the world's problems, but it couldn't buy love. But magic could even manipulate love. First, he cast a heavy burden spell on himself, tripling his carrying capacity. Then, he used wolf's speed to greatly increase his movement speed. With a bag full of rotting salamander tail fins, Gord flew towards Lagos City at a speed far faster than a carriage. Dusty and reeking, Gord returned to the Palm Tree Inn. Before entering his room, Gord felt like he'd forgotten something important. He thought carefully but couldn't remember. Finally, he cast a purifying food spell on himself, removing the stench and dust he'd picked up from spending a day in the Marco district, before opening the door. Gord's gaze quickly swept across the room, finally settling on Anna sitting on the bed, and he breathed a sigh of relief. The little girl was indeed well behaved and hadn't run off. Anna heard the door open and initially looked towards the entrance with a wary, kitten-like gaze, her body slightly hunched. Then, upon recognizing Gouda at the door, her wary gaze instantly softened into a pitiful expression as she looked at him with a pitiful expression and said, "Brother, I'm hungry." Gouda slapped his forehead, finally remembering something he'd forgotten. He hadn't prepared lunch for Anna. At the restaurant, 4 large platters of food were laid out on the slightly greasy table: cassava mash, roasted chicken marinated in local spices, a cold cassava leaf salad with onions, tomatoes, and other seasonings, and a palm oil soup made with palm oil as a base, incorporating fish, shrimp, meat, and various vegetables. Anna was engrossed in eating. Gouda watched her with a slightly guilty look. Luckily, he'd forced Anna, who was still half asleep, to eat breakfast that morning, otherwise, the little girl would have starved by now. He'd almost abused her. Although the little girl was starving, she ate with great elegance, using her knife, fork, and spoon to stuff food into her mouth in an orderly and hearty manner. For a girl not yet 6 years old to behave this way despite being so hungry was a testament to her excellent upbringing. His brother finished with his work, finally, having eaten about 70–80% of her fill and recovered. The little girl looked up, blinking her big eyes earnestly. "The important business should take another day," Gouda replied. They had almost finished cleaning up the rotting salamanders today, and tomorrow would focus on the demonic octopus. However, due to a slight accident, it might take a few more days. He was referring to today's unexpected discovery. With everyone gone, finding the culprit would certainly take some time. "But after the important business is finished, I can help you find your sister first," Gouda added after a moment's thought. He didn't know if Anna's sister had received news of her running away from home. Given the advanced transportation system of the Golden Flower Dynasty, 2 days would be more than enough time for the news to travel. According to Anna, her sister hadn't revealed why she was in Lagos. So, normally, the people there wouldn't know how to find Elsa, and naturally couldn't convey the news of Anna's running away from home to her. But anyway, wasting too much time wasn't good. "It's okay, brother, your own business is important," Anna said obediently. "You're not worried at all now," God shrugged helplessly, unable to understand the child's thought process. After eating and drinking their fill, they returned to their in-room. It was the usual training, followed by rune practice. Anna, just like last night, squatted nearby, watching God's every move with great interest. However, today God didn't continue practicing rune crafting techniques. Instead, he took out a parchment and began sketching and calculating. Anna's words yesterday had enlightened him. He was now in the Golden Flower Dynasty. In this powerful dynasty, the materials needed for rune construction weren't hard to buy, as long as you had money. The conditions were met. Furthermore, he was a Sea Sentinel mage, frequently needing to go out on missions, requiring the combat power boost from rune constructions. His needs were met. Therefore, he decided to design a first-tier rune construct specifically for himself. Chapter 347 Direction and Guidance. First, clarify the needs, then design accordingly. This is the design approach for most products, and rune construction usually follows this approach as well. Based on this approach, Gouda first listed his basic information: Mage level, early stage 1 Mage, spirit power, 186, mana, 26 drops of liquid, spells, trick 44, first level spells 23, feats, adaptive, intermediate ice body, spell ninja body, extras, Mandora's Eye Tire 3, 1/72, farsightedness, insight, illusion. Clearly, his strengths lie in his outstanding spirit power and his mastery of numerous spells. Combined with the feat, adaptive, he has a comprehensive range of abilities and is basically capable of handling most special situations. His weakness is his relatively low total mana, which is insufficient to support him in casting spells freely. In addition, there is the mana-intensive Tier 3 Mandora's Eye, which requires him to use sparingly. Furthermore, his first-level attack spells are relatively scarce, with only one, Frozen Blade Plus. While the Frozen Blade Plus spell is incredibly powerful, even overpowered, it's typically used as a trump card, not easily deployed, and is a single-target spell. Consequently, Geode primarily relies on tricks in most combat scenarios. Rune constructs aim to maximize strengths and minimize weaknesses. After analyzing his strengths and weaknesses, Geode quickly determined his needs, improved sustain and increased damage output. The former can be designed with reference to the Breath of the Wild spell created by his mentor, Hizai. This rune construct excels in improving sustain. As for the latter, Geode needs to design it himself. Having determined his needs and direction, Geode immediately began the formal design of the rune construct, the drawing of the rune construct blueprint. Magic circles have diagrams, and runes have diagrams. These are commonplace in the field of runic literature. However, for rune constructs, a blueprint is a completely new concept. The reason is simple. In the existing runic literature system, rune tuning is an unavoidable hurdle. Through rune tuning, rune masters can confirm whether runes can form a magic circle, whether they will take effect, and whether they can be successfully drawn on the selected magic conducting material. Based on the results of rune tuning, they can adjust the rune composition, arrangement, position, and connection methods. In rune construction, this complexity is amplified to the extreme, to the point that construction design blueprints simply don't exist. Each rune construction is a custom-made piece, meticulously adjusted by the rune construct master through rune tuning. Of course, for Gouda, this is an old-fashioned method of rune construction. He has learned the new runeology system pioneered by Hizai, whose core is no longer the rune tuning of the transcendental side, but rather the calculation of the mathematical side. Using the 6 fundamental rules of runeology, he can first design a magic circle, and then calculate whether the magic circle can be successfully drawn on the magic conducting material. 4 level 1 mana gathering runes, separated by 4 diffusion runes, and then embedded with level 1 storage runes, with Breath of the Wild as a reference. Gouda's design concept for improving survivability was quickly finalized, and he created preliminary design drawings. However, Gouda encountered difficulties in increasing damage output. This wasn't due to lack of creativity or a weak foundation. The biggest reason was that his mentor, Hizai, had passed away too early, providing him with too little guidance, and Gouda had seen too few rune constructs, or rather, only Breath of the Wild, leaving him somewhat unsure where to begin. Like writing, even the most talented author needs to read a sufficient number of works before they can create their own. Gouda put down his pen and entered a state of deep thought. Anna, who had been quietly watching Gouda, curiously peeked over and glanced at what he was writing on the parchment. After a couple of glances, she asked, "Brother, what are you thinking about?" "I'm trying to design a rune construct that can increase attack methods. Where should I start?" In his focused state, Gouda didn't realize who the question came from, but answered instinctively and subconsciously. Anna noticed Gouda's troubled and thoughtful expression, pouted, thought seriously for a moment, and then suggested in her childish voice, "With so many mana-gathering runes for storing runes, why not add some conversion and output runes?" Gouda paused, then clapped his hands. Yes, with an idea in mind, Gouda immediately picked up his pen again, excitedly and attentively refining the design. Anna, who had already peeked over, didn't pull her head back, but instead watched Gouda's every move with wide eyes. Once the idea was in place, implementing it wasn't so difficult for Gouda. About 10 minutes later, a preliminary rune construct design was complete. Of course, this is truly very preliminary. Calculations are still needed to verify the formation's validity, followed by adjustments based on the results until it's fully functional. Before that, the specific dimensions of the magic conducting material used for the rune construct must be determined. The latter isn't difficult. Gouda designed it for himself, and he knows his own body data intimately. Regarding the magic conducting material, he carefully considered it and decided to use highly cost-effective, commonly used material in crafting first-tier rune constructs, brilliant bronze. Brilliant bronze is a variant of brass, with a similar magic resistance, measured by Hizai at 45.6%, or R equals 0.456. While its magic conductivity isn't outstanding among extraordinary materials, it boasts 2 major advantages: ease of shaping and relatively low price. Once the magic conducting material is determined, the magic resistance is also determined. Therefore, the robustness value can be calculated using the 6 fundamental rules of runes. No, the first rune array won't work. The actual robustness exceeds the theoretical robustness by 9.52. We need to reduce the actual robustness or increase the theoretical maximum robustness. To increase the theoretical robustness, We either need to increase the number of runes and rune pairs, or choose a magic conducting material with low magic resistance. We'll leave the latter aside for now and focus on the former. My current rune crafting level has reached Tier 2, which is 7, but Tier 2 rune constructs are overloaded for me. I can't equip them yet, so I can only craft rune constructs based on Tier 1 rune crafting level, which is 5. Based on the area, this region can draw a maximum of 31 basic runes. Currently, it has 28, so we can add 3 more, add 2 more Tier 1 magic gathering runes and 1 diffusion rune, still exceeds the limit. We must reduce the actual robustness then. Change 4 of the Tier 1 magic gathering runes to lower energy secondary runes, that is, Tier 0 magic gathering runes. This works. Proceed to the next rune array calculation and adjustment. Chapter 348 2 Geniuses. Even for the most basic first tier rune construct, the entire calculation and adjustment process was exceptionally tedious. However, it was only tedious, the sheer amount of calculation wasn't large. At least for Gouda, who was about to graduate from university, it was like child's play. The only troublesome part was the adjustment. And the main problem in adjusting the rune array was actually Gouda's unfamiliarity with rune constructs. Although Gouda was particularly skilled in calculation and creation, he became somewhat hesitant when it came to large-scale rune array linkages and framework adjustments. Especially since this was his first time creating a rune construct. In fact, not everyone, but 99% of rune construct masters in the world had a mentor guiding them when creating their first rune construct. But given the circumstances, Gouda could only bite the bullet and proceed. But even with his stubbornness, he couldn't avoid getting stuck in this situation. And at this time, a childish voice would always offer some seemingly amateurish, yet extremely useful and practical ideas. Following these ideas, Gouda could often quickly determine the direction. Gouda gradually realized that the childish voice belonged to Anna, who was not yet 6 years old. Anna was definitely not a first circle mage, and within the current runic system, she naturally couldn't access knowledge of runic constructs, a realm only first circle mages could dabble in. Yet, under these circumstances, Anna was able to offer Gouda a great deal of guidance. This wasn't based on any particular knowledge, but rather on the fact that in her short 5 years of life, she had seen countless runic constructs, and thus, intuitively, she could sense what the best course of action was. What Gouda needed was precisely this kind of guidance leaning towards intuition, rather than specific advice. However, he couldn't help but wonder, how wealthy must Anna's family have been to allow her to possess such astonishing knowledge of runic constructs, something so precious? Furthermore, runic constructs were so complex that simply seeing a lot of them wasn't enough. Just as most people, even after seeing 100 exhibitions of masterpieces, would still remain commoners, one needed sufficient artistic intuition and talent to truly benefit from viewing them. From this perspective, Anna's talent seemed almost too extraordinary. A 5-year-old girl, interested in intricate and complex rune constructions, and able to memorize and learn from them without prior knowledge? This was unbelievable. However, Gouda thought about it carefully and realized that when he was young, he was also interested in advanced math problems, and similarly, he learned something simply by looking at the questions, even though the curriculum didn't cover them. So, he understood. Everyone is probably like this when it comes to things they were interested in. It's not surprising. These thoughts, though numerous, were fleeting. Gouda didn't delve into them. At this moment, most of his energy and attention were focused on the first-order rune construction design in his hands. To be honest, perfecting a rune construction design is very similar to solving a difficult math problem. This familiar feeling captivated Gouda. While he wouldn't say he was completely oblivious to the world around him, he was certainly free of distractions. So, in a hotel room costing 3 silver dragon coins a night, under the dim light, Gouda and Anna, the 2 children, one big and one small, began to join forces in design, utterly focused and absorbed. After an unknown amount of time spent working excitedly, a small layer of draft paper had piled up on the table. But all the rune arrays had been verified and were valid. In other words, the rune construction design in Gouda's hands was essentially complete, waiting only to be turned into a concrete product. Exhausted from prolonged focus, Gouda looked at the final draft of the design in disbelief. He had actually created a first-tier rune construction design in less than a night, without any prior experience. Anna, sitting on Gouda's lap, was also intently looking at the design. At some point, Anna had snuggled into Gouda's arms, peeking out from under his chest. It was somewhat like the posture parents used when teaching children to write, perhaps because she found it too tiring to keep her head peeking out. After looking at it for a while, she finally spoke in her childish voice, "Is this all there is to it?" Anna's big eyes were full of surprise. "My teachers have never made rune constructs like this before." She scratched her head in distress. "I'm too young. I haven't learned these symbols and numbers. Even when you're older, your teachers won't teach you these," God said, patting Anna's little head. "Why?" Anna looked up at God. "Is it because only you, brother, understand these symbols and numbers?" "Sort of," God sighed. After Hosey left, he was indeed the only one in the world who understood these things. "With them, you can design rune constructs?" Anna asked again. "Yes, brother, you must be a genius." Anna's big eyes sparkled as she shouted at him, "All my teachers told me that I have to become a first circle mage to design rune constructs, but you don't have to. This is what children are like," God thought subconsciously. Hosey's advanced ideas were never kept secret. But all the mature adults, upon hearing this idea, naturally dismissed it as an unrealistic fantasy. Only Anna showed conviction and admiration. "Genius." Gouda lowered his head, looking at the small stack of draft papers, his thoughts drifting to the mountain of calculation papers in his rune lab. What kind of genius was he? The real genius was his mentor, his eye. Thinking of his mentor, his close friend despite the age difference, Gouda found it difficult to control his sadness. Anna keenly sensed Gouda's sadness and exclaimed. She couldn't understand why praising her brother as a genius made him sad. It was a very difficult question. Anna couldn't figure it out. But she knew that when she was sad, her sister would usually distract herself with other things, and when she came to her senses, she would find that she wasn't so sad anymore. "Brother," she tugged at Gouda's sleeve, pointing with her slender finger to a number in a formula on the manuscript. "Why is this number sometimes this one, 4.64, and sometimes this one, 2, I think when it equals this one, 4.64, the rune array it represents must have the same rune present. Is that what causes it?" Gouda glanced at it and casually replied, "That's right. When the same basic runes are connected, the energy generated in this combination will increase from 2 to 4.64, which is equivalent to an advanced rune." The next moment, he suddenly realized what she meant, his eyes widening as he looked down at the little girl sitting on his lap. Anna was looking at him with a thirst for knowledge. Seeing her brother looking at her, she immediately gave him a sweet and obedient smile. "Anna, you understand these symbols and numbers?" Gouda asked. His voice was slightly hoarse at this moment. Chapter 349 Rare Spell, Healing Spell. His voice was dry, but Gouda's eyes shone brightly, as if he had discovered a rare treasure. Anna scratched her little head and replied in a childish voice, "I only understood part of it because I don't understand the meaning of many symbols." That was true. Symbols and numbers that were commonplace and incredibly simple to Gouda were like incomprehensible gibberish to the people of this world. This was why he didn't shy away from Anna at all. Firstly, he had little reservations about a 5-year-old girl, and secondly, even an adult would definitely not understand what he had written. Of course, because these symbols and numbers were so simple, it was possible for someone with a natural talent to grasp something after watching him calculate and use them. But even so, for a child of this age to do something like this was still an incredible feat. Gouda was unsure how to react. After a moment's thought, he gently ruffled Anna's soft hair. "Anna's a genius, Anna, huh?" Gouda smiled slightly. "But now, let's go to sleep. It's late." "Oh," Anna yawned heavily, realizing how sleepy she was. "I need to wash my face and brush my teeth," she mumbled sleepily. Even so sleepy, Anna still maintained her own rules. Because of last night's staying up late, Gouda didn't get up early the next day. He didn't wake up from his deep sleep until the majestic chimes of the city center clock tower rang 9 times. Anna was still sleeping soundly, her little face buried in Gouda's chest, one hand and one foot draped over him. This time, he felt too embarrassed to drag the little girl out of bed for breakfast. Instead, he carefully moved Anna's hands and feet away, lifted the covers, got out of bed, quietly changed his clothes, and went out alone. Sadly, because he woke up so late, he had missed the inn's free breakfast. He paid 2 silver coins, asked the landlady at the front desk to prepare lunch for Anna, and then found a random shop for a quick breakfast. As yesterday, Gouda, hailing a carriage, headed straight for the Mako district. When the carriage arrived, Shama was already waiting on the shore in her small boat, having apparently been waiting for some time. "I'm late," Sorry to have kept you waiting, Gauda said, jumping into the boat. Not long, not long, Shyama quickly waved her hand. Same as always, take me to the place where you recently discovered the demon octopus, Gauda said. Upon hearing Gauda's request, Shyama's expression changed, and she quickly said, Master, actually, someone here was attacked by a demon octopus last night. A demon octopus attack? Is it serious? Gauda raised an eyebrow and pressed for an answer. 5 people died on the spot, and 4 others are seriously injured and unconscious. They've been taken to the medical clinic, but their conditions are very serious. Even Yan at the clinic is helpless. They can only hope for a cure if Dr. Danica intervenes. Dr. Danica. God noticed the respect on Shyama's face when she mentioned the name. Dr. Danica, like you, is a mage. She established the only medical clinic in our Marcaco district 10 years ago. She heals us with magic and doesn't charge any fees. However, her home is in Lagos City, and she only comes to Marcaco district during the day when she has business to tend to, Shyama explained. So that's how it is. God instantly felt a surge of respect for Dr. Danica. A mage willing to come to a place everyone avoids to treat the poor for free. And persist for 10 years, such noble character deserves respect. Then take me to the medical clinic first, and see if they can wake up. I'll need to understand the specific situation, God decided after thinking for a moment. Alright, Shyama, without suspicion, immediately began rowing with all his might. He hadn't rowed far when he remembered something and quickly said, Master, I've also inquired about the origins of the residents in that hut you asked about yesterday. Oh? How so? Gauda frowned slightly. They said they moved here from outside 5 or 6 years ago. There are 7 or 8 of them. Nobody knows what they do, and the people around say they've never seen them go out to sea to fish. Shyama revealed all the information he had gathered. 5 or 6 years ago? Gauda pondered for a moment, then suddenly asked, when did the demon octopus and the rotten water salamander start appearing? Shyama thought carefully for a moment before answering, about 5 years ago, they started appearing. They have no natural predators here, reproduce extremely quickly, and are incredibly dangerous, frequently attacking ships and the waterways. So back then, everyone here was extremely cautious when going out, fearing attacks from these aquatic beasts. Some even moved away from the Marco Coco district out of concern for their safety. But with our abilities, where could we go if we left? Shyama sighed, full of helplessness. Then, his expression brightened, and he said seriously, fortunately, your sea sentinels are willing to regularly send people to the Marco Coco district to clear out and drive away the aquatic beasts, preventing them from becoming rampant, allowing us to continue to survive here. These people who appeared more than 5 years ago also moved here 5 or 6 years ago. The timing matches perfectly. Combined with the salamander rapist's confession and his own discoveries, he could basically confirm some things. To be honest, these people didn't bother to conceal their tracks or whereabouts. They probably didn't expect anyone to care, so they weren't very wary. After all, the Marco district was a place everyone hated. Apart from Dr. Danica and the Sea Sentinels, no other mage should have set foot here. Even the Sea Sentinel mages who came here were forced to come, and they would leave immediately after completing their missions, never lingering in the Marco district. They came in a hurry and left in a hurry. Did any of these people come back last night? Gauda asked again. Shyama nodded. The residents around here say that they seem to disappear for a few days every now and then reappear. They don't know what they're busy with, however, they couldn't say exactly when they disappeared. The people of the Marco district wouldn't care about such things. The information they provided was all based on vague memories. As they spoke, Shyama had already steered the small boat with Gauda to the Marco district's medical clinic. Calling it a medical clinic was just a euphemism. From the outside, it was no different from any other shack, a dilapidated building constructed from simple formwork. The only difference was perhaps the herbal patterns painted on the entrance. The clinic was quite lively at the moment, with 7 or 8 people gathered around the entrance. These were men and women. Most of the men were shirtless, and the women were also ragged, their faces filled with anxiety. Their eyes frequently glancing towards the clinic's interior. Shyama smoothly docked the boat beside the clinic, the hull gently bumping against the wooden planks of the platform with a soft thud. He then jumped off first, secured a rope, and Gauda followed. The 7 or 8 people at the entrance instinctively turned their gazes, and upon seeing Gauda's sea sentry uniform, their expressions changed, adopting respectful postures, their eyes filled with awe, as if about to salute. Gowda waved his hand, stopping them. He ascended the platform, then reached the doorway, stepped over the threshold, and entered. Unlike the other shacks, the medical clinic was brightly lit. This was because in the center of the room stood a slightly plump nun in a green robe, a lantern floating on her shoulder. The lantern emitted a soft yet bright light, illuminating the room. A first circle transmutation spell, Lantern Dance. Gowda instantly recognized the lantern and confirmed the nun's identity. It must be Dr. Danica, the one Shama had mentioned. Several small beds were also in the room, very simple in appearance, made of wooden planks and worn mattresses, all occupied by wounded men. Dr. Danica stood before one of the beds. On it lay a man, shirtless, covered in wounds that bled profusely, unconscious. The wounds were black, but some green liquid had been applied, presumably some herbal medicine, temporarily stopping the man's injuries from worsening. Dr. Danica extended her right hand, gently placing her palm on the man's chest. Her expression was focused, a hint of solemnity in her eyes. The next moment, a green light surged from her palm, like a flowing ribbon, slowly flowing into the man's body. This green light carried wisps of life, making the man's vitality more vigorous, even lightening the blackness of his wounds. Upon seeing this, Gowda's heart skipped a beat. This was a first circle evocation spell, Healing. As a healing spell, Healing was an extremely rare spell. Moreover, even among rare spells, it was among the higher level ones, far more valuable than offensive spells. He hadn't expected to encounter a mage wielding such a rare spell in the rudimentary medical clinic of the Marco district. Chapter 350 Title Net. The spell's effect was powerful. Severe injuries that would leave ordinary people helpless were rapidly alleviated under the healing spell. After finishing one spell, Dr. Danica stopped and went to another wooden bed, casting the same healing spell on the injured person there. The lantern floating on her shoulder seemed to have a life of its own, intelligently following Dr. Danica's movements and remaining suspended above her shoulder. Before long, the four severely injured and unconscious poor people from the Marco district had all received treatment. Having finished her work, Dr. Danica turned around and greeted God, who was standing in the doorway, whom she had noticed earlier, saying, "Sir." She exuded a gentle and kind aura. Dr. Danica, your healing spell saved these seriously injured people. It's truly admirable. God placed his right hand on his chest, leaned forward slightly, and gave a graceful and dignified bow. This was a common formal etiquette in the Plantagenet dynasty to show respect to a lady, especially since the other party was a respectable physician. Dr. Danica nodded slightly, a kind smile appearing on her face. "Sir, the Lord has given me knowledge and power. I am merely following his will, using my abilities to help those suffering." Lord is a common term used by religious groups in this world to refer to their faith. This is also a very special point. In this world, there is no such thing as a God. Therefore, the religious system of this world is based on an atheistic worldview. They believe either in natural forces such as nature, ocean, and sky, or in abstract concepts such as time, life, and light. However, there are also a small number of religions that worship the strong. In the ancient times before human civilization was fully developed, ancient gods were born all over the world. These ancient gods, through their power and achievements, were enough to become objects of worship and reverence. The so-called ancient gods are actually a group of powerful, non-human beings. While possessing strength beyond that of ordinary people, they do not reach the level of deities who can control all things in the universe. The term deity is a concept that God himself coined for ease of understanding. The world does not yet have the term deity, regardless of the specific objects of worship for each sect. Clergy members, like Dr. Danica before him, typically refer to their objects of worship as Lord, although their respective lords may differ greatly in essence. Gowda explained his purpose. Dr. Danica, I'm here to expel the water beasts. I heard someone was attacked by a demonic octopus last night, so I came specifically to find out the details. Dr. Danica looked at the injured people on the bed. They were still unconscious, but the pain on their faces had subsided considerably. "Sir, they should wake up soon. Please wait a moment, okay?" Dr. Danica clasped her hands in front of her chest and said softly, "Unfortunately, I'm not good at combat and cannot help them expel the water beasts. Thank you for your efforts. If there's anything I can do to help, please call me as long as it's within my capabilities. Don't worry, I'm particularly good at combat," Gowda said softly. In the medical clinic, besides the injured and Dr. Danica, there was also a young woman. She was the Yan that Shama had mentioned, a native of the Marco district. Dr. Danica had taught her some medical knowledge, and she usually took care of minor illnesses and injuries for the local residents. Dr. Danica, may I ask which sect you belong to? While the injured man remained unconscious, God asked casually during the waiting conversation. The Tide Whisperers sect. The tides are the whispers of the ocean, Dr. Danica replied, patting her chest. In Lagos, most sects were related to fishing and agriculture, and the Tide Whisperers sect was no exception. This was a sect that worshipped the tides, using them to predict storm trajectories, guide fishermen's voyages, and ensure their safety. Although the subject of their faith, tides, might sound somewhat unrefined and incomparable to grander concepts like ocean and sky, for many, a faith that provides practical value is a good faith. The Tide Whisperers sect's ability to predict storm trajectories was crucial for fishermen, hence the sect's long history in Lagos. But that was before. Now the sect's situation is worsening day by day. Dr. Danica sighed deeply, her brow furrowing. God wanted to ask for more details, but just then, the injured man on the bed stirred. The first injured person to receive the healing spell had opened his eyes and regained consciousness. He looked around in confusion, but upon seeing Dr. Danica, he snapped out of his daze and struggled to sit up, wanting to express his gratitude. Dr. Danica. Dr. Danica stepped forward and stopped him. Your injuries are still very serious. Lie down, she then pointed to God behind her. This is a mage from the Sea Sentinels, here to exterminate the water beasts. He heard you were attacked by a swarm of demonic octopuses last night and came specifically to understand the details, sir, the injured person said respectfully upon seeing God in his Sea Sentinel uniform. Do you remember the details of last night's attack? Could you tell me in detail? God asked. At the entrance of the medical clinic, Shama rubbed his hands together, waiting. The medical clinic was a sacred place for the people of the Marco district. No one dared to enter except the injured. They were afraid of offending Dr. Danica and also afraid their intrusion would interfere with the treatment. Finally, after an anxious wait, God emerged. Let's go. Without lingering, he strode steadily onto the small boat, seemingly having learned some important information at the medical facility. Shama quickly untied the rope from the stake and followed suit, the boat swaying gently with his movements. Then, following Gada's instructions, he rowed away. Soon, Gada arrived in Shama's small boat at the location where the demonic octopuses had attacked the residents of the Marco district the previous night. The area was a scene of devastation, with shacks leaning precariously, and now it was eerily quiet. Clearly, the demonic octopuses were no longer there. Clearing out the demonic octopuses was not as easy as dealing with the putrid salamanders the day before, where they could simply wait for the salamanders to come to them in search of food. The demon octopus are gregarious aquatic beasts. Although they are typical voracious omnivores, consuming various kinds of garbage discharged from Lagos City into the waters of the Marcaco district, their main diet is carnivorous. On one hand, they ferociously attack the residents of the Marcaco district, feeding on human flesh. On the other hand, they also fish in the water, in search of food. They roam freely in this vast body of water, without a fixed abode or a fixed nest. This is another difference from the carrion salamander. Finally, the demon octopus are far fewer in number than the carrion salamander, but their individual strength is considerably greater. Once their powerful tentacles entangle the prey, escape is difficult. Therefore, finding the demon octopus lurking in the vast and complex waters of the Marcaco district is no easy task. However, most aquatic beast extermination missions are like this, generally requiring a significant amount of time to search for the beasts. Under these circumstances, Gada no longer felt pitiful for Tuanzi. He opened the capybara pouch he always carried with him. Tuanzi's slightly diminutive head emerged, blinking its large, round eyes. It had been cooped up in the pouch for 2 days, and was getting restless, shaking its head at Gada. Gada gently patted Tuanzi's round head, took out a tattered strip of cloth, and held it under Tuanzi's nose, then pointed to the murky green water. The cloth was taken from an injured person at a medical center, and it was stained with the scent of the demonic octopus. Tuanzi sniffed the cloth, its previously languid eyes instantly brightening with excitement, then it excitedly turned its head. Then, it saw the murky green water. Some unidentified objects floated on the surface, emitting a nauseating odor. Tuanzi's excitement vanished. It visibly deflated. If facial expressions existed, Tuanzi would certainly be frowning. Its first mission in its career was such a hellish challenge. It turned back to look at Gouda. Gouda raised an eyebrow. It was incredibly clever. This time, he hadn't used Beast Link Plus to convey his thoughts to Tuanzi, but with just a few movements, Tuanzi completely understood and could even relay his ideas. However, cleverness was one thing, but Tuanzi still had to endure some hardship. "I'll give you a treat after you complete the mission," Gouda patted Tuanzi's round head again. This time, Tuanzi resigned itself to its fate. It puffed out its cheeks slightly, somewhat like a winter swimmer taking a deep breath before entering the water, and then with a nimble leap, plunged into the bubbling, green sewage. Although the height wasn't low, Tuanzi barely made a splash upon entering the water. Its splash control was far superior to that of a professional swimmer from a certain country in its previous life. After all, capybaras have always been known as water sprites. After entering the water, Tuanzi first swam downstream, nimbly undulating its body, using its keen sense of smell to search for the demon octopus. After a while, Tuanzi's round head quickly surfaced, came to the side of the boat, and pointed into the distance with its fin. This meant it had found the direction of the demon octopus. Gouda's face lit up with joy. He had been worried that the stench of the Marco Coco area's waters would affect Tuanzi's ability to find the demon octopus by scent, but he hadn't expected Tuanzi's skill to be so great. Another point was that the demon octopus's scent was strong enough, and since they appeared in groups, the scent didn't dissipate quickly. "Follow it," Gouda commanded Shama. Shama immediately rowed hard, following the capybara Tuanzi. In the water, dozens of black tentacles shot out, extremely fast, with a sharp momentum, like whips, coiling towards Gouda standing at the bow of the boat. These tentacles had smooth and wet surfaces, covered with densely packed suckers. Once touched by them, it was difficult to escape. But these menacing tentacles stopped abruptly a few feet from Gouda, as if they had encountered an impenetrable wall. A transparent shield enveloped him, blocking all the tentacles. The tentacles pounded against the shield, making bang-bang sounds, but they couldn't break through this solid defense. Shield spell plus. Meanwhile, Tuanzi seized the opportunity to strike swiftly, biting down on a water beast. The bitten beast thrashed wildly, splashing water everywhere, and its 8 tentacles thrashed violently. But its struggles were futile. Tuanzi looked docile, but in reality, it was incredibly ferocious in battle. Tuanzi's sharp teeth dug deep into the water beast's body, while it skillfully twisted its body, nimbly dodging the tentacles' attacks. Following Tuanzi's pursuit, after more than an hour, Gouda successfully tracked down the group of demonic octopuses that had attacked the residents of the Marco district the previous night. The battle erupted immediately. There were 11 demonic octopuses in the group, each at the first level. They weren't particularly difficult to deal with, but wiping them all out wouldn't be so easy, especially since Gouda was unwilling to actually go into the water to pursue them. Therefore, a fast, accurate, and ruthless approach was necessary. The demonic octopus bitten by Tuanzi let out a low hiss, filled with anger and fear. To catch the thief, first catch the king. The demonic octopus entangled by Tuanzi was the leader of this group. Seeing this, the other demonic octopuses rushed towards Tuanzi, trying to rescue their leader. This is a major characteristic of social creatures. And that's exactly what Gouda wanted. They swarmed towards Tuanzi, their tentacles rapidly waving in the water, creating whirlpools. The dozens of tentacles in the water were like dozens of black pythons, coiling around Tuanzi, trying to restrict the agile creature. But Tuanzi reacted incredibly quickly. As their tentacles surged forward, it nimbly released its grip, weaving through the tiny gaps between the tentacles like a sprite, escaping the encirclement of the demonic octopuses. Now, on the ship, Gouda, using Detection Magic Plus, precisely detected the opportunity he and Tuanzi had created through magical light shining through the water's surface. The next instant, waves surged across the water. These waves coalesced into ropes, which then wove together into a massive net, like a giant sack, instantly trapping the swarm of demonic octopuses. Tidal Net Plus, Conjuration, First Ring, you create a tidal net of water using magic. Bonus, the size of the tidal net can be increased by consuming additional mana to affect giant or larger creatures. The tidal net is a deep blue color. As it rises, countless tiny water currents intertwine like threads, forming a dense, intricate net. These threads, seemingly soft, possessed astonishing resilience and strength. Tiny bubbles constantly rose from the surface of the net, emitting a gurgling sound. To ensure the demonic octopuses were completely trapped, Gata consumed a full 5 drops of liquid mana to create a massive tidal net. Sensing danger, the demonic octopuses struggled frantically, their thick tentacles pounding against the net, attempting to break free. The tidal net rippled under the octopus tentacles' blows, its surface undulating like waves, but clearly not fragile, quickly returning to its original state. Of course, if this continued, the tidal net would inevitably break free as its mana was depleted. However, Gata wouldn't give them that chance. Seeing that Tuanzi had cleverly swum away from the water at his signal, he didn't hesitate any longer. An arc of electricity erupted from Gata's fingertips, accompanied by a crackling sound, and disappeared into the water. Lightning pull. Arcs of electricity coursed through the water, rapidly expanding into an electric net that enveloped the 11 demonic octopuses. Sensing this powerful threat, the octopus's eyes gleamed with terror as they thrashed wildly, their thick tentacles flailing erratically in the water, desperately trying to evade the deadly attack. However, trapped in the tidal net, they had nowhere to hide. When the net touched their bodies, a powerful current instantly surged through them. The demonic octopuses let out agonizing roars, echoing through the water, filled with despair and terror. Their bodies convulsed violently under the electric current, their tentacles uncontrollably contracting and extending, gradually turning charred and emitting a pungent, burnt stench. However, as first-level creatures, the demonic octopuses possessed exceptional resilience, and even so, they did not die. Not a big problem. Gata cast another, lightning pull. After 3 consecutive, lightning pulls, the demonic octopuses finally ceased their struggle. They had lost all life and floated on the surface. Gata smiled slightly, quite satisfied with the results. Electrofishing is always the most efficient way to catch fish. This has been certified by experienced anglers. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.